Just when news about Fang Zhao's endorsement of Fiery Bird's Dieting Z series advertisements had started to wane and many operational teams behind famed celebrities were rolling up their sleeves and getting ready to get in on the action, news of Zero endorsing garlic violently seized the headlines of each and every continent, and the entire world's entertainment circles were caught unprepared. The combination of Zero and garlic surprised people. The firepower from this news was so ferocious that it carved a bloody path through the community of celebrities that frequently threw money to purchase popularity. Zero, who called himself Lijo's greatest internet celebrity, was a descendant of a great general, a son of an aristocratic family, and someone who frequently bounced around in the entertainment circles. But no one had really ever seen Zero endorse a product, at most only shooting commercials for films and drama series that his own company invested in. But now, such a person had actually gone and endorsed garlic. What sort of blow had he suffered for him to go and consider endorsing garlic? This was something that everyone found baffling. And the garlic that Zero was endorsing had a price that did not lose out to silverware. A piece of garlic alone cost a few hundred, and there were still hand-picked and preferred choice grades that were above $1,000. If special varieties came out in the future, would there be a grade that was worth tens of thousands? Ripping people off. This wasn't the way to hype. In the past, no internet personalities' goods that were being hyped up were this exaggerated. Many netizens were dumbstruck. Can garlic also become a luxury good? We were talking about earpieces yesterday. Today, after taking a look at my own wages, I realized I can't even afford garlic. No, it is only the garlic from whatever farm Zero endorses. The garlic produced on Planet Y can be considered a luxury, but the garlic from Muzhou is still affordable. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect the greatest internet celebrity of Lijo to actually endorse an item that is so down to earth. The brother who posted before, please take a look at its price and feel your own pockets before answering honestly. How can that garlic be considered down to earth? I just went online and checked. Muzhou garlic prices have swelled. Fraudulent goods. Where is the Bureau for Commodity Prices? Not only garlic, farm produce that have seen their prices falling recently have suddenly bounced back up. There were many voices of protest online, but for Muzhou farm owners, Zero was simply good news. Because of Zero, farm produce that was used in everyday life and was gradually being neglected received attention once more, and the prices rebounded. Because there was an increasing amount of farm produce from foreign planets in the market, prices kept falling year after year. Muzhou's status as the world's granary was becoming harder to maintain. Although a portion of fresh fruits and vegetables were still very expensive, compared to 5 or 10 years back, they had dropped a lot. Previously, there had even been people saying that unless it was a newly developed variety, for example, those higher in medicinal value, the value of agricultural produce would continue to fall in the future. Comparing the level of variety in abundance, Muzhou was unable to compete. Comparing nostalgia, Planet Y had the ARC project, major research base, and had already resurrected many varieties from seeds. For planets with immigration plans, farmlands were progressively being put into use. Even on Planet Y's side, private farms were already starting to be established, and furthermore, it was rumored that the soil quality on Planet Y was much more suitable for cultivating crops. There were some breeds of agricultural produce that had been resurrected years earlier and were grown in Muzhou. However, these crops saw some changes, and their original tastes had also been altered. The longer it took for cultivation, the greater the changes, and not every variety changed in a way that people liked. After all, Earth had seen a 100-year period full of fundamental changes, and the period of destruction had caused the soil to have changes that could not be restored. Even if it was possible to restore soil to its healthy state from the old era, it could take hundreds of years. Even thousands might not be enough. Who could wait so long? In the past, there had been some products from foreign planet farms that had been transported back, but the quantities had been tiny and limited to special communities. They hadn't been for external distribution. In general, Commonly seen fruits and vegetables, such as onions, ginger, garlic and other such products, did not have much investment value, and the risk was high. Today, Zero had directly given these people a resounding slap. The garlic that Zero was endorsing was directly sold online. For an item like garlic, not mentioning its medicinal properties, as a seasoning, it could be used for numerous culinary purposes. Of course, there were also people that felt that even if garlic was special, having such a high price when it could only be fried once. Wasn't that going overboard? Many people left messages on Zero's social platform for this. Other than this garlic being grown on planet Y, what other special characteristics does it have? Even if transportation costs and cultivation expenditure are included, the prices shouldn't be so high. I know that garlic can boost one's immune system and kill bacteria and germs, but with such a high price, could it be that it can even exorcise demons? What does it have to be sold at such a premium? During his internet access time, when Zero was undergoing an interview by a certain gourmet magazine arranged by his agent, he heard the presenter mention this question, and he replied with a question of his own: does this even require a reason? Zero had listened to his agent's advice and so did not reveal the secret of his acting skills to the public. I say that it is a magical object among garlic, so it is a magical object. It is worth its high value. Recalling the circumstances when he had been filming, Zero proudly said, "This garlic encapsulates human sentiment inside of it. Don't believe me? If you don't believe me, buy one and eat it and you will understand." And when some people watched the interview, their views changed and they thought, that's right, with the family background that Zero has, he has surely tried all sorts of good stuff. If he says it's good, it is definitely extraordinary. Gluttons that were unable to free themselves from the clutches of culinary delicacies and who had sensitive and fussy taste buds were just like those music zealots and did not lack money either. These people would head wherever the good stuff was. It was fine if that could not head to Planet Y, there would still be advanced sales online. Scramble for them. Chefs inside some high-end restaurants or hotel chains were already sharpening their knives, ready to do battle. They just wanted to see what sort of difference this garlic had compared to the ones from Muzhou. Would food prepared with this sort of garlic be even more delicious? The first batch of 5 tons of Planet Y garlic would be put on sale at the appointed time, and like before, they were sold out in a flash. In just the blink of an eye, people discovered there was none left. People that had managed to purchase this garlic tried it as soon as they received the goods, and they took to the internet to express their own thoughts and views about the garlic and share their own culinary skills with the world through bright photographs of exquisitely displayed delicacies. Really, the taste just hits the spot. I don't know whether it hits the spot, but the flavor is just right. Stimulating. This is probably true garlicky flavor. The taste is slightly pungent, and if you eat it raw, it is a little spicier than the ones from Muzhou, but I think there isn't that much of a difference. How can there be not much difference? Is your tongue so defective that you can't even tell a difference between superior and inferior garlic? You aren't suited to being a chef if you can't taste a real delicacy. Even Zero is better than you. In no time, a new pretentious style appeared. Garlic used in seasoning. It had to be garlic flown back from Planet Y. Only then would there be enough flavor. You cannot appreciate this flavor, but you cannot say that it is ordinary. Do you think we are having garlic? No. What we are having is an aesthetic taste. A taste of pretentiousness. A taste of being an elite. How many gourmets gave it acclaim and said it was authentic garlic flavor? If you can't taste the difference, it is definitely your tongue that is defective. You can't even be compared to Zero. The gourmet world saw a tide of good evaluations, but the price of this garlic was indeed too high. Thus, many people started thinking of ways to get those over at Planet Y to help buy some on their behalf. Isn't this garlic grown on Planet Y? Purchasing it from Planet Y would surely be cheaper. Thus, many actors in the Y film studio complex were bombarded with long-distance calls from friends and family. "Hello, when will your filming over there end? Help me bring back some of the native garlic. Over here, they cost too much. And there are even fakes. What is the price of garlic over at Planet Y? If it is cheaper, help me bring some back. Any amount will do. Over here I can even finish a few 100 kilograms no problem. Even conscripts serving on Y base received requests from their relatives to help them purchase garlic. As for those with the right connections, they were contacted to purchase it internally and in bulk. If they could not purchase it immediately, the buyer would make an advance order and gladly pay the deposit first. When Zero saw his name appearing on the push notifications of entertainment news headlines across each continent and then saw the money in his account increasing, he forgot the initial unwillingness he'd had when his agent had first asked him to endorse garlic. Your endorsement is percentage-based. Are you satisfied now? I told you before that there was no need to be envious of Fang Zhao. Now the market in which we are operating in is very big. Zero's agent was encouraging Zero at the same time he was discussing profit sharing with their collaborative partners. Now all you have to do is concentrate on doing a good job for the filming that is to come and not bother about other stuff. When the time is ripe, we can generate hype again, Zero's agent exhorted. Zero nodded his head in delight. What was the big deal about earpieces? Had anyone ever endorsed garlic before? No one. A person with his sort of status should be unique and unmatched. He should stand out from the masses. There were many people who loved music, but what about people who ate lots of good stuff? Were there any? There were many people that bought earpieces, but were there many people that were addicted to gourmet foodstuffs? Were there? The amount was too far apart. Zero excitedly watched his own popularity soar while his agent pondered how to increase Zero's value even further. Back when Planet Y had first applied for the major research base, there had been some large Muzhou farm owners that had been eyeing land here. However, back then, the audits for private farmland here had been even more strict than the film studio complex, and it had not been something that Y base could decide alone. Now that it was finally open to public purchasing, Zero's manager had contacted a bunch of farm owners on Planet Y to collaborate and generate a wave of hype for garlic before letting Zero stand at the front to advertise. In the past, there had been a limit to garlic on Planet Y. By joining hands, Planet Y's garlic had increased by about 80%. Still, the garlic produced by Planet Y was supplied to the military on Y base, the Founding Era team, and those at the film studio complex. Basically, the supply only covered this bunch. It was market dominance. Now even if others wished to purchase the goods, they wouldn't be able to get much. Furthermore, the checks on freight transports from the Y spaceport were very strict. Zero and this bunch might have established market dominance and generated a whole lot of buzz, but they still followed regulations and paid their taxes dutifully. All these taxes would become funds for Y base, and because of the huge amount of taxes, Y base would not make things difficult for them and would help out with the transportation of goods. As of now, the Y spaceport had increased its manpower, but there were still limitations to bringing goods out of Planet Y. Whether it was garlic or agricultural produce, people were not permitted to bring along too much and weren't allowed to evade the taxes. Experimental breeds still in the trial phase could not be brought out. If anyone was discovered to be in possession of these, they would be locked up in a small black room on the base, no questions asked. Now, the Y spaceport had the doubly guaranteed method of machines and dogs, although there was only one dog that was taking up a post. The other dogs that had arrived on Y base had not grown up yet. Celebrities from every continent were gloomy. It was all right if they were unable to compete for headlines with Fang Zhao. After all, besides having the operations teams of Silver Wing behind his back, he still had Fiery Bird's advertising to generate hype. But now they weren't able to even compete with Zero. In the past, Zero making the headlines had only been limited to having a great influence in Lijo. On a global context, it had been nothing more than some entertaining news that could be treated as a joking matter. But now, the influence had expanded globally and everyone could not help but feel that all the continents would no longer be peaceful in future. Over at the cast and crew of Founding Era, during internet access time, every celebrity took note of the activity on the internet. During his hard-earned 2 hours of internet access, Wu Tianhao logged on to his social platform to leave some online presence and saw the news. Zero is AF * King Talent. When Zero had been filming a vampire horror series, the prices of garlic and silverware had been stirred up. Now, the value of garlic had risen even more impressively. At the same time, Wu Tianhao felt a little sullen. They were both descendants of great generals and they were both around the same age. In the past, he had always felt superior. Even when Zero's acting ability had suddenly broken out, he still had not treated it as a big deal, but now Zero had stirred up the price of garlic, and Wu Tianhao was envious of the profits Zero was reaping. He had invested in many projects and was always busying himself, yet those could not compare to how much Zero had earned from generating hype for garlic. Planet Y was really a gold mine. With the topic of Zero and garlic erupting, Fang Zhao's buzz on the internet slowly declined. Fiery Bird did not need to bombard the masses with advertisements all the time. Just letting everyone know about this product was enough. When the time for the official sales approached, they would have another round of publicity campaigns, but right now they were fine with leaving the spotlight to others. Even if this wave of popularity was over, many people would still remember Fang Zhao and the first luxury item he had endorsed. Before Fang Zhao had endorsed the Z series, he had actually signed a contract to endorse something even more luxurious, the 10th generation console. However, back when he had signed that, the contract had been region limited, not global. Furthermore, the 10th generation console had yet to begin mass production, so any advertisements were still being pushed back. The outside world had no idea about this. With regard to Fiery Bird seeking Fang Zhao to endorse the Z series earpieces, besides valuing Fang Zhao's influence and potential, Fiery Bird had also had a mentality of it being a technological challenge. They had felt that there was no challenge in seeking out other stars. Fiery Bird had never ever worried about sales volume. Seeking out an ambassador was not just for sales, what Fiery Bird wanted the earpieces to challenge was Fang Zhao's ears. Whenever Fang Zhao endorsed an earpiece model, he shared with Fiery Bird his thoughts as a consumer as well as the pros and cons of the product. Even though the Z series earpieces had been coined a magical object by the outside world, as before, it did not receive a perfect evaluation from Fang Zhao. Fiery Bird did not think that Fang Zhao was going out of his way to find fault with their product. The frequency range of the Z series was frightening, and it far exceeded the hearing range of the average person. Generally speaking, if one wanted to hear every single detail, he would need to have the abilities of certain beasts. Fang Zhao seemed to possess such an ability. Divine Ears and Diding were but some of the nicknames netizens had given Fang Zhao. Fiery Bird's technology development department staff also acknowledged this, and when they had time, these staff would communicate with Fang Zhao and inquire with him about his thoughts when testing certain products. This sort of collaboration was something that other celebrities had no way of providing. At the Founding Era cast dormitory building, Fang Zhao was seated in his own quarters with his earpiece on. Although he had not given the Z series earpieces a perfect evaluation, he also acknowledged that among all the earpieces he had used up to now, this series provided the best experience. All the technology squeezed into such a tiny earpiece caused Fang Zhao to lament the marvel of technology. Science and technology had made the experience so different. Fiery Bird had given the name Z to this new series that had a new system. The outside world saw it as representing the Zhao in Fang Zhao, but in actual fact, in the old era, the letter Z had a significance in cosmology. This represented the self-confidence and ambition of Fiery Bird as an industry leader. Fang Zhao's fingers slid across the keyboard as musical notes drifted into his ear. Sentiments carried by the musical notes without any modification passed through the earpiece and were directly transmitted into his ear. If there were any blemishes, it would surely be the music keyboard being unable to keep up. Beside the keyboard was a paperback notebook. The page it was turned to was full of undecipherable symbols. He was composing. Even if he was filming, Fang Zhao had never set aside composing. But there were too many distractions to do everything well, so during this period, his focus had been on filming. As of now, Season 5 was being broadcast and filming for Season 7 was already underway. Fang Zhao's part in the series would end at Season 9. Before then, he wanted to complete the piece he was working on right now. He would not compete with other members of the music team or precursors in the music circles to get his music in the series, but he would fight for one scene in the 9th season. Fang Zhao had a visitor when he was composing. It was late. Production crews were wrapping up certain scenes, and actors were starting to head back to their rooms. For the most part, the actors rested, memorized lines, or started preparing for upcoming scenes after returning to their rooms. Recently, quite a few actors had been approaching Fang Zhao for acting tips. After speaking to Fang Zhao, Si Lu had completed his remaining scenes in peak form. Word that Si Lu had found inspiration from Fang Zhao had quickly spread on the set of the Yanzhou chapter. While Zero had taken shortcuts by using gimmicks to enhance his performances, Si Lu was the real deal. He was an A-list actor in Yanzhou who had won quite a few prestigious awards. His quite moving mastery of his death scene in Season 5 of Founding Era had won widespread acclaim from senior figures in the industry. But the bottom line was that both Zero and Si Lu had gotten their inspiration from Fang Zhao. Thus, when actors were struggling to find their form, they often tried their luck with Fang Zhao. Eventually, folks realized that Fang Zhao was indeed a big help. They didn't make much of his handy advice, though, chalking it up to his impressive knowledge of Yanzhou history. As a consultant to the production, they figured he also had a deeper understanding of the script and the characters than the average actor. When he heard the knock on the door, Fang Zhao thought it was another actor. Instead, when he opened his door, he saw Dina, the vice president of the Yanzhou Music Association. Both Dina and Ming Tsang had spoken highly of Fang Zhao when he had created the virtual idol Polar Light and produced the 4 movements of the 100-Year Period of Destruction series. Dina was a member of the team composing the score for Founding Era. Ming Tsang wasn't, not because he wasn't qualified but because his son Ming Yi was still receiving treatment. He couldn't get away. Vice President Dina. Fang Zhao invited Dina in and offered him a glass of warm water. I'm just taking a walk after dinner. We haven't had a real conversation since we arrived in Y, so I figured I'd see what you're up to. What were you doing? Memorizing lines? Dina scanned the room. Fang Zhao's single room wasn't that big. Apart from his bedroom, he had a living room that he used as a study. There was little storage space. Dina could see everything there was to see. When he spotted the electronic keyboard and an open notebook and pen next to it, the smile on Dina's face grew. No, I was just composing, Fang Zhao responded. Sorry to intrude. Dina did feel bad, but he also felt encouraged. He had dropped by to ask Fang Zhao about his future career plans. Fang Zhao was growing in popularity both in Yanzhou and globally. He had a big endorsement deal. His popularity was skyrocketing. Would he continue acting? What would his next step be? Dina had been thinking that if Fang Zhao didn't want to give up composing, the young composer could stick around after he finished shooting his scenes. He could remain as a special guest of the music team. If he could produce a piece or two, that would give them even more leverage. If Fang Zhao wanted to switch careers, Dina would definitely try to talk him out of it. In terms of music composition, Dina considered Fang Zhao one of the most promising talents among Yanzhou's young musicians. The last time Dina had had internet access and spoken to Ming Tsang, they had wondered whether Fang Zhao was taking a break from composing. Little had Dina expected to come over and find Fang Zhao working on a new piece instead of memorizing his lines. Of course he was delighted. And based on Dina's observation of Fang Zhao's patterns the past few years, he realized that Fang Zhao either opted out of the game or was fully committed. Once he set his eyes on something, he would definitely deliver at a high quality. It was too early to say if Fang Zhao's new piece would be chosen for the Founding Era score, but Dina was happy about the mere fact that Fang Zhao hadn't given up on composing. He had no use for the spiel he had prepared in advance, and Dina didn't want to interrupt this junior musician's composing. He'd rather not stem the flow of Fang Zhao's inspiration with a conversation. "I'll get going, then. Keep doing what you were doing. You're very talented at composing pieces set against the period of destruction, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. The journey is more important. There are no winners and losers in music. Even if your piece isn't selected for the score, it doesn't mean it's a bad song." "I know," Fang Zhao said. "As long as you can stay sober-minded." Dina got up to leave. En route to his dorm room, he ran into Fei Harmonic, the violin prodigy from Jizhou. An old friend from Jizhou had just bragged about Fei Harmonic to Dina today, proudly noting that the young violinist had contributed to quite a few scores and songs recently. One of Fei Harmonic's pieces had been chosen for the Founding Era score. It would appear in Season 6 of the Jizhou chapter. Dina always treated talented young musicians well, regardless of which continent they were from, but he did not know Fei Harmonic well. They exchanged perfunctory hellos before going about their own business. Later, Dina remembered that he had seen Fei Harmonic carrying a case. He wondered if it was a new violin that Fei Harmonic had shipped to Y. Meanwhile, Fei Harmonic was in a decent mood. When he needed inspiration or to adjust his mood, he always put on his headset. Sometimes he listened to the sounds of nature, sometimes to classic songs. He listened to all sorts of genres and musical styles. People like him who were sensitive to sound had extremely exacting standards when it came to headset quality. They could pick up on every detail. Their ears had no tolerance for flaws. He had brought just a lone headset to Y, which had broken down. He had borrowed a pair but hadn't been able to stand the sound quality. They had been pure torture, especially when used outdoors. The climate on Y interfered with certain types of electronic equipment. Interference in headsets created a noise that Fei Harmonic found unbearable. He had taken advantage of his internet access day to ask his assistant to order a new headset. Price wasn't an issue as long as the headset was of good quality, sound quality was guaranteed, and they could function despite the crappy weather on Y. Knowing that Fei Harmonic was demanding when it came to headset quality, his assistant did careful research. He ended up deciding on Fiery Bird's Dieting Z series, hailed online as one of the 3 top new models on the market. He managed to snatch a pair and sent the headset to Y immediately. Half a minute later, Fei Harmonic was dying to get his hands on his new headset, but he froze when he saw the face of the celebrity endorser on the box. The joy that the new headset had just drawn out in him had vanished completely. Bad luck. At that moment, he wanted to smash his new headset. But he hesitated. Eventually, he removed the headphones and gave them a listen. 5 minutes later, Fei Harmonic couldn't bear parting with the headset. Instead, he tossed the packaging into the trash can. What he couldn't see didn't bother him. Fei Harmonic silently cursed Fang Zhao repeatedly. How come such a quality headset was endorsed by Fang Zhao? Fang Zhao had no idea that someone was secretly cursing him in a nearby building. After Dina left, he didn't continue with his composing. Instead, he read the parts of his script that hadn't been shot and closed his eyes to meditate. Wu Yan's role got more substantial toward the end of the story. The last few seasons of the Yanzhou chapter were told from his vantage point, describing how he gradually rose to a position of leadership. Meanwhile, Fang Zhao had fewer scenes, which was why he had more time to compose. The next day, after the morning scenes had been shot, the cast had lunch together, munching on the boxed meals delivered from the canteen. The younger actors had yet to completely remove themselves from their characters. They were a bit depressed. A few of the veteran actors sitting on the margins tried to liven up the atmosphere. They brought up the entertainment headlines they'd read the last time they'd gone online and speculated which actors would keep dominating the news. It's the young ones who are grabbing the headlines. We're too old. We can't compete. One of the veteran actors had a great perspective. Old geezers like us are frail and ugly. We should just focus on acting and leave the headlines and the limelight to the youngsters. What are you talking about? I just turned 100 and I look like I'm in my 70s or 80s. I'm still young. Not long ago, a fan called me an evergreen male icon. You can't believe what they say. Fans are biased. We're not competing on our looks but on our ability. Last time I was online, my agent told me that quite a few major brands want me to endorse their products. Hahaha, my career has been rejuvenated with youthful vigor. After finishing Founding Era, I'm going to shoot a few commercials and earn some travel money. I'm going to go on vacation and relax properly. I'm too tired. The light tone of their conversation was intentional. They wanted to help themselves and the young actors relax. The veteran actors were more experienced and were tougher mentally, but they were still affected by their characters. They could let go only when they finished all their scenes and steered clear of anything related to the production. Fang Zhao, the ad you just did looks decent. My granddaughter managed to snatch a headset you endorsed. I'll have to get you to autograph them when we return to Yenzhou, one of the veteran performers said while looking at Fang Zhao, who was wolfing down his second boxed meal. Secretly, he was full of admiration. What a professional Fang Zhao is. No problem, Fang Zhao responded. Another veteran actor was about to say something, but he was interrupted by someone who yelled Fang Zhao's name from a distance. Big Brother Zhao. A small figure darted toward the crowd. The actors smiled when they identified the intruder. Xiao Tian, you're not with your dad today, one of the actors asked. The visitor was the child actor Lu Outyen, who played a young Wu Yan. Lu Outyen was not his birth name. His parents had named him Lu Ao. He came from a family of artists that included musicians and actors, so Lu Ao had had a head start. Of course, he was quite talented himself. He'd made his debut at age 3 in a TV series. His versatile acting had enabled him to turn a supporting role into a leading performance. He'd won his first major acting award when he was 4. After rising to fame, Lu Ao had felt that he was born to be a leading man. After some online research, he had come up with the stage name Li Outyen 1. At age 6.5, leveraging his family background and his own talent, he had landed the role of young Wu Yan. Common sense would suggest that Lu Outyen was closer to Wu Jun and He Lizi. After all, they played the same character at different ages. They shared a lot of common ground. But in reality, the division of labor was a bit lopsided. Lu Outyen only had a limited number of scenes. There were few important events in Wu Yan's youth, after all, so Lu Outyen had a lighter load. But Wu Yan's life became more eventful after he came of age. Wu Jun was under a lot of pressure to do a good job portraying Wu Yan in his early adulthood. Sometimes, the director found his performances lacking. He needed a lot of time to adjust, so he had no time to chat with Lu Outyen. He Lizi was even busier. If Wu Jun was under considerable pressure, then He Lizi faced even more. He had little time to spare for Lu Outyen. Perhaps because they had enjoyed good camaraderie in Season 1, Fang Zhao had left a good impression on Lu Outyen. After they had gotten to know each other better, Lu Outyen had begun to look him up for a chat even after the scenes they shared had finished shooting. The little fella had endured some hardship to portray a young Wu Yan, losing quite a bit of weight. He had stayed away from high-calorie snacks and such for a long period, so what the audiences saw in Season 1 was a malnourished, skinny figure, which was historically accurate. But after completing those early scenes, the little fella had caught up on all the snacks he had avoided when he losing weight. In a few months, he had been back to his old self. Lu Outyen had planned on maintaining his figure after completing his scenes as a young Wu Yen so he could become an extra. Random kids appeared in every season. Some simply served as a backdrop. Lu Outyen had badgered the directors to cast him as an extra, but he had been turned down and banned from all units. Most of the kids who served as backdrops were created by CG in post-production. Extras were the exception, not the rule. Unable to serve as an extra, Lu Outyen had wanted to watch the older actors perform, but that request had also been rejected. Kids weren't mentally as tough as adults. It wasn't a good idea for them to stay malnourished and spend that much time on a stressful set. The negative vibes that the veteran actors gave off when they performed were also a bad influence on kids of Li Outyen's age. So Lu Outyen could only visit sets after the day's shooting had been completed. Lu Outyen's father was an actor. He was shooting next door. His mother was a musician and was a member of the team that was composing and performing the score. He also had a few relatives working on the production who were heavyweights in the industry. When he heard someone mention his father, Lu Outyen responded, "He doesn't have any scenes today. He's watching a performance at the concert hall. There are quite a few performances today. Quite a few actors who aren't scheduled to film today are there. Do you guys want to join?" The concert hall was where the music team was based. It was equipped with rehearsal space and instruments. There were also professional recording studios and performance halls. Musicians working on the production put on shows there frequently. It was a way for them to interact and exchange ideas. Meanwhile, the on-set psychologists encouraged the actors who were free to attend the performances as a form of relaxation. "Big Brother Zhao, are you going to check out the shows this afternoon?" Lu Outyen asked. Fang Zhao looked at Li Outyen, who was staring at him eagerly, and nodded. "I don't have any scenes this afternoon. I'll head over. Then let's go together in a bit. Finish your meal first, Big Brother Zhao. I'll give director Bai a heads up." Lu Outyen dashed toward the director's office. One of the veteran actors chuckled. "Fang Zhao, you're quite popular." Fang Zhao used to be the center of attention of a few young actors led by Ji Polan. After they had finished their scenes, Fang Zhao had suggested they look for work as extras on other shooting units. 11 chapters, 11 units. They were bound to be short on actors at some point. Working as an extra was good experience. Spending time on the sets of the other chapters, getting to know the other actors, and picking up a few acting tips was a good thing for Ji Polan and company. Now, Ji Polan and friends rarely showed up on the set of the Yenzhou chapter, but Lu Outyen showed up from time to time to chat up Fang Zhao. Lu Outyen returned soon. Noticing that Fang Zhao had finished eating, he said, "Big Brother Zhao, let's take a picture together again. I'll post it next time I have internet access." "Didn't you post one already?" Fang Zhao asked. "I'll post another one. I don't have any more scenes. If I don't show up, my fans will forget me. This time I'll have to hitch a ride on your popularity, Big Brother Zhao." Lu Outyen was delighted to get Fang Zhao's okay. Instead of sitting quietly next to Fang Zhao, he climbed Fang Zhao's body as if it were a tree trunk. Using Fang Zhao's hands for support, he sat on Fang Zhao's shoulders. After taking the picture, Lu Outyen excitedly yelled to the actors who were bystanders, "I sat on the shoulders of a giant again." There was a story behind Lu Outyen's comment. General Wu Yan had said during an interview when he was elderly that the reason he had advanced so far in his career was because he had stood on the shoulders of a giant. The only surviving photo of a young Wu Yan was a picture he had taken with Fang Zhao. In the photo, the diminutive Wu Yan sat on Fang Zhao's shoulders. Much of the storyline in the Yenzhou chapter had been drawn from Wu Yan's memoirs. Wu Yan had said in the book that without Fang Zhao, there would have been no him. Wu Yan had been mentored by Fang Zhao. A similar scene was part of Season 1 of the Yenzhou chapter. A tiny, skinny Wu Yan sat on the shoulders of a Fang Zhao still reeking of gunpowder and blood. Fang Zhao's eyes were watery with emotion. It was an exact recreation of the old photo. Away from the set, Lu Outyen, who was fast gaining weight, and an out-of-character Fang Zhao struck a similar pose for pictures. I, Lu Outyen, have stood on the shoulders of a giant more than once. I'm bound to have a bright future. Lu Outyen followed up by asking Fang Zhao, don't you agree, big brother Zhao? Xiao Tian, you've gained weight again, Fang Zhao said. That little cub of a child had been eating excessively since giving up on his diet. He was rapidly gaining back the weight he'd lost. Rubbish. I haven't been eating much, Lu Outyen said, gazing at his chubby limbs. I'm just a little chubby. Not to mention that you're a strong man, big brother Zhao. I'm just a baby. This is nothing for you. Knowing that Fang Zhao could carry him easily, Lu Outyen didn't dismount, instead showing Fang Zhao a bunch of pictures he had taken recently and starting to gossip. Big brother Zhao, did you know they came up with a nickname for the private gym reserved for the prominent actors? What's the nickname? Guess. Cream of the crop. No, rec center for retired officials. Why was it said to be a rec center for retired officials? Because when it reached the 6th and 7th season, the important characters portrayed in the series were all starting to become old. Humans' physical constitutions had started to change during those 100 years. It had been a long-term process, not an overnight change. These changes had been more obvious in children born during the period of destruction. Other people had been able to see their constitutions change slowly day by day, but they still could not have been compared to people of the old era. Even if the two types of people were both 100 years old, the people that had experienced the period of destruction right from the start would seem much older than people of the new era. The plot for season 6 and 7 roughly touched upon 60+ and 70+ years during that period. According to genuine historical video resources, during that time, many of these important historical characters had already been old, and as time passed, these characters would gradually get older. If they were to take into account the old era's way of counting age, if the period of destruction had not abruptly descended, the majority of this bunch would already have retired. They would really be a bunch of retired officials. Fang Zhao laughed when he heard this term. He had also wondered what would have happened had the period of destruction never occurred. What sort of leisurely life would he have led upon retiring? Ultimately, his ending had been to die in battle. Noticing that Fang Zhao wasn't angry at all, Lu Outyen continued, Big brother Zhao, later on, when we go to the music center, give me your autograph. Not much, just a Dieting Z series earpiece and a few photographs. My entire family loves you, and my grandparents follow the series closely. They tell me that in the Yenzhou chapter, besides me, you are their next favorite. Sure. It was just signing his autograph. Fang Zhao would not decline this sort of trivial matter. The music center here had been designed by a number of globally renowned architects. The building did not have the bright splendor of buildings of the new era. Looking at its exterior, it seemed rather unsophisticated. It was as if the architects had used rather pious methods to suit the native topography and blend it together with the rocks, sand, hills, and earth. Its exterior did seem crude and had an intense native flavor, but stepping in, one would find sophisticated technology all over. There were numerous teams with all sorts of different musical styles concentrated here and over 10 practice studios and concert halls, yet not a single note of a musical instrument could be heard on the first floor. Stepping in through the main doors of the center, all one could hear was muted discussions. This was the sound of people walking on the first floor and sitting at the rest areas. On the whole, it was rather peaceful. Lu Outyen's father was carrying a bag, and he took quick strides over from the level 1 rest area and exclaimed, "Get down. So old, yet you behave like a 2-year-old. Do you still need someone to carry you when walking? How many times have I told you?" After carrying Lu Outyen down from Fang Zhao's shoulder, his father apologetically said to Fang Zhao, "Sorry, little kids are insensitive. Were you like this all the way when coming over from the film area?" Father Lu looked at Lu Outyan. Lu Outyan avoided his gaze. Father Lu's eyebrows furrowed, and he opened his mouth to begin the lecture. Lu Outyan leaned in to take the bag from his father's hands before he could speak. "Dad, have you brought all the things I asked for?" Father Lu ignored his question and even blocked his son, raising the bag out of his son's grasp. This little rascal just loves giving people trouble. "Fang Zhao, are you tired from carrying the little piggy all the way? You can rest for a bit over here. Now, it is the afternoon rest period, performances at the venues have not started yet." Father Lu paid no attention to Lu Outyan's protest at being called little piggy, and he brought Fang Zhao to the rest area. "If I'm a little piggy, Dad, you are a big piggy. My bag. Dad, give me my bag." Lu Outyan picked up his tiny feet and chased after them. "Big brother Zhao promised to give me his autograph. I won't bother him after he has signed it." After speaking with Fang Zhao for a bit, Father Lu saw that Fang Zhao really did not seem to mind. Father Lu did not reprimand Lu Outyan as it was a public area, after all, and there were many people nearby. Later on, when they returned home, he would have a little private talk with Lu Outyan. To have the cheek to sit on Fang Zhao's shoulders. Taking a photograph is all right, but walking such a distance and making Fang Zhao carry you? Take a look at your own weight. This little brat needs some sorting out. Fang Zhao, if you have no urgent matters to attend to, have something to eat with us while you sign. The refreshments here aren't too bad, and what the performing artists eat here is more exquisite than what actors get over at the large dining hall. The taste might not be on par with the food at the gourmet city, but it definitely wins out in terms of artistic sense. These are the benefits investment firms have given them. However, only the cards here can be swiped, if you wish to eat here. People invited to the music team have the meal card for the music center. I will be using my wife's card. Father Lu did not seem embarrassed at all and was even a little pleased as he showed off a little. But when he thought about it, Fang Zhao was also a member of the music team and had the meal card too. "Big brother Zhao, look, we can do the signing here." To the side, Lu Outyan had finally gotten hold of the bag and had taken out his earpieces, and handed it over to Fang Zhao together with a pen. "There are still 2 more photographs. For our photo together, you just have to sign here. When I have internet access, I'm going to flaunt your autograph, hee. Fang Zhao took the pen, earpiece, and photographs and proceeded to sign them. Lu Outyan handed over another 2 photos. "Can you help me sign these 2 stills too? These are for my grandma and granddad." After these 2, there were another 2, then another 2, and then yet another 2. Seeing Lu Outyan fishing out photographs 2 by 2, Fang Zhao laughed. "All right, bring out all the remaining ones. I will sign them all in one go." This rascal had too many patterns. Lu Outyan brought all the photographs and cards in his bag out. Some were for his seniors and some were for his siblings. There was even one for the classmate who sat beside him in class. Altogether, there were more than 50 pieces. Hee. Lu Outyan also felt a little embarrassed and did not know what to say, so he could only smile sheepishly. He had previously lied to Fang Zhao that there were only a few pieces, but in actual fact, the scene before his eyes seemed quite excessive. From the corner of his eyes, he noticed his father's face turning black. Fang Zhao returned the pen and photograph cards back to Lu Outyan after he was done signing all of them. "Ha! Thank you, big brother Zhao. Feel free to order whatever you want. I can swipe my mom's card too." Father Lu pointed to the oval-shaped couch not too far away and said to Lu Outyan, "Lower your voice. If you don't want to eat, go over and sleep." Lu Outyan saw his father's expression wasn't too good, so he didn't dare to be stubborn. Grudgingly, he moved over to where the couch was, but he did not feel like sleeping and he wanted to keep himself occupied, so he scanned around looking for anything fun. At this moment, he saw a Muzhou actor bringing a dog in, and his eyes glowed. There were quite a number of actors from Muzhou's filming team that had brought along dogs with them. These dogs were from Muzhou's famed police dog academy, were mature, and could understand a lot of commands. The Muzhou chapter of Founding Era could not have scenes without dogs. Dogs had played an important role in Muzhou all along, and there were many records left in historical resources. In the Cemetery of Martyrs, there were also many graves and sculptures of dogs. When the Police Dog Academy was selecting dogs for filming, the dog's appearance, IQ, temperament, and other factors had been taken into consideration before this batch had been selected. Muzhou's actors had also familiarized themselves with the dogs early on and now brought them along wherever they went, fostering a stronger bond so the coordination between man and dog would be even better during filming. There was no explicit rule prohibiting dogs, so whenever those Muzhou actors came, their dogs were at their sides. Lu Aotian was both afraid of and curious about these dogs that were much larger than him, and he could not help but tease them whenever he saw them. These dogs had received training and were leashed, so even if the dogs were provoked and got mad, they would not chase after Lu Aotian or bite him, as there was a person holding them back. And because of this, Lu Aotian got bolder. Even if his father had told him many times not to provoke the dogs, he was unable to stop his troublemaking hands. This time, it was the same. The moment he saw the Muzhou actor bringing the dog over, Lu Aotian scurried over to it. Father Lu was talking to Fang Zhao about the series as well as discussing other stuff, such as certain code words that people outside the cast and crew did not know. Any industry outsiders would not understand anything even if they heard, but insiders who had a few years in the industry would know right away. Lu Aotian could be said to still be young and ignorant in the cast, so as his father, Father Lu had to take responsibility and remember and repay the help that others rendered to his son. To have been able to survive in the entertainment industry for so long, Father Lu also had his own methods. Although he was only considered a reputable actor in the showbiz circles, among netizens, he was considered quite the popular star. However, the cast of Founding Era had no lack of popular superstars, so with his background and contacts, he would not put on the airs of a senior when talking to a promising newcomer Fang Zhao. Of course, when speaking to Fang Zhao, Father Lu also paid some attention to Lu Aotian. Noticing the little rascal provoking a dog again, he started to fume inside. The actor from Muzhou had not been too familiar with Father Lu in the past, but because everyone had friends and relatives over here at the music center and frequently came over for meals, over time, they had gotten to know each other and would exchange some words when they ran into each other. Thus, when Father Lu saw the Muzhou actor looking over, he made some hand gestures toward the other party. Lu Aotian, this little brat, deserved to be taught a lesson he would remember. At the moment, the unknowing Lu Aotian was staring at the obediently seated dog. In his hands, he held a straw for drinking fruit juice. The average size of a Muzhou dog was very big so that, in the serial, more people would see how awe-inspiring Muzhou dogs were. Back in the Police Dog Academy, the dogs that had been selected were especially impressive. Even when seated, the dog was taller than Lu Aotian by 2 heads. The large dog noticed Lu Aotian when he started walking over and stared at him warily. It knew that this rascal provoked him every single time, and when Lu Aotian got close, some impatient growls formed in the dog's throat. Lu Aotian closed the distance and nervously extended his hands, using the straw to poke the large dog lightly. The large dog growled and suddenly got up and rushed 2 steps over to Lu Aotian. As this was the length of the leash, it generally did this to scare people only and would not struggle against the leash restraining him. Lu Aotian had also been scared by this method a few times. After a while, he had stopped being afraid anymore, and he experiencedly took a few steps back till he was just out of reach of the dog. Then, thud. Boy and dog both turned to look at the leash, and they saw the leash handle had fallen on the ground. Lu Aotian. Turn around, run. The large dog looked at the leash on the ground, then raised its head to look at that Muzhou actor. Seeing the actor gesture, the dog chased after Lu Aotian. Lu Aotian looked over his shoulder and saw the large dog catching up. Scared sh**less, he shrieked and ran in the direction of his father. How fast could those short legs of Lu Aotian's carry him? The large dog was closing in, but it actually was not even using its full strength. Everyone around witnessing the scene knew it was teasing the child. Father Lu got up and walked over, spreading his arms preparing to catch his son while thinking to himself, learned your lesson this time. Who knew that Lu Aotian would change direction, bypassing his father and running over to Fang Zhao before expertly clambering up Fang Zhao's shoulders. Father Lu. The large dog stopped about 5 steps away and twitched its nose while staring at Fang Zhao suspiciously. It took a step closer and sniffed, wary and curious. Following that, it warily turned its head toward the Muzhou actor and gave 2 low growls. Black-faced, Father Lu went over and picked Lu Aotian up from Fang Zhao's shoulders and smacked him on the butt. Let's see if you still dare to provoke dogs in future. The Muzhou actor came over and picked up the leash before telling Lu Aotian while laughing, little friend, don't do this next time. If a dog isn't leashed, you might be bitten. Did you hear that? Father Lu softly chided his son. The Muzhou noticed his dog sniffing the air from time to time while taking a step closer to Fang Zhao. This dog is really well trained, Fang Zhao said. Hearing praise for the dog from his own continent, the Muzhou actor was also pleased. Of course. Our Muzhou dogs are all very smart. Besides, he even came from Muzhou's police dog academy. This is the cream of the crop. If you want to own a dog. The Muzhou actor paused midway through his sentence. When he had first learned of Fang Zhao, it had not been because of Fang Zhao's composing status. Nor had it been his because of his acting. It had been because of Fang Zhao's dog which had caused waves in Muzhou. Thus, the Muzhou's actor changed his tune. Your curly-haired dog is rather well trained too. Why didn't you bring him over? Fang Zhao replied. He still has an assignment. That Muzhou actor flashed a knowing smile. He guessed that Fang Zhao had surely had curly hair film some commercials or TV series for money. After all, that dog's value in the global charts was right at the front. People from other continents just loved these sort of things. But at the same time, inwardly, he felt a little disdain. He just could not stand it when people from other continents treated dogs as tools to earn money. Regardless of what he thought, that Muzhou actor did not show it on his face. He just laughed heartily. After exchanging some words with Fang Zhao and Father Lu, he left together with the dog. Just as they were leaving, that large dog raised its head to look at Fang Zhao suspiciously and sniffed before releasing a low growl. If its specialist trainer was here, the trainer would surely have known what it was trying to say, there is the scent of a dog on Fang Zhao. Every few days, Fang Zhao would head to the base to visit Curly Hair. Even if he changed and washed his clothing every day unless Fang Zhao specifically tried to remove the smell, a tiny bit of Curly Hair's smell would always linger. But that Muzhou actor did not know this and just thought the large dog was still angry with Lu Aotian. As for Curly Hair, who the Muzhou actor assumed had been left on Earth to make money, he was actually over at the Y base working overtime. Fang Zhao did not stick around. After talking with Father Lu, he headed over to the concert halls. He would first look at the list of each hall's performances before deciding which one to attend. After Fang Zhao left, Father Lu brought Lu Aotian with him to apologize to everyone seated in the first-floor lounge and to treat them to a cup of tea. It wasn't anything expensive, just manners. There had been a bit of a commotion and some people had frowned. The Lus could not treat it as if nothing had happened, and Father Lu used this as a pretext so that Lu Aotian would not create a ruckus or do things like provoke dogs in future. After the rounds, Father Lu decided to bring Lu Aotian to watch a performance. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up, Father Lu urged as he saw Lu Aotian walking sluggishly. My legs have gone soft. Lu Aotian had been scared by the dog, and strength had not fully returned to his legs. When Lu Aotian had gone one round with his father to apologize, he had beared with it and not uttered a word. But now he could bear it no longer. You and your troublemaking. Let's see whether you dare to provoke dogs anymore. Father Lu went over and picked Lu Outyan up. He had no way of being like Fang Zhao and supporting this little fatty on his shoulders, so he could only let Lu Outyan ride on his neck. Why did you run over to Fang Zhao when there was a problem? Father Lu still took offense to that incident. I feel that Big Brother Zhao gives me a greater sense of security, Lu Outyan replied. Sense of security, my foot. You better know who is your daddy. Of course I know, Lu Outyan said seriously. Don't worry, I will surely provide for you when you retire. In your dreams. Your daddy is still young. Father Lu, who was in the prime of his life, simply did not want to think about retiring. He decided to put this little rascal in order when they returned home today. Fang Zhao did not follow the father and son pair. The hall they were going to had a soothing musical style, whereas the place Fang Zhao was headed to had a different musical style. When actors from the cast came over, they would pick a style or genre of music that suited their preferences. If they wished to relax, they would head to the soothing music hall. If they wished to gain inspiration or refine their form, they could choose to head to other venues. The majority of people in the music center were from the music circles, and in this place that was isolated from the external world, the rules within the circles were even more obvious. A few young singers who had been popular online back in the past were very content here. It had nothing to do with being suppressed or crowded out. Separated from the internet and public opinion and away from the fans, in these circles, how high one stood and how many artistic achievements one had were clear for everyone to see. Many faces that people in the outside world were unfamiliar with actually had high standing in the music circles, and some people who had once stirred up and generated buzz outside pretended to be quails when they returned to these circles. Today, in the afternoon, 5 concert halls had scheduled performances. In theory, these were performances, but in actual fact, these were actually an exchange between individuals or teams. After Fang Zhao looked through the list, he chose a venue. Stepping into the venue, Fang Zhao heard a person shouting to him from a short distance away. Fang Zhao. Come over, there are seats here. The person who had spoken was Qiao Tingzheng, a veteran actor that originated from Yenzhou. However, he had not signed with any managing company and had chosen to start his own studio to develop on a global scale. Most of Qiao Tingzheng's roles were as a villain, so people called him a specialist villain. Qian Tingzheng had a villainous face. He wasn't ugly and could be considered attractive, but he did not seem particularly upright. With his acting abilities, portraying a righteous character was possible, but when he was acting as a villain, his portrayal of a crafty and sinister character left a deep impact in people's hearts. In the words of netizens, Qiao Tingzheng was the total opposite of his name one. Those roles he played, generally speaking, were not good people. Directors just loved to seek him out to portray these sorts of roles. Because he frequently acted as a villain, he did not have as much support or as many fans compared to others, but he still had a rather high level of recognition. On a global scale, even if people did not know Qiao Tingzheng's name, they could remember his face and his temperament that was so suitable for a villain. Qiao Tingzheng was helpless too. Who could he blame for looking like this? In the Yenzhou chapter of Founding Era, the character he portrayed was Zhong Qian. Anyone who had read a history book knew that Zhong Qian had been ice-cold and ruthless, his methods unyielding and bloody. He was a true bad guy in Yenzhou's history. During the period of destruction, besides fighting against the elements, there had also been fighting amongst people. The focus of Season 6 of the Yenzhou chapter was fighting among people, as well as a turning point. In Yenzhou chapter Season 6, Fang Zhao trampled over Zhong Qian and his party to become one of the genuine core characters of this land. Because he had been immersed in his character, actor Qiao Tingzheng seemed even colder than before. Especially when he wore an icy gaze along on his stiff face, which made people shudder as if an anaconda was staring fixedly at one's back. Little kids were especially frightened of him, and even Lu Outyan, who loved to play crazy, stayed far away from Qian Tingjing every time. In the show, Wu Yan had some doubts about Zhong Qian. In history, as a child, Wu Yan had nearly died as a result of Zhong Qian and had personally witnessed Zhong Qian murdering others. Outside of filming, Lu Aotian and Wu Yun, who portrayed Wu Yan in the series, were unable to keep their composure when they came face to face with Xiao Tingjing. After all, they were still young and could not remain calm under that stern gaze without any hint of emotion. Among the three actors that played Wu Yan, only He Lizhi could resist him. Naturally, being able to have such a result was a testament to Xiao Tingjing's acting chops. Xiao Tingjing was smiling as he greeted Fang Zhao. He had already received his bento box toward the end of the filming of Season 6. Now that filming for Season 7 was already underway, there was no need for him to be immersed in his character. However, there were still some hints that he had not completely shed his character. His gaze when he looked at other people still seemed quite cold. Thus, when people saw Qian Tingjing smiling, they could not help but shudder and think to themselves, how can a smile be so terrifying? Xiao Tingjing did not care what others thought. In the show, Fang Zhao had trampled over him to ascend, but outside of the show, Xiao Tingjing did not give Fang Zhao any attitude. Xiao Tingjing instead greeted Fang Zhao warmly and invited him to watch the performance together. There were actually many actors that came over to the music center. As Founding Era progressed to the later stages, there were even more people receiving bento boxes. Now that they had much more free time and were unwilling to leave the cast and crew, when these people had nothing to do, they would head over to listen to performances, interact with actors from every continent, and expand their contacts. There were many people interacting with Xiao Tingjing, but very few were willing to sit beside him to watch a performance, so at the moment, the 2 seats beside him were empty. Fang Zhao did not reject the invitation. He walked over to sit with Xiao Tingjing. Xiao Tingjing was very pleased with Fang Zhao's choice to come to this music hall. You definitely won't regret coming here. These are all amazing singers all right at the top. Perhaps they might not have much fame online, but in the music circles, these are the ones. Xiao Tingjing stuck up a thumb. Oh right, I heard from someone that you brought that little fella Lu Aotian along. Xiao Tingjing asked. I handed him over to his father already, Fang Zhao replied. Xiao Tingjing scoffed. TSK, that little fella might be young, but he has many tricks up his sleeve, and he can be very determined. Otherwise, how was that kid able to snatch the role of child Wu Yan when there were so many people who had stronger family backgrounds and more awards? Perhaps one other reason is that he was determined to adjust himself, to be exactly like the role he would be portraying, ultimately causing the director and the committee of 100 to select him. Fang Zhao nodded. How can he stand out if he doesn't strive his hardest? Noticing that Fang Zhao was not surprised, Xiao Tingjing laughed. Seems like I was overthinking. He had been worried that Fang Zhao would be deceived by Lu Aotian's innocent appearance. He had never expected Fang Zhao to have seen through it all along. After a bit, Xiao Tingjing suddenly asked, I heard that many actors from Yenzhou have sought you out to discuss their roles. I also heard from my friend that you are a member of Yenzhou's historical consultant team and have a profound understanding of Yenzhou's history. I do know a little, but I don't think it can be considered that profound. Fang Zhao waited for what was to follow. Then, what sort of person do you think Zhong Qian was? Xiao Tingjing asked. Zhong Qian had risen to prominence before fading during the period of destruction. For an ordinary person, he had become resplendent before perishing. In the long history, he had blossomed for a short period yet brought about countless shocks. Zhong Qian had once had the conviction of the people of Yenzhou, had numerous fanatical followers, and been in a position of power. During that period of despair, he had led survivors from that corner of the continent out of hell, yet because of his stubbornness, he'd led his people into another abyss. There were no people from that period that had been soft. Leaders had even more methods at their disposal, but Fang Zhao had never been as extreme as Zhong Qian. Zhong Qian was Fang Zhao was staring out into nothing in particular, yet he seemed like he was focusing on something in the nothingness. He was a savior who walked the wrong path. Xiao Tingjun heard what Fang Zhao said and appeared astonished before looking down and falling into a short silence. Following that, he laughed heartily, a bright blaze in his eyes. Exactly. The character's personality was made up. Outside of filming, a person would naturally be willing to put himself in the shoes of the character he played so as to reflect on it. Xiao Tingjun was the same. A person immersed deeply in their character would have a sort of sentiment that nobody else could understand. Although Zhong Qian was definitely a villain in Yanzhou historical books and received a lot of hate, when Xiao Tingjun was playing the role and was immersed in the character, he seemed to have experienced the glories and downfalls of Zhong Qian's life. Xiao Tingjun sighed softly. A savior, ah. He had asked many people about their views on the historical character Zhong Qian. However, either the villain label was slapped on right away or people spoke nonsense on account of his seniority in the showbiz circles. Zhong Qian had never been allowed into the cemetery of martyrs and was criticized by future generations. In the eyes of people now, he was indeed a failure. Fang Zhao's evaluation was the first time Xiao Tingjun had heard someone speak of Zhong Qian this way, and they were also the most satisfying words he had heard. He had never expected this line to come from Fang Zhao. In the series, the two characters they portrayed were two opposing factions from the start till end. Afterward, Xiao Tingjun did not make any sounds. The performance was about to start, and the voices of people in the venue gradually faded away. The opening performance was a globally renowned female singer, Wen Xia. The song she would be performing was the closing theme of Season 6 of the Yanzhou chapter. Season 6 was also close to broadcasting, and the theme that had been recently decided on was the one Wen Xia would be singing. Undertones of a symphony epic were blended with a popular music style. Singing it well was a tough ask, but Wen Xia was a senior in the music circles and could sing many styles, such as classical, pop, rock and roll, and opera, and she sang them very well indeed. From this song performance, one could recognize Wen Xia's skillful singing abilities. Music was something mystical. People could find peace through music, and they gained strength through it too. The music had some strange charm and sorrow to it, yet it did not lack depth and was quite vast. Even though there were no corpses and there was no smoke, one could seemingly smell blood in the wind. It was as if with the gathering of night, evil bloomed like flowers, brilliant and beautiful, numerous and vigorous, before ultimately withering away. This song suited the darker theme of Season 6 rather well. As Fang Zhao listened to it, he felt as if this song had been written for Zhong Qian. The moment the song ended, the venue erupted into applause. Xiao Tingjun, who was seated beside Fang Zhao, was especially excited and sprang up from his seat. Any coldness or sinister traits from his villainous aura vanished completely. It was as if his IQ had plummeted to zero as he giggled like a kid, slapping his palms together as if he wasn't afraid of pain. He appeared very pleased, and he tilted his head toward Fang Zhao and exclaimed loudly, "The one who just sang the song, Wen Xia. A singing goddess. My wife. Fang Zhao. Did you know, the closing theme for Season 6 of the Founding Era Yanzhou chapter was written by my wife herself? Impressive, right? Fang Zhao." Xian Tingjun continued to clap vigorously. "My wife specifically composed it for the role I played. It is also a commemoration for my curtain call." Fang Zhao. As if he had suddenly remembered something, Xiao Tingjun said, "I nearly forgot, you don't have a wife, so you wouldn't understand how I feel." Fang Zhao. That pricked his heart. Xiao Tingjun continued, "Oh, right, the one you are portraying also seemed to be all alone till he perished in battle." Fang Zhao. That pricked his heart really ruthlessly. This time, Fang Zhao saw another side of Xiao Tingjun. At today's performance, Wen Xia had sung 3 songs. Every time a song ended, Xiao Tingjun was especially excited, but whenever it was another's turn to sing, he returned to his cool demeanor. That afternoon, the performers were veterans of the music circles, and they each had their own style. Fang Zhao noticed someone else, not one of the performers on stage but a member of the audience seated right at the edge of the front row. If not for the fact that after every singer completed their song, they faced this person and bowed lightly, it would have been rather difficult to notice this person. Mo Lang, a composing and arrangement great master, was 150+ years old and an old senior. In the music industry, he was known as Divine Hand Mo Lang, and was a genius from the same period as Su Zhang. He had even achieved the Galaxy World Award that Shui Zhang had yet to achieve. In terms of artistic accomplishments, works, and contributions, he was a person standing at the apex, someone few people could compare to. At the same time, Mo Lang was the chief appraiser of the music team and had significant authority. Mo Lang wasn't as amiable as Shui Jing, he seemed sterner. He did not speak or laugh much. There was only the arts in the eyes of this old man. When this old mister was looking at people, it seemed like his mind was full of musical notes. After the performance ended in the afternoon, people in the venue started to leave in succession. Venerable Mo did stay behind, instead making his way to the exit. Naturally, everyone made a path for him. The old mister was advanced in age, so bumping into him would not be good. Furthermore, because of Venerable Mo's superior status, actors that frequently came here to watch performances recognized him and treated him with respect. In the entire cast and crew, there were not many people over 100 years of age. Those over 150 could be counted with the fingers on one hand. Fortunately, he could still be considered rather healthy for his age. Venerable Mo spent all his time in the music center and did not have to bother about anything but composing. This was the special privilege he had. As Fang Zhao headed to the exit, a few actors from other continents called out greetings. Now that filming was at Season 7, some of the characters in different chapters had seen the paths gradually intertwine. Sometimes characters from other continents appeared in the Yanzhou chapter, and sometimes Yanzhou characters appeared in the chapters of other continents. As the series progressed, there would also be the plotline where the various leaders of all the continents convened. Fang Zhao returned the greetings. When he saw Mo Lang approaching, Fang Zhao stepped aside. Xiao Tingjing did the same as well, letting Mr. Mo pass. That is Great Master Mo Lang, you should probably know him too. From time to time, the old mister visits each music hall and listens to performances, but he rarely smiles. Recently, it is even rarer to see him smile. I have seen him thrice, and he was frowning all 3 times and did not acknowledge anyone. I have no idea what is going through his mind, but I have heard others say that the old mister is plotting a big move. After watching the performances, Xiao Tingjin was much more energetic, and he was speaking a lot more. Fang Zhao knew what Xiao Tingjin was talking about. He had heard that Venerable Mo had received an important task to compose a tune that was over 10 minutes long. This tune was supposed to be the ending theme of the Founding Era series. Creating a tune over 10 minutes was not hard, but to compose an exceptional piece was no easy task. The tune had to ensure that listeners did not find it tiring or lengthy. It was no wonder the production team had passed this task to this renowned music master. Looking at Venerable Mo's demeanor, he was most likely mulling over this piece. In the short space of 10 days, I have appeared in front of the old master 3 times, but believe me, even if I'm standing right in front of him, he still doesn't recognize me. In front of Venerable Mo, that villainous face of Xiao Tingjin's had no effect. Fang Zhao nodded. I heard that there are no people in the old mister's eyes, only musical notes. The two spoke softly and decided to wait for Mo Lang to pass before heading out. Unexpectedly, Mo Lang abruptly stopped as he was passing them. Mo Lang looked over, his gaze scanning from top to bottom as he asked Fang Zhao skeptically, "You are?" "Hello, Venerable Mo, I am Fang Zhao, a graduate of the Yanzhou Academy of Music." "I am also part of the music team," Fang Zhao replied. Mo Lang's 2 eyebrows rose up. The little fella that composed the 4-movement 100-year period of destruction series. Little fella. Fang Zhao paused, then nodded. That's me. I remember you. I listened to the 100-year period of destruction series and have seen your information. I just didn't get the chance to meet you here before. At the side, Xiao Tingjin stared in disbelief at Mo Lang, then glanced at Fang Zhao. He knew that Fang Zhao had had more success in the music circles than the showbiz circles, but he had never expected Venerable Mo, a person who did not remember faces or care about worldly affairs, to actually know Fang Zhao. He had never heard of the old man following the serial. Xiao Tingjing did not understand the Yenzhou music circles and wasn't sure what Venerable Mo meant by the 100-year period of destruction series. He only had a faint recollection that he had heard that name somewhere before. Mo Lang did not continue asking why Fang Zhao rarely appeared at the music center. He instead asked, the 4 movements of the 100-year period of destruction series are really decent. Those are some mature techniques. Do you have any works this time around? Yes, I am preparing a piece for 1 episode in Season 9, Fang Zhao replied. Mo Lang frowned. Just 1 episode? However, when he remembered Fang Zhao's age and experience, the frown vanished. Send it directly to me when it is complete. When he finished, Mo Lang's gaze turned to Xiao Tingjing at Fang Zhao's side and asked, and who are you? Venerable Mo, I am Xiao Tingjing. My wife is Wen Sha, Xiao Tingjing answered respectfully. Aha. Mo Lang nodded his head solemnly and turned to leave. Xiao Tingjing shed a tear in his heart. It wasn't easy, but at least Venerable Mo had remembered him because of his wife and had even added a half-hearted MMHM. Mo Lang did not talk to anyone else, nor did he even give anyone else a look. As he left, he once again immersed himself in his own world. Regarding this, everyone was already used to it. When one achieved the status that Mo Lang had, there was no need to bother about anything else. However, the many people in the venue gave Fang Zhao curious looks. Fang Zhao, what relationship do you have with Venerable Mo? Someone asked. No relationship whatsoever. This is my first time speaking to him, Fang Zhao replied. However, many people did not believe him. Who was he trying to kid? If they had no relationship, why had Mo Lang asked Fang Zhao to send his completed piece straight to the old master? There were some people who inwardly decided to speak about this matter to their friends in the music circles to see if they were able to get any information. After all, it was too difficult to get Mo Lang to remember a person. Without sufficient artistic accomplishments, there was simply no way to leave a lasting impression on Mo Lang. After exiting the music hall, Fang Zhao parted ways with Xiao Tingjing. Fang Zhao was going to call on a few seniors, and Xiao Tingjing was headed to look for his wife. By the time Fang Zhao left the music center, it was already night. He had his dinner in the small dining hall in the music hall and returned back to continue working on his piece. Afterward, during his free time in between filming, Fang Zhao spent the majority of it composing. Actually, Fang Zhao did not know why Mo Lang wanted him to send his work straight to the old master after their first encounter either. According to normal procedures, it would probably go through 1 or 2 audits before the piece would appear on Mo Lang's desk. But hearing Mo Lang mention the 4 movements of 100-year period of destruction, Fang Zhao guessed that Mo Lang had probably given him a shortcut on account of the series. Perhaps he thought highly of Fang Zhao's composing abilities, or maybe he wanted to seek inspiration from Fang Zhao's piece. However, all that was secondary. Mo Lang would not accommodate someone's work just because of a good relationship. Furthermore, he had no relationship whatsoever with Fang Zhao and had only asked Fang Zhao to send his completed work straight to him. He had never promised to select Fang Zhao's piece. What Fang Zhao needed to do now was compose. As the days passed, Season 5 was completed and Season 6 started to air. In the series, the dark days had still not passed. On the contrary, because of the infighting between humans, the show had taken on a darker turn, and the list of names of those that perished in battle was increasing. During the closing theme, audiences were used to seeing the rolling words and the list of the names of fallen martyrs and said martyrs' grave numbers. After that, they would notice the composer and performer of the closing theme. A distant-sounding voice combined seamlessly with stunning and aesthetic electronic tones. An epic symphony laid the foundation alongside a harmonic background choir. Some skillful singing reaching high notes brought about an intense sentiment. A certain film forum in Yenzhou. That voice sounds a little familiar. I don't even need to look at the words. I can tell right away that it is Wensha just from listening to it. If I had such a voice, I wouldn't even need to go to school. There wouldn't be any need for exams. Or homework. Students nowadays might not know Wensha well. Let me tell everyone more. The topics on the forum went from discussing Season 6 plotline to focusing on Xiao Tingjin, who played the big baddie Zhong Qian, his wife, the singing goddess Wensha, and their gossip. I just went to check out Xiao Tingjin's social platform. Indeed, out of 9 photographs he posted, 8 of them are photographs of Wensha, and the remaining one is a shot of the two together. Xiao Tingjin. Hahaha, that crazy wife flaunter has started to flaunt his wife again. Season 6 ending theme was sung by Wensha, so he will surely boast a bunch. According to the course of history, Season 6 is where Zhong Qian gets crushed by Fang Zhao and his part in history ends. Surely Xiao Tingjin has finished filming all his scenes in the series already. That guy has been very active recently. He updates quite a few statuses every time he has internet access. A certain adorer of Zhong Qian said, "What? Wait a minute. Zhong Qian gets crushed by Fang Zhao. He receives a bento box this season. How can that be? He is such an awesome person. I really love this character. One look at the person above me and I know right away that he isn't from Yenzhou." Zhong Qian's adorer justified himself. Zhong Qian had so much strength. If he had been given another 5 years, no, 3 years would have been enough. By that time if he had come up against Fang Zhao, it's uncertain who the victor would have been. That was why old Fang crushed him in advance and did not give him the opportunity to continue developing. This was a die-hard Fang Zhao fan. Objectively speaking, if it had been Zhong Qian that had crushed Fang Zhao all those years ago, he might really have become Yenzhou's savior. During that time, Wu Yan had still not been capable of standing up to him. If he had really won, he would have probably reclaimed the entirety of Yenzhou. However, Yenzhou would not be named Yenzhou but, rather, Qianzhou, and the entire continent's style would be different. Probably colder and merciless, and more likely to find problems. And there would have been many more sacrifices. Under those tough, bloody, and cold methods, survivors would have been just like slaves, becoming the unfeeling knives in his hands, or they could only stand up and revolt. Whoa, history is just so complicated. Xiao Tingjin just updated a new status. He actually said that Zhong Qian was a savior. This bunch that were currently stirred up all rushed over to check it out. Actor Xiao Tingjin, Zhong Qian, a savior that took the wrong path, image. The accompanying image was a still taken from the series. In the distance, Zhong Qian's could be seen from behind, and behind Zhong Qian's back, one side was filled with corpses of all sorts of mutated beasts and the other was packed with countless human bodies. Anyone that had watched the Yenzhou chapter of Founding Era knew that in Zhong Qian's eyes, anyone that went against him was no different from those mutated beasts, that he would kill all enemies indiscriminately. There is such a saying. Zhong Qian was an extreme and unfeeling lunatic. Savior? Zhong Qian? Far from it. Actually it isn't far. Only Fang Zhao stood between the two. So the question returns, or maybe just a hypothesis. If there was no Fang Zhao, Zhong Qian might really have become the overlord of Yenzhou. No, I should say the overlord of Qianzhou. Still impossible. The leaders of the other 10 continents would not have let such a dangerous person like Zhong Qian exist. How is it impossible? Wasn't Great General Liu Shi of Shizhou renowned for being cold and strict? Perhaps he and Zhong Qian could understand each other and join hands to take on the others. Ha ha ha. Make sure you study your history well before coming over to discuss historical questions. You people should go read up on which of the historical leaders during that time had the best relationship with Shizhou's big boss. Cough, butting in, I'm from Shizhou and my specialty is history. Us people that studied the period of destruction history all know that Great General Liu Shi and Yanzhou's Fang Zhao shared a secret. Thus, the direction of the forum changed once more, and discussions began on the exact nature of the unspeakable secret the big boss of Shizhou and old Fang of Yanzhou had shared. Elsewhere, a battle was also raging on Xiao Tingjing's social platform profile. Many people were displeased with the savior used in Xiao Tingjing's status and felt that Xiao Tingjing was trying to make enemies with the people of Yanzhou. Perhaps you are so addicted to portraying villains that you have started being a traitor to society and humankind? I just knew it. One look and I could tell he wasn't a good person. If Zhong Qian is a savior, then what is Fang Zhao? And what sort of status would Wu Yan have had? We don't have to waste our breath. Xiao Tingjing stopped being a Yanzhou citizen a long time ago. Teacher Qiao, have you asked Fang Zhao about this? Far away in one of Planet Y's music hall, Xiao Tingjing received an urgent long-distance call from his manager. Brother Qiao, have you seen the opinions online? His manager asked. I have seen them, but my words aren't wrong. If Zhong Qian had not walked the wrong path, he would have had much greater achievements. Furthermore, over 10 city districts in Yanzhou's west region were reclaimed by Zhong Qian. Without Zhong Qian, during the period of destruction, the survivors of those 10-some districts in western Yanzhou would have suffered at least 60% losses. All of this is according to history. Since we are talking about actual history, Zhong Qian did play a part and his accomplishments cannot go unnoticed. Besides, these words were said by Fang Zhao himself. Don't get emotional. Calm down, I didn't say that you are wrong, I'm just saying that the timing of your status was inappropriate. It just so happens that your old rivals have hired people to flame you. The matter will be settled, don't worry. I just want to remind you that you have not completely shed the character. Before you head online to update a status, remember to stay calm. Weren't you rather refined in the past? Those entertainment media outlets were just lying in wait to cause trouble. All right. I didn't consider it thoroughly beforehand. Let me post another status to explain. After the call, Xiao Tingjing prepared to justify himself and keyed in, I asked, these words were said by Fang Zhao himself. When he had typed it in, he clicked post. Posting failed. Looking at the time, the 2 hours of internet access were up and the entire area lost its internet connection. Xiao Tingjing. Luckily, he had already explained to his manager. His manager would surely settle it. Xiao Tingjing relaxed and tossed his communications device aside and went to accompany his wife for a meal. Indeed, everything went according to what Xiao Tingjing had expected. His manager guessed that the internet connection had been cut off for the cast and crew, so he logged into Xiao Tingjing's account and composed a similar status and sent it, telling everyone that those words had been said by Fang Zhao himself. He also got some stuff to search for some historical records, proving that Zhong Qian had indeed saved many people in the past, just that his merits had been overshadowed by his much greater misdeeds. Battlefields were everywhere. There were just too many in the entertainment circles. Many people loved to stir things up out of nothing. Those in this industry were already used to it. Besides, after this matter was settled, it would benefit Xiao Tingjing more. As long as historical evidence was laid out to direct the audience's thoughts, that would be enough. This could still be used as a pretext to let Xiao Tingjing leave a deeper impression and make a little counterattack. Xiao Tingjing's manager rolled up his sleeves to do battle. Leading the staff of the studio, he got them to strike back at those making shady moves on the sly. However, very quickly, a new problem arose. Fang Zhao really said those words, a netizen asked. When I see them talking about it, why do I get even more muddled? Exactly which Fang Zhao are you people talking about? Which Fang Zhao is Zhao Tingjing talking about? Which Fang Zhao actually said this? Yeah, which Fang Zhao? I wanted to ask the same question. Is it the Fang Zhao in the show or the Fang Zhao outside the show? Which Fang Zhao? Zhao Tingjing's manager's face was blank. How would I know which Fang Zhao said it? The cast and crew on Planet Y had no internet access, so he had no way of asking. Oh my, how problematic. Being a manager is really not easy. No matter how the online controversy unfolded or what kind of stories the entertainment journalists who couldn't stay idle made up, Fang Zhao had no time to pay heed. As shooting progressed and the number of scenes involving Wu Yan increased, Fang Zhao's screen time decreased, which gave him more time to compose. The cast and crew also noticed that Fang Zhao was spending less time on set. With the passage of time, people missed the good old days. In the absence of the voracious eater Fang Zhao, everyone began to eat more slowly, at the pace of taking medication. Everyone's rice intake declined. So whenever he could, the director kept Fang Zhao on set to eat with the rest of the cast. Today, Fang Zhao had been asked by Director Bai of the Yenzhou chapter to stay for takeout. Fang Zhao had raced through 2 boxed meals and started his third by the time most of the others were halfway through their first. When Fang Zhao finished his third box, a smiling Director Bai handed him another. We've got plenty. Another one? The canteen always sent over extra boxed meals. The untouched ones were returned. Director Bai was actually kidding. Lo and behold, Fang Zhao gauged the 4th box and nodded. Thanks. Director Bai and the other actors glared at Fang Zhao as he accepted the 4th boxed meal and attacked it with a vengeance. Fang Zhao raced through the 4th box. Director Bai scanned the pile of fresh boxed meals, grabbed another, and handed it to Fang Zhao. Another? Fang Zhao hesitated. Thanks, but I'm good. The rest of the cast. Why did you hesitate? Director Bai returned the box, his eyes oozing curiosity. How come your appetite has increased even though you have significantly fewer scenes? Another actor said, it's good to be young. I bet he expended the energy from his first boxed meal before he finished the second. You get hungry easily at his age. The other folks secretly disagreed. Fang Zhao had casually downed 4 boxes and looked like he could wolf down a 5th. This was a bit scary. There were other young actors in the cast. They could eat at most 2 or 3 boxes. The stunt doubles, for example. A thought popped into Director Bai's head and he asked Fang Zhao earnestly, are you under a lot of pressure? Fang Zhao paused before nodding. A little bit. The acting part was okay, but composing was a bit stressful. Being able to submit his piece directly to Mo Lang was both a great opportunity and a test at the same time. If he followed normal protocol, he would be subject to at least 2 rounds of pre-screening, but going straight to Venerable Mo, given his personality, meant either being accepted or rejected in one go. There was no room for condolences. Fang Zhao would be lying if he said he didn't feel any pressure, although he wasn't as mindful of the final outcome as others. Fang Zhao had already decided that if his new piece was turned down by Mo Lang, he would announce it to the world by playing it at his next concert. Now his focus was on doing the best job he could on the piece. But others interpreted Fang Zhao's response as a tacit admission that he was under a huge amount of pressure. Director Bai was worried, but excessive pressure was common on set. Only the odd one out didn't feel any pressure. He tapped Fang Zhao on the shoulder and sighed. It hasn't been easy for you. It wasn't easy at all for a young actor to carry such a substantial role. The good thing was that Fang Zhao had done a good job. The online reviews were overwhelmingly positive. With shooting on Season 9 due to start soon, Fang Zhao was bound to be feeling the pressure. It was the same for all the cast members. They felt increasingly restless as their death scenes approached. Director Bai also knew that Fang Zhao frequented the concert hall. He didn't think much of it. He figured that Fang Zhao attended the shows as relaxation. The directors were busy shooting every day. They didn't have time to concern themselves with other matters, so naturally they didn't know that Fang Zhao spent most of his time away from the set, composing. That evening, Fang Zhao was holed up in his dorm room, completing the final revisions to his new piece. The only sound in the room was the rustle of pencil on paper. After penning the final note, he was thoroughly exhausted. Extremely exhausted. More tired than he had been after days of non-stop shooting. Fang Zhao gazed blankly at the paper notebook in his hands for some time, then smiled. This is it. The piece was bound to be questioned if it was released. This was not the kind of work that a composer in his 20s typically wrote, but Fang Zhao had geared himself up for the possible criticism at the outset. He turned off the air conditioning in his room, walked toward his window, and opened it. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the cold, dry, dust-infested air. The dusty air penetrated his nasal cavity and entered his lungs. The crappy weather conditions on set, regardless of time of day, bothered most people, but at this moment, Fang Zhao felt completely at peace. As if the wind had cured his exhaustion. He felt relaxed, free of yet another incredible burden. After enjoying the dusty breeze briefly, Fang Zhao returned to his desk and pulled out a fresh music sheet and a pen from the drawer. He copied his new piece onto the fresh sheet. The music sheet, the pen, and the envelope for submissions were all custom-made for the music team of Founding Era. They were water and fireproof. The team accepted only handwritten submissions. They didn't take electronic files. After Fang Zhao was done, he placed the music sheet in the envelope and sealed it with a paper strip that came with the package. The seal was electronically coded. Once it was affixed, only the members of the music team who judged submissions could break it. The strip logged the identity of the person who broke the seal and when it was broken. Fang Zhao didn't have any scenes scheduled for the next day. He went for a jog in the morning, showered, changed, and jumped on a bus bound for the concert hall, carrying a backpack containing his submission. Some of the musicians on the bus were surprised to see Fang Zhao. They had never seen him this early. Typically, at this time of the day, he was on a bus destined for his set. Some of them asked Fang Zhao about Mo Lang. Word that Fang Zhao had been stopped by Mo Lang and asked to submit directly to him had spread quickly within the music team. Many members of the team didn't make much of it. Even though few were extended this privilege, there were still some 20-odd musicians who had received the invitation. Fang Zhao was not alone, so most folks treated the news as gossip, figuring that Mo Lang probably admired Fang Zhao's talent or had known him for some time. No one dared press Mo Lang for details. As for Fang Zhao, he didn't volunteer much despite repeated questioning. Seeing Fang Zhao heading for the concert hall first thing in the morning rekindled curiosity about the incident. A few folks who couldn't contain their curiosity started following Fang Zhao in what they thought to be a stealthy manner after the bus arrived at the concert hall. They posted live updates. Judging from his route, Fang Zhao is off to see Venerable Mo. He is. He's headed in that direction. He's removed an envelope from his backpack, the kind of envelope used for submissions, the kind that's sealed. He's really here to submit his piece. Word spread quickly within the music center that Fang Zhao was turning in his submission to Mo Lang. Folks who can leave an impression on Venerable Mo, who can submit directly to him, should be quite talented. I really want to see his score. I've listened to Fang Zhao's pieces. They're quite infectious. The few songs set against the period of destruction have a strong narrative. Now I remember. That's Fang Zhao, the genius who sold the rights to all the songs in his concert program for great prices before the concert had even ended. If I recall correctly, he's in his early 20s. A very young fella. For quite some time, I used him as an example to encourage several students who lacked ambition. How come newcomers are so competent these days? As a veteran musician, I'm feeling the heat. Fang Zhao was oblivious to the online chatter, but he did know that he was being followed. He knew his stalkers didn't mean any harm, they were just curious if he was headed to Venerable Mo's quarters. He felt no need to hide his destination, so he pretended he wasn't aware of the tale. Elderly musicians with tremendous stature like Mo Lang lived and took meals at the music center. It was where they lived and worked. When Fang Zhao arrived at Mo Lang's quarters, he didn't see the man himself but was received by one of Venerable Mo's assistants instead. Artists treated like national treasures like Mo Lang were equipped with a full staff, bodyguards, assistants, doctors, and so on. While other high-profile artists working on Founding Era could bring one assistant at most, Mo Lang was entitled to 4. These were the perks someone of his status enjoyed. The assistant who received Fang Zhao was in charge of submissions for the Founding Era soundtrack. The assistant took the envelope from Fang Zhao and inspected the seal. He said with a smile, "Why don't you head back first? I'll hand your submission personally to Venerable Mo." He pointed to a surveillance camera. "Don't worry. We're under surveillance. I won't leak your piece of claim it as my own. Thank you. Then I won't impose any further." Fang Zhao headed for the door. But he didn't leave the concert hall. Instead, he headed to a recording studio where veteran musicians were working. The world's top 5 orchestras were on site. Many of the symphonic scores featured in the TV series were performed by them. One couldn't immediately hire one of the orchestras to record a new piece after it was finished. It was impossible. There were only so many orchestras. If one wasn't of a certain level or hadn't garnered sufficient recognition, they weren't even qualified to ask. Even if they put in a request, it would go nowhere. The major orchestras were quite arrogant. Unspoken rules of selection had formed in the concert hall as well. There was competition everywhere. Talent was the only currency. If a piece didn't pass the first round of pre-screening, the composer had better realize his limitations and get lost. The 5 orchestras wouldn't bother touching his work. If someone was rejected in the second round of screening, it was a good learning experience. The composer at least would have some solid footing. They had passed the first round of screening, after all. Composers that fell into this category had a better chance of securing slots at better recording studios and rehearsal rooms than folks who stumbled at the first block. If someone's piece was shortlisted by the screeners, then they could walk with a swagger. They didn't even have to bother applying for studio space. They would automatically be allocated the necessary resources. Like other aspiring composers, Fang Zhao sat down in the section cordoned off for outside observers. Sophisticated digital sound systems did a good job of simulating a live experience, but it wasn't the real thing, after all. Only the human ear was all-knowing. While the live experience simulated by top-of-the-line digital stereo systems could fool the layman, music professionals, with their keen sensitivity to sound, could still tell the difference. That was also why many folks still enjoyed attending live shows in the technologically advanced new era. Some of these folks were posers. Others genuinely enjoyed the feeling of a live performance. Attending a live recording session, Fang Zhao could pick up the redundant sounds that sound engineers would clean up. He could detect the diminishing reverberations of each instrument that eluded the untrained ear. While Fang Zhao was observing the recording session, Mo Lang finally emerged from his study. He didn't like to be bothered when he was composing. No matter who showed up, they would be blocked by his assistants. Once Mo Lang stepped out of his study, his 4 assistants got busy, serving him tea and massaging him. They were a well-coordinated unit. "Venerable Mo, this is the envelope that Fang Zhao delivered this morning," the assistant who had received Fang Zhao said. "Who?" Mo Lang asked. "Fang Zhao," the assistant repeated. Mo Lang had a blank look on his face. Who is Fang Zhao? Mo Lang's assistants were used to seeing him like this. He was prone to forget what he said and who he had met the day before when he got busy. The assistants reminded him, you know, Fang Zhao, from Yenzhou, the really young fella. He's best known for the four-movement series, 100-year period of destruction. You told him he could submit his piece directly to you. The assistants didn't have to say much. There was no need to mention what role Fang Zhao played in the TV series. Venerable Mo didn't care and wouldn't remember. All they had to do was mention Fang Zhao's best work. Lo and behold, mentioning the Period of Destruction series did the trick. Oh, him. Yes, I told him to submit directly to me. Has he dropped off his piece already? The reason Mo Lang remembered Fang Zhao was because he had gone out of his way to listen to exemplary pieces about the Period of Destruction to prepare for his momentous task on hand. Only a few pieces had made a deep impression on Mo Lang. One of them was Fang Zhao's series. Mo Lang had even done some research on Fang Zhao, looking up his personal information and other works. He thought they were all quite outstanding. The only thing was that Mo Lang only listened to pieces set against the Period of Destruction these days. Fang Zhao's series was the most stimulating. Mo Lang had gone through the submissions he had already received as the senior adjudicator and hadn't found anything from Fang Zhao. By coincidence, he had run into Fang Zhao in the concert hall the next day. Mo Lang had thought he looked familiar, so Venerable Mo had stopped him for questioning. Now that Fang Zhao's submission had finally arrived, Mo Lang set aside his cup of tea, took the envelope, broke the seal, and removed the document inside. A star musician of his level could get a sense of the melody from reading the score alone. He didn't need any assistance. Just a few lines in, Mo Lang started frowning and fidgeting the fingers of his right hand on his right thigh, like a conductor conducting an orchestra, except his strokes were much more abbreviated. Noticing Mo Lang's deep frown, the four assistants started wondering if their boss didn't approve of Fang Zhao's submission. But when they studied Mo Lang's expression some more, they realized he wasn't upset. If he were, he would have tossed the score to the ground already. Drawing from their vast experience serving at Mo Lang's side, they could tell that he was quite engrossed. But did he like the piece or not? The four assistants started tiptoeing lest they interrupt Venerable Mo's concentration. Mo Lang sat there, leafing through the entire score a page at a time. Then he went through it again. And again. After 5 reads, Mo Lang's frown hadn't relaxed. It had gotten worse. Breaking his concentration briefly, Mo Lang studied the name on the score and asked, did Fang Zhao drop this off in person? Was there anyone with him? No, it was just him, the assistant who had received Fang Zhao said. Mo Lang took a deep breath and said, sounding like he was either posing a question or asking himself, he really composed this himself? Mo Lang jogged his memory. He only had a vague recollection of Fang Zhao's face, but this much he was certain, Fang Zhao was a young man. He's able to compose something like this at his age? Mo Lang did not dare believe it, but he didn't wish to think about someone negatively. Fang Zhao's compositions for the 100-year period of destruction had been really good. This Fang Zhao person, what sort of background does he have? Did he go through any extraordinary experiences? Mo Lang asked one of his assistants. That assistant was normally in charge of helping Mo Lang source and tidy up all sorts of information. Hearing Mo Lang's question, that assistant immediately replied, this Fang Zhao might be young, but he has much more extraordinary experiences than an ordinary person. This time, Mo Lang was really curious. Normally, he would not concern himself with things outside of the artistic circles. Previously, when he had looked up Fang Zhao's information, he had only read up on the composing aspects and had not even glanced at anything else. But now, there were too many doubts surrounding Fang Zhao. This assistant had previously helped Mo Lang compile information concerning Fang Zhao, thus his reply being quick. He briefly spoke about Fang Zhao's life after graduating, starting his career with the 100-Year Period of Destruction series, amazing the world through gaming, and his rendering of meritorious deeds during his military service. These were all matters that had been reported by the media. Mo Lang's expression kept changing. Amazed, rueful, then displeased. He still went to acting. Right. According to the resources, he is a member of the consultant team for the Yenzhou chapter of Founding Era, and received an invite to the music team. Afterward, he vied for and won the role of Fang Zhao, an important role in the series. Now, he is still frequently filming on set. No wonder he only submitted one manuscript. Mo Lang disapproved of composers acting in films and series. Wouldn't it be better to put all their effort into composing? However, Fang Zhao's actions were pardonable. Even though Mo Lang was not an actor and didn't watch shows, he knew how difficult it was for a youngster to act as an older person. And it just so happened that Fang Zhao had beaten so many other strong and veteran actors for that role and had not been replaced yet. From that, Mo Lang knew that there were no issues with Fang Zhao's acting chops. So, Mo Lang stared at the draft in his hands and muttered incomprehensibly to himself, if this youngster was too immersed in his character, he wouldn't necessarily have been able to produce such a piece. If that is the case, he really has astounding talent. Hearing about all these experiences of Fang Zhao's, Mo Lang slightly believed that Fang Zhao had composed this piece all by himself. As if remembering something, Mo Lang suddenly got up and returned to his study, opened the file for the script, and scrolled to the part of the story indicated on Fang Zhao's draft. Yenzhou Chapter, Season 9. Ah, here. Why does it fit here? The tune wasn't intense, nor was it sorrowful. It had a different style from others, yet it had something extra. Mo Lang's lips trembled a few times before he excitedly slapped the table. Yes. Just like this. The four assistants standing outside were nearly frightened and wanted to say, "Take it easy, old man. Stay calm, don't get too worked up." After all, he was already advanced in age and had been recently vexed. The four assistants were all especially worried about old Mr. Mo's physical condition. Whenever he was engrossed in something, he didn't care about anything else, especially after he had retired, when skipping meals and neglecting sleep had become a common occurrence. In the past, he had fainted from fatigue and hunger numerous times while composing. Over here, nowadays, the four assistants took turns watching over him, worried that if this old man was careless, he might faint. Mo Lang was still inside mumbling something incomprehensible to himself. The four assistants could not hear what he was saying, but they saw that Mo Lang was so excited his hands were trembling, and his aged face had an enlightened glow. Having been with old Mr. Mo for so long, they couldn't remember previous time he had gotten so worked up. Now, though, he had gotten so worked up over a musical draft that Fang Zhao had sent over. Mo Lang took a deep breath and told his assistant. "Tell Fang Zhao to pay me a visit." After that, Mo Lang scrolled through his address book and made a call to lead director Roman. In the last 2 days, Roman had been hard-pressed. As filming progressed further, not only were the actors under a lot of pressure, he himself was so busy that he was like a spinning top. He wished he could split himself into two. His eye circles were much darker, and his temper was even more fiery than before. His face was dark all the time. At this moment, Roman was admonishing someone. A certain director had drunk a little too much the previous night and been given an additional, last-minute filming assignment. His mental state had not been able to keep up and he had kept making mistakes and been caught red-handed by Roman. As he was flipping out, Roman heard the phone he carried on him ring. This was a phone issued to the internal members of the film district. It meant that the caller was someone he should answer. When he fished his phone out of his pocket and saw who it was, the raging expression on Roman's face gradually withdrew as he stepped over to a refreshment lounge at the side to answer the call. He respectfully answered, "Venerable Mo. What is it? You are asking about Fang Zhao?" Roman had originally thought that Venerable Mo had called to speak about a certain scene's accompaniment music. He had not expected old Mr. Mo to ask about Fang Zhao. Yeah, that fella is still filming. Recently? He has had much fewer scenes recently, but I heard that he is still under a lot of pressure, since he was deeply immersed in his character. You might not know, but all the actors in the cast are like this. Nobody is able to fully relax in their free time. However, his physical condition is still all right. He can eat 8 portions for a meal and then go running and punch sandbags. Right, his scenes last till season 9. Right. That youngster is indeed a genius. Not just any ordinary genius. And I was the one who unearthed him. Others in the cast and crew could only see Roman's actions and expressions through the glass window. They could not hear what he was saying. Many people also saw a faint smile appear on Roman's face. That's strange. Today, Roman's devilish face seems rather pleasant. He is even laughing so happily. Who is he talking to? Someone whispered to the person beside him. The director that had been receiving a lecture let out a sigh of relief. He had at least gotten through today. When Roman was in a good mood, he wouldn't continue admonishing others. Inside the refreshment lounge, Roman answered Mo Lang's queries. Although Mo Lang did not speak of the reason he was asking about Fang Zhao, from his tone, Roman could hear that Mo Lang thought highly of Fang Zhao. Being immersed deeply in character and having 8 portions of food, Fang Zhao was under a lot of pressure was what Roman had heard the people in the cast and crew saying. As for whether it was true or not, he had not verified it, he simply hadn't had the time. Now that Mo Lang asked, he had just randomly talked about all this. Mo Lang did not ask too much and ended the call after a few sentences. Recalling Mo Lang's tone during the call, Roman could not help but give a mischievous laugh. Fang Zhao was really capable to have been able to gain the recognition of Mo Lang, an artist right at the apex. I wonder how I got this pair of all-seeing eyes. I'm really too awesome. At the other side, after Fang Zhao received the notification from Mo Lang's assistant, he quickly made his way up. This time, he wasn't stopped outside and was brought in right away. Venerable Mo, you were looking for me? Fang Zhao noticed Mo Lang holding on to that musical score draft. Further, observing his facial expressions, Fang Zhao had some idea of what was up. Following the sound, Mo Lang shifted his attention away from the draft in his hands. He had just been going through the score mentally, and he guessed that Fang Zhao had created this piece because he was too into his character. But to be able to compose something like this was just too difficult. This wasn't something an ordinary genius could describe. Fang Zhao. Mo Lang raised his hand and waved the score sheet, his gaze became really acute. He spoke with a pause after every word. Did you compose it yourself? Without any help? Fang Zhao did not shrink away from Mo Lang's piercing gaze. Yes, I did it all on my own. Very well done. The way Mo Lang was staring at Fang Zhao was as if he was staring at a rare treasure. Come over here and take a seat. I have some questions I wish to ask you. Mo Lang asked about everything from the composing concept to precise techniques and the sentiments and subject of the composition. The more he listened to Fang Zhao, the more he believed that this was a piece Fang Zhao had created himself. He could tell whether or not it was an original composition just from these questions. And what pleasantly surprised Mo Lang was Fang Zhao's composing concept. On a fixed level, it was identical to the concept he had when he was composing background music for the series. It was rare to meet someone with an identical concept, and Mo Lang was delighted. Previously, when he had hit a bottleneck while composing, he had sought out a few old friends for some discussion. Unfortunately, everyone's concepts differed, and the more they discussed, the more hot-tempered they got, and the discussion turned into arguments and debates. Mo Lang had worried about the important 10-minute ending theme of the series so much that he had nearly yanked all the hairs from his beard clean. Today, he had received some enlightenment from Fang Zhao's score sheet and gained quite a bit of inspiration from his discussion with Fang Zhao. This feeling of being enlightened suddenly was something other people had no way of understanding. In the words of Mo Lang, this sort of enlightenment had a value that could not be measured, and as an elder, Mo Lang felt that he should show his thanks. The submission was the submission, and enlightenment was enlightenment. Fang Zhao had helped him, so he would return the favor. For official matters, Mo Lang had no way of offering a shortcut. This was a matter of principles. But for private matters, he didn't care anymore. After they finished their discussion, Mo Lang dragged Fang Zhao out. The four assistants realized that Mo Lang's gloomy expression that had lasted many days had been replaced by a smile, as if he had seen his own grandson. No, even when old Mr. Mo met his own grandson, his smile was not even as warm as this. The four assistants scanned Fang Zhao curiously, pondering in their hearts. How had Fang Zhao been able to make old Mr. Mo this happy? Mo Lang took no notice of his assistant's expressions and dragged Fang Zhao over to a cabinet. Turning to an assistant, he said, "Open it. I remember that there is still quite a bit that was delivered." The assistant in charge of the store paused for a second and answered, "Oh, right, there is still a lot of stuff." As he spoke, he went to open the cabinet door. This cabinet was filled with specialty goods, tea leaves, alcohol, and some high-grade foodstuffs with high medicinal value. These had been delivered by government departments and a few large investors in the series. This was preferential treatment an artist of Mo Lang's status received. In other words, these were all specifically meant for Mo Lang. Mo Lang picked up 3 boxes from inside and pushed them toward Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao didn't accept them and was thinking of what to say. Mo Lang pulled a long face. "Take it." It wouldn't be good for Fang Zhao to reject this, so he reached out to take one of the boxes. "Thank you, Venerable Mo. This box is enough." "Just that small box of biscuits? How can that be enough?" "Take them all, take these too. Leaving them here is a waste, nobody eats them. You are still growing. I heard that you can eat 8 boxed meals and not be full. Hey, just eating all those won't do. You still have to compose after filming too, right? Take this box of tea leaves. It alleviates overheating, aids digestion, and perks you up." Fang Zhao. "Since when did I eat 8 portions of boxed meals? Where did you hear that from?" Mo Lang fished out yet another box and pushed it toward Fang Zhao. "Have this wine. Who knows, you might be able to gather more inspiration. I normally drink this too." Fang Zhao hurriedly said, "There is a rule for the cast and crew. Consuming alcohol is prohibited during the filming period." "It's nothing, the alcohol content is low. It is just like medicinal wine. In any case, drinking a little is fine. It is good for the body." As he spoke, Mo Lang pushed yet another box of energy supplements toward Fang Zhao. "Eat, bring these all back and finish them fast. All of these strengthen the body and have no side effects. People have limited energy. You are still young, so you have to eat more while your body is still growing. The next time you come over, you will definitely be full of energy. I already asked the lead director, you don't have much screen time nowadays, but you are under a lot of pressure. Make sure you don't collapse. When you have the time, make sure to come over so we can discuss more." Mo Lang didn't wish to talk about music with a listless person. As the assistant in charge of the store saw box after box being handed over, his heart ached, but he also had no means of stopping it. All these things belonged to Mo Lang. Obviously, he was free to give them out as he wished. When Fang Zhao came out, he was carrying many bags both big and small. The assistant sending him out had a smile on his face. This time around, it was sincere. "Keep the stuff old Mr. Mo has given you. Don't worry about it and don't bother sending a gift in return. Venerable Mo doesn't accept gifts. If you wish to repay him, then compose more. Venerable Mo only has an interest in musical works. He doesn't really value physical items. Fang Zhao was actually deeply moved. He could also tell the value of these specialty items. Mo Lang was a person who only looked at artistic value. Now, Fang Zhao had been given so many items because Mo Lang had gained some enlightenment from the draft he had submitted and had found some inspiration while chatting with Fang Zhao. From Mo Lang's point of view, the enlightenment and inspiration he had gained from Fang Zhao had a much higher value than the items he had given away. Actually, when Fang Zhao had been answering questions about his composing, he had not spoken the entire truth. There were some things that could not be said, so he had only selected a portion that was fine. Coincidentally, these viewpoints had matched the concept Mo Lang had for composing the ending theme for the series. At the same time, through his exchange with Mo Lang, Fang Zhao had also found out a lot about the 10-minute accompaniment piece for the series ending. As he was thinking about the direction of the 10-minute accompaniment piece, the elevator had already reached the ground floor. Fang Zhao walked out and across the large hall as he headed to the main entrance. It was already late and the sky was dark. He could still catch the last few buses back to the living quarters. Since it was already late, the ground floor of the music center was very empty and no one was around. As Fang Zhao headed to the main entrance, a bunch of people came out of the elevator on the other side. These people were orchestra members that had just completed a rehearsal. When they saw Fang Zhao toting bags of all sizes, the group that was chatting happily fell silent in a flash. Many pairs of searchlight-like eyes scanned the stuff Fang Zhao was holding as if they had seen something unfathomable. Fang Zhao gave a slight nod to them, and under the weird silence, exited the main doors of the music center. After Fang Zhao exited, the silent group roared to life and began discussing. Were those specialty products? Looking at the packaging, those were definitely specialty products, and high-grade ones at that. Our orchestra head was also given some by his teacher. From what I know, only people of Venerable Mo's status can enjoy these specialty products. I heard that Fang Zhao went over to Venerable Mo's to submit his draft. The group once again fell silent. By that night, many people from the music team knew about this incident, and even more people were curious about the draft Fang Zhao had submitted. Exactly what kind of piece was it that could have allowed Fang Zhao to receive this sort of treatment from Mo Lang? In the following few days, Fang Zhao had filming assignments too. He had already submitted his draft, so his focus now returned to filming. From time to time, the director would discuss the script with Fang Zhao, and in between, Mo Lang also called him over twice to talk. The level of complexity of the actual history was much higher than the series. There were also many darker details that could not be revealed. The light was magnified, but the darkness was confined to an acceptable range. As for pacifying the political aspect, when it came to handling the scenes of historical figure Fang Zhao, some adjustments had to be made. Fang Zhao was a historical figure. No one could deny his feats and achievements, but ultimately, he never lasted till the end. Furthermore, it was already over 500 years into the new era. History was just affairs that had already passed. What mattered were the people that were living now. If Fang Zhao was magnified too much, the embellishing was too intense, and he left too deep an impression on audiences, the Wu family might find themselves in an awkward situation. Today, during lunch, Fang Zhao was asked by Director Bai to have lunch with everyone. Nowadays, everyone in the large cast and crew of Founding Era knew that besides fighting very well, this young actor Fang Zhao could also eat a lot. It was rumored that the more this youngster was under pressure, and the deeper he was immersed in his character, the more he ate. At the start, people had said that he ate 4 boxed meals, and some had said that Fang Zhao had had 5 portions for a meal. Later on, it had been said that he'd had 8 portions, and more people were circulating this. 8 portions of boxed meals. How much pressure was he under to be able to eat all of them? Many actors were jealous. They would simply have no appetite when they were under a lot of pressure or immersed too deeply in a character. It was no wonder that many people loved to eat together with Fang Zhao. With such a voracious eater beside them, they would also able to eat more. What made people even more depressed was that despite eating so much, Fang Zhao's size did not change much. It was said that he still continued running and training with sandbags. People at the gym frequently saw newly changed large sandbags lying there like corpses. After lunch, Fang Zhao was dragged out by director Bai to discuss some minor details in the script. An old actor saw Fang Zhao being called over and said to the person beside him, "Fang Zhao's body seems like it is made of iron." If the Fang Zhao back then had this sort of body, there wouldn't be a Wu family in Yanzhou. I have always felt that Fang Zhao and the one he acts as are very similar, but looking at it now, they aren't alike at all, at least not in terms of their physicality. That individual's body was too weak, so he wasn't able to endure till the end of that period. At the same time, director Bai had called Fang Zhao to one side and asked a few questions about some details in the script that needed alterations. The start of the filming of Season 9 was approaching. The script had gone through numerous rounds of adjustments and was close to being finalized. "How do you wish to die?" Director Bai suddenly asked. Fang Zhao was dazed for a moment, following which he found the question funny. How many years had it been? It had been a long time since anyone had dared to say these words straight to his face. However, Fang Zhao also knew what director Bai meant. When it came to the point in time where a character died in battle, how the character died was already written in the script, but the directors would inquire with the actors on their point of view. If an actor's form was good, filming might go along with the actor's own notion and allow them to improvise. This might possibly be better than following the script. But it couldn't be too excessive either, which was why director Bai had asked. Die standing up. Die while kneeling. Lying down and dying. Lying down face first and dying. Director Bai asked. Lying on my back and dying, Fang Zhao replied. Oh right, the whole face can't be seen if you lie face down. Dying while standing and dying while kneeling have been done many times in filming by others already. Fang Zhao. He had really died while lying on his back. Fang Zhao still remembered staring at the gloomy sky just before he died. Actually, before that battle, Fang Zhao had already made preparations. He had arranged everything properly so that the moment he could not go on, Yanzhou would not descend into chaos. He knew his body best, and he had already been at his limit just enduring till that point in time. It was because of those preparations that his sentiments just before he died had been very serene. Although he had not been able to endure to see the founding era and he had not been able to accomplish his dream from when he was younger, if he was able to trade that life of his for a new Yanzhou and a new world, he considered it worthwhile. When Season 9 was about to begin filming, the atmosphere within the cast and crew was much more tensed than in previous seasons. This was because when touching upon the various historical events, the filming teams of each continent had much more interaction. Many actors would be receiving bento boxes in Season 9. Among them, the character with the highest importance was Fang Zhao, but Fang Zhao wasn't as restless as the others. However, he was occasionally in a daze while sitting beside the set. When others in the cast and crew saw Fang Zhao being this way. Hey, your team's Fang Zhao is in a daze again. How is his condition while filming? An actor from another continent asked Wu Yun. The youthful Wu Yan was played by Wu Yun. Although his scenes were done, he hadn't left the crew yet and frequently sat to the side, watching others filming and learning some techniques. Hearing his friend's question, Wu Yun's attention was directed to the side of the set, and he saw Fang Zhao resting at the side. Wu Yun replied, all along Fang Zhao has maintained his form very well. Normally, it is other actors making mistakes. He rarely makes any during filming. When Fang Zhao was mentioned, Wu Yun had a strange expression in his eyes. Fang Zhao was younger than him. When filming had first started, like others, he had also doubted Fang Zhao's acting chops. But after season had passed, he had been able to see everything clearly. Especially when shooting the previous day's scenes, Fang Zhao had been sitting on a sand dune gazing out into the distance. The expression Fang Zhao had given was as if he had lived through great changes and looked like he had been through hundreds of years. Wu Yun would not be able to act in such a way. This was the gap between them. And it was also the reason why Wu Yun could only play Wu Yan for just that short period and could not portray a character all by himself like Fang Zhao was doing. Having arrived at this point, nobody in the cast and crew, including those seniors and elders, could go against their own conscience and say that Fang Zhao could not act well. Not only did he have the ability, he gave his all, too. There was nothing to be ashamed of when being outdone by such a person. Hearing Wu Yan's words, that actor from another continent thought about it and laughed. There is something else I want to say, but promise me you won't get angry. What? Wu Yun asked. Have you ever realized that the way Fang Zhao looks at you is odd? It gives me the feeling of someone looking at his own grandson. Ha 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 ha. The side of Wu Yun's lip curled. He wanted to laugh, yet he felt helpless. You only just realized. Sigh, it's like this when one is too immersed in their character. Over at our filming team, there is an actor around the same age as me who portrays my character's father. I still call him Dad outside of filming. When you are too immersed in the character and reach the deepest depths, you don't think about anything else. Fang Zhao paid no attention to how others discussed him in private. He was currently thinking of something. He had already seen the script for season 9 many times and had memorized all the lines. Maintaining his current form would not be too difficult. Fang Zhao had already submitted his musical score, and it had received its final ruling. During the break after season 8's filming concluded, Fang Zhao had already found an orchestra to record it. There was no need to worry about this anymore. What Fang Zhao was thinking about was a segment of a song score that Mo Lang had shown him yesterday. It was a small portion of the ending theme for the Founding Era series. Yesterday, he had discussed the question of which accompanying instruments to use with Mo Lang, and now he was playing all sorts of musical instruments over and over in his head. And every time Fang Zhao was concentrating and pondering, other people in the cast and crew assumed he was trying to build up his mood and avoided disturbing him. Of course, during filming, Fang Zhao was still very immersed in his character and would not be distracted or let his mind wander. Finally, after he was done filming his last scene, Fang Zhao got up from the ground and wiped the dust and blood off his face and took a deep breath and exhaled, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. In the surroundings, the other actors had not yet stepped out of character from filming that scene, and their faces still had mournful and solemn expressions. One of the older actors came over, gave Fang Zhao a warm hug, and rather forcefully patted Fang Zhao's shoulders. You acted well. All the other nearby actors came over to hug Fang Zhao as well. This could be considered a sort of parting ceremony. After the actors dispersed, Director Bai came over and asked Fang Zhao, "How are you feeling? Do you feel very?" Fang Zhao laughed. Relaxed. Director Bai, who had been just about to say, heavy-hearted, swallowed his words. Scanning Fang Zhao carefully, he realized that the extremely repressed manner that Fang Zhao had been in, as if he had witnessed great changes, had vanished in an instant. Now, even though the person standing in front of him had not removed his makeup, he gave off a completely different vibe. The hunchback due to him being ill and aged in the show was now straight, and his eyes were full of vigor. Director Bai felt relieved to see Fang Zhao having seemingly shed his character. However, according to the usual practice, Director Bai still had to exhort, remember to visit the psychologists. Even if you feel fine, you still have to get them to verify it. Got it. Thank you, Director Bai. Fang Zhao removed his makeup, changed out of his costume, took a bath, and put on a fresh pair of clothes before heading over to the psychologist. At the moment, psychologist Dai Yu was in his own office cracking melon seeds. Actors might feel a lot of pressure, but as psychologists in charge of adjusting the mental states of these actors, they were under a lot of stress too. Cracking melon seeds was also a method for relieving stress. Hearing that someone would be coming, Yu quickly put away his box of melon seeds. He stared at the mirror and wiped his mouth, spraying some breath freshener and arranging his appearance and facial expressions till they were at a suitable level. In front of these actors, psychologists needed to maintain a capable image. It wasn't right letting actors know that they normally cracked melon seeds when they had nothing to do. That would destroy their image. Perhaps the actors might even doubt the professional standards of these psychologists if they saw it. After he was done tidying himself up, Yu put on a deadpan expression and sat there and let the actor waiting outside come in. Seeing that the one coming in was Fang Zhao, Yu changed modes and became more casual. "Oh, it's you." As he spoke, he looked at Fang Zhao bewilderedly. "There seems to be something different with you today. Is it time for you to collect your bento box?" Fang Zhao closed the door and sat on the chair on the opposite side of the desk. Filming just concluded. To ensure privacy for actors, the psychologists here would not necessarily make video recordings. The psychologists would comply with the actor's wishes. If an actor was willing to have the conversation recorded, then the camera would be turned on. The majority of actors were not willing to be recorded. Fang Zhao had not wanted his sessions to be recorded either, and Yu approved of his choice. Fang Zhao could feel more at ease when there weren't any recordings. From when filming for Founding Era had begun until now, everyone had already gotten familiar with each other. Now, Yu had no need for keeping up impressions in front of Fang Zhao. Opening his drawer, he took out the box of melon seeds and started cracking them once again. Noticing Fang Zhao staring at him, Yu explained, "It's for relieving stress. Doctors are only human, not gods. We have stress too. Don't go around telling others about this." Yu pushed the box of melon seeds to the middle. "Want some?" "No thanks, I'm good. You seem to be in a much better state now. Previously, you gave off a dangerous vibe, and I nearly put you in the high-risk category, but now..." Yu swept his gaze over Fang Zhao a few times. "You are all right. You seem much less threatening now. Could I trouble you to verify that I'm fine?" "Sure." Yu quickly issued Fang Zhao a proof certificate, verifying that this actor had shed his character and was in a fine mental state and could leave the cast and crew at any time. Having received his proof, Fang Zhao did not stick around to crack melon seeds. Yu watched as Fang Zhao, and he thought to himself, "This person is rather interesting. Other people find it hard to shed their characters, yet he can do it really quickly and isn't affected at all. He really doesn't seem as dangerous as when he first came. Just that. I just feel that there is still something strange." But Yu was unable to determine which part of it was strange. "Who cares?" Yu continued cracking melon seeds. Fang Zhao's job might be done, but Yu still needed to work. At the other side, after leaving Yu's office, Fang Zhao headed to the large dining hall. He still had to collect the bento box that belonged to him. However, when he saw his bento box, Fang Zhao fell silent. Placed in front of him was a huge 10-layer bento set that resembled a steamer basket. "This is..." Fang Zhao asked the Shifu in charge of issuing bento boxes. The Shifu wore an exceptionally kind smile and there was a hint of tenderness. "For your last meal, every portion is extra large, to make sure you eat till you are full. Has there been a misunderstanding?" Fang Zhao asked. "Oh, there is no need to feel embarrassed. Look, this was specially prepared for you by us at the dining hall. Uncle just loves all of you with good appetites. Eating is a blessing. This is a little heavy and isn't easy to carry. Do you want to eat it over here? I'll bring it back to eat. Can I have a bag, please?" Fang Zhao did not wish to be surrounded and watched as he ate the bento set. There were already dining hall staff at the sides looking over. Many actors that had come to the dining hall for a meal were already making preparations and were just waiting to take a snapshot of him eating such a large meal. After the Shifu had made this super huge bento set into a takeaway, he added, "Let me get someone to help you bring it back." "No need. I can carry it myself." Seeing Fang Zhao effortlessly lift up the super huge bento set and walk rather steady, that Shifu even lamented, "Hey, this little fella is full of vigor." As expected of someone who eats 8 portions. Fang Zhao felt that he would never ever be able to explain the matter of 8 portions a meal. On his way back, the scene of Fang Zhao carrying such a large object was noticed by a lot of people. "Fang Zhao, what is this?" an actor asked. "Bento box." "Bento box." "Cough, what, you better hurry up and eat it. If the food is left for too long, it won't taste good." Watching Fang Zhao carry that super huge bento set as he left, that actor could not help but feel a tinge of respect for Fang Zhao. As Fang Zhao turned away, the actor secretly snapped a shot. He might not have internet access now, but they still had the local intranet and their own internal chat groups. He would be able to share this news with his good friends. Fang Zhao can eat 8 portions of a meal. That is already past tense. Have you seen this? Extra large, 10 layers. On his way back, Fang Zhao was stopped by many people with questions. When he finally returned to his quarters, he remembered how great-grandfather Fang had specifically exhorted him to take more photos of his last bento box, so Fang Zhao took a few photographs of it. Facing this large bento box, Fang Zhao did not feel very rueful, and he dug in after he had taken a few photographs. As he was eating, Fang Zhao received a call from Zero. "Fang Zhao, I heard that you received your bento box today." From Zero's tone, it seemed like he was in high spirits. "Aminchim. What's up? Come out and have some fun. How about letting me host a banquet to celebrate you finally receiving your bento box?" Besides Zero, his manager could only sigh when hearing Zero speak. Isn't he afraid of offending people with his words? Can't he be a little more tactful? If narrow-minded people heard these words, they would reckon that Zero was taking delight in their misfortune. There's no rush. Everyone is still busy filming. You don't have to purposely free up time, Fang Zhao replied. Busy, my *SS. Everyone knows each other, and it's not as if they are acting out some important roles. Everyone has a bunch of time. Actually, Zero wasn't anxious to hold a celebration for Fang Zhao. He was just worried that he might not get the chance to host a banquet and show off once Fang Zhao left the cast and crew. Previously, he had hyped up garlic and earned a lot of money. Now he was a successful figure. He even remembered that he owed a meal. After ending the call with Fang Zhao, Zero scrolled through his contact list to confirm the banquet's attendance list. We cannot forget these important characters, and Wu Tianhao, and Barbara. Forget it, let's not invite Barbara. 2 days ago, Zero and Barbara had had a disagreement, and now he found her an eyesore. Zero called each of them in turn to set the date. He was pleased, and he pondered what he should do to make himself even more pretentious during the banquet. Suddenly, as if he had remembered something, he asked his manager beside him. I heard that Wu Tianhao is collaborating with others to promote something. Hey, what did you say I should promote next? We have to make sure we don't lose to him. Zero's agent calmly replied, no worries. What they are endorsing is ginger. Right now, there are many people following the tide, and the profits won't be much. Let's take a different road from them. Then what shall we endorse? Ginger's cousin, Mountain Ginger. Why is Ginger's cousin Mountain Ginger? That isn't the main point. The main point is that the plan has already been set. Now you must make sure not to reveal it first. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I definitely won't leak it. Zero promised. Since Zero wanted to host a banquet, there was no need for Wu Tianhao to show any formalities. Everyone knew that Zero had earned a lot endorsing garlic. Thus, Wu Tianhao brought along a few more people to enjoy the feast. Although Zero said it was to celebrate Fang Zhao receiving his bento box, who didn't know Zero's character? Wasn't he just using it as a pretext to flaunt? Because Zero had said they could bring more people, Fang Zhao brought along Ji Polan and a few other young actors from the company. Now, Ji Polan and this bunch were done playing their minor roles. Before leaving the cast and crew, they would start all sorts of publicity stunts to raise their profile. Fang Zhao had taken this opportunity to bring them along, using the banquet as a pretext to let them get to know actors from other continents. As for Zero's side, he had only brought along his agent. Zero had originally wanted to bring along a few Lijo actresses, but his agent had advised against it. Of course, whether it was those that Wu Tianhao brought along or the bunch who tagged along with Fang Zhao, they all understood that we're only here to serve as foils. All they needed to do was sit down and listen to the two young masters, Wu Tianhao and Zero, brag. When one of them said something interesting, they just needed to laugh and lift the mood. This time, Zero had hosted the banquet at a restaurant in the gourmet food city. Stepping into the private room, the eyes of Ji Polan and the young actors nearly popped out. Upon entering, stepping on the soft old era-style rug was like treading on clouds high in the sky. There were also huge chandeliers like those in ancient palaces, brightly colored classical paintings and all sorts of artistic displays. Also, there was the shiny silverware on the table. I don't remember this restaurant's decorations having this sort of style before, Ji Polan whispered. It was newly renovated, someone else muttered as he twitched his nose. The heck? Wu Tianhao, who had just arrived, scanned the place disdainfully. I heard that all these upstarts love to style their place like this. Seems like Zero is ready for a round of excessive bragging. Indeed, when everyone was gathered, Zero was pleased as punch and laughed heartily before he had even entered the place. It couldn't be helped. Now, when Zero thought about his cash reserves, his feeling of accomplishment was bursting out of his chest. There was no way he could calm down unless he flaunted a bunch. Zero had specifically contacted the boss of this restaurant and rented an entire private room. The rent was considerable, but who had asked him to be flushed with cash right now? After 2 rounds of alcohol, the table's vibe became even more casual. Zero kept bragging and Wu Tianhao kept chiming in, both unwilling to lose out to the other. Ji Polan and the bunch who had been brought along as foils had only one thought, which was to exchange contact details with the other actors. More friends meant more options. Furthermore, in the future, Ji Polan wouldn't just be restricted to Yenzhou and would develop on a global scale. Having been brought along by Fang Zhao this time, he would take the opportunity to expand his network. Fang Zhao had a talk with Zero's agent. They had collaborated in the past and might collaborate in the future, too. Actually, Zero's agent was still very grateful toward Fang Zhao. A number of Zero's opportunities had been because of Fang Zhao pulling strings. Just the matter of endorsing garlic had been indirectly caused by Fang Zhao. It was because Fang Zhao had suggested Zero stimulate his taste buds in order to aid his acting. Zero's taste buds had been so stimulated that every time he saw that segment of Founding Era's Lijo chapter, he smelled that odor. Remembering that despair-inducing odor, Zero's agent couldn't help but shudder. However, as before, he would not let up on film and television investments. He wished to sway Fang Zhao into acting in a period drama that they would be investing in. Following the birth of Founding Era, the regulations regarding film projects based on the period of destruction history were going to be relaxed. In the future, there would surely be more and more movies and drama series based on the period of destruction. Even in the 2 years after Founding Era finished airing, the popularity of this genre wouldn't drop. Fang Zhao rejected the idea. Zero's agent did not give up and continued to persuade Fang Zhao. You can always reconsider. There is no need to reply right away. Compensation can always be negotiated. As Zero's agent was speaking, he heard a shout. Fang Zhao. Wu Tianhao came over with a bottle of wine and poured Fang Zhao a full cup. Come. Let us brothers have a round. That trash Zero can't take it anymore. To the side, Zero was already a little dazed from all the alcohol and had taken a break from bragging. Zero's liquor capacity could not be compared to Wu Tianhao's. Wu Tianhao had also drunk a lot and wasn't his usual composed self. Fang Zhao, you have it easy. We still have to continue being in background scenes. When I have earned enough money, I will invest in a series and play the lead. Once the prohibition on period of destruction history films is fully lifted, I'm going to film many series about our Tongzhou Wu family's important great general. As he spoke, Wu Tianhao turned to Fang Zhao and, with sympathy in his eyes, said, "The one from Yenzhou named Fang is pitiful. Given my experience in the industry, either nobody will create films about him or they will blindly and randomly create films. After all, Fang Zhao died early and left no descendants, so there will not be many disputes." Fang Zhao used his fingers to swivel the wine cup but did not say anything. "Believe me." Wu Tianhao hiccuped. He was especially talkative after getting high on alcohol and had no qualms. This Fang Zhao person, what a pity. My view is that he wasn't ruthless enough. If there was no founding era, who would remember the person named Fang Zhao? Of course, I'm not talking about you. Wu Tianhao patted Fang Zhao's shoulder. I am not a Yenzhou person, but I know that the name Fang Zhao still had significant influence in the first 100 years of the new era. However, afterward, it was probably only limited to examinations. In the future, when everyone emigrates to foreign planets, I reckon new editions of history textbooks might not even have a place for him. Perhaps the only people who will remember him then will be the cemetery guards. Isn't this leader a failure? Don't you think so? Fang Zhao smiled faintly. That does sound quite like a failure. That's right. Such a disappointment. Wu Tianhao energetically slammed the table a few times. Our family clan sends people to each continent's cemetery every year. The graves of Fang Zhao and Wu Yan are the focus, but it is a political mission. Do you know why it is called a political mission? Because it is a form of diplomacy. It's done just for others to see. Fang Zhao got the waiter to deliver some hangover soup and poured a cup for both Wu Tianhao and Zero. Wu Tianhao, who was absorbed in talking, did not notice the cup had been swapped and gulped the drink down before scoffing. This wine tastes weird. Zero wouldn't have bought fake alcohol, right? Let's go on talking about Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao. For my university political module thesis, I wrote about Fang Zhao and why he has received such treatment among other historical characters of similar statuses. Let's not forget that he died earlier than the rest, and he did not leave behind any descendants. However, when it comes to leading subordinates, he really has no way of comparing with Shizhou's great general. Shizhou has the largest prison cluster in the entire world and has a reputation for being a tough-as-nails land. But just take a look, no matter who assumes the role of Shizhou's governor, whenever great General Liu Shi is mentioned, all everyone has is the utmost admiration. He simply has divine status. Wu Tianhao stood on the chair and rolled up his sleeves. If I was Fang Zhao, I would brainwash them. Resolutely brainwash all the subordinates under him. Afterward, get them to continue brainwashing their children and great-grandchildren. Endless brainwashing for one's descendants. Even if I'm long gone, I still would need to have offerings and respects paid every year, not a single bit less. I have to let them know that the land they are stepping on is my territory. All these little brats. Who dares to King forget me? Fang Zhao said, sit down. Isn't standing and talking tiring? I'm not tired. Don't interrupt. I have only talked about half of my thesis. Let me talk about the Wu family. If I was Wu Yan, I would climb out of my coffin in a fit of rage. How great was the Wu family during the time when Wu Yan was alive? Compared to the families of the great generals of other continents, they were not in any way inferior. But once Wu Yan wasn't there anymore, generation after generation of Wus were weaker than before. They even lost their core position. But to be honest, they aren't entirely at fault. Our Wu family was nearly overthrown some 200 years ago. Fortunately, we were united. Whatever fighting goes on outside, whenever it is at a crux, we will be united. Holding on to a core position is really too difficult. Zero had just finished drinking the hangover soup. When he heard what Wu Tianhao said, he opened his loose lips. Right. Absolutely right. I agree with what you said. Don't a few of these continents have an old saying, it is easy to conquer Shanjiang but hard to defend Shanjiang 1. That is totally apt. The room suddenly fell silent. Jiangshan, it is easy to conquer Jiangshan but hard to defend Jiangshan, an actor at the side whispered. The others in the room stared at Zero curiously, as well as his manager beside him. Was this fella going to be promoting Wild Ginger next? Zero's agent heaved a heavy sigh and turned to look out the window, King retard. Those with a much lesser presence might have seemed to be obediently sitting there, but deep down, they were itching and trying to make all sorts of sense of what Zero had said. Zero's agent thought to himself, fortunately, I still have plan B. Since Zero had already said it, then Zero's manager would just rope someone in to collaborate. Zero's manager looked at Wu Tianhao, who was still ridiculing the Wu family. Zero and Wu Tianhao. If these two joined hands to endorse something, the result of 1 + 1 would definitely be greater than 2. Previously, when Zero had been endorsing garlic, there were people that had cursed Zero for relying on his status to mess up the market. Now they would rope in an additional great general's descendant to share the burden. Zero's manager still had to make sure Zero did not go overboard trying to earn money. The label of being a great general's descendant was a protective talisman but also a constraint. As long as one didn't go overboard and had a good grasp of the angles, everything would be fine. Zero's agent lowered his head and pondered how to get the best rates for Zero and Wu Tianhao. He did not notice Fang Zhao glancing at him. Just a meal with Zero's bragging and Wu Tianhao's ridiculing. Everyone got to make a few new friends. With food, drinks, and laughs, the dinner seemed really joyous. After they'd had their fill, it was time to go back. As they got up to leave, Fang Zhao suddenly asked, Wu Tianhao, what was the evaluation you got for your university politics module thesis? I had to retake it. Wu Tianhao was pissed off just mentioning it. The politics teacher even complained to my old man. My old man even gave me a spanking and warned me not to judge those leaders, so. The sentence ended with a grunting sound. Wu Tianhao appeared to have been petrified, and his legs went soft as he leaned on the person beside him. His face was blank as he mumbled, who am I, where am I, what did I just say? I think I just dreamed of my politics teacher. Arg, my head hurts. Someone, help support me, I drank too much and need to return and rest. I will be leaving first, bye. After everyone had left the private room, Fang Zhao turned around to take a look. The large meal table was full of plates. It was a little messy, and there were still some remains of food on the table. Large and small patches of soup and broth had stained the white tablecloth. Light from the setting sun shone through the windows and passed through the wine bottles, creating bewitching light rays. The door was closed, covering up the whole room full of ostentatiousness. After return to his living quarters, Fang Zhao contacted Zui Yu and Yen Biao. Boss, I heard that you attended a banquet tonight. How did it feel? Yen Biao asked. Fang Zhao recalled the meal and sighed. The generation gap is really huge. Yen Biao. Yen Biao was prepared to share some words of advice to Fang Zhao about being reluctant to leave and so on, but he had not expected Fang Zhao to say such a line. He reckoned that his boss had met a few elders from the entertainment industry. Those old fogies definitely couldn't get along with youngsters. Yen Biao could totally understand where his boss was coming from. Having assumed he understood what his boss was talking about, Yen Biao would not further mention this matter. We will head over to the filming area to pick you up tomorrow. Afterward, will we be heading to the film entertainment complex or the base? To the base, to fetch curly hair. Alright, we will definitely be on time tomorrow. After arranging the details with Yen Biao and Zuiyu, Fang Zhao then contacted Y Base. Today, a transport ship had arrived and was still unloading its cargo, so curly hair had to work overtime. Fang Zhao did not even get to see a glimpse of the little thing in the video call and only informed the other side that he would be going over tomorrow. Y Base. After curly hair returned from his overtime patrol and heard that Fang Zhao had already finished filming his scenes and would be coming over tomorrow, he got excited and tore the sofa in the office of Y Base's commanding officer, Hui Yi. On the second day, when Fang Zhao arrived at the base, curly hair was led out from the aircraft tarmac and was wearing a custom-made military uniform. As a temporary service dog, there were also requirements for clothing, but they weren't strict. Getting curly hair to wear this uniform was more for protection purposes. The one leading curly hair was a military officer with the rank of lieutenant colonel. During this period, he was the one who had frequently brought curly hair onto transport ships for inspections, and he could be considered to be on friendly terms with Fang Zhao. When he saw Fang Zhao, that lieutenant colonel untied the rope, and curly hair ran like the wind toward Fang Zhao, wagging his tail vigorously. Fang Zhao rubbed curly hair's head and asked the lieutenant colonel, "Didn't you say there was overtime? He seems very energetic." Noticing some residue between curly hair's teeth, Fang Zhao asked, "What did he eat before?" The lieutenant colonel replied, "He ate a lot. Dog food, bones, and the commander's sofa." Fang Zhao's hand that was rubbing curly hair's forehead paused. Sofa. Cough, he doesn't normally do it, but he likes biting stuff when he gets excited. How many has he ruined? Fang Zhao asked. 3. Hey, it's all right, our commander didn't get angry. The lieutenant colonel laughed when he brought it up. He wasn't asking for compensation and was just joking about it. Oh, right, our commander got someone to specially prepare lunch for you. Such a huge pot. Let me bring you there. The lieutenant colonel led the way. The news of Fang Zhao being especially able to eat had spread from the cast and crew over to the surrounding garrisons. Along the way, the lieutenant colonel even said to Fang Zhao, "Now, curly hair's appetite has increased. While other dogs have 2 meals per day when off duty and 3 to 4 meals when they have training, curly hair has to eat 6 or 7 meals a day or he will rebel." As if he had remembered something, the lieutenant colonel smiled. At the start, the veterinarian also advised against feeding him so many times, so curly hair destroyed the vet's chair and went on strike. Left with no other choice, we tried feeding him extra meals for a few days, and when the vet's checkup found no problems, curly hair got his own way. Fang Zhao had heard about this from an animal specialist before, but he only now found out that curly hair would destroy chairs and sofas when angry. The lieutenant colonel thought that Fang Zhao was displeased when he didn't reply, so he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, curly hair is brought for a checkup every 10 days. If there were any issues, they would surely have been detected. Every dog has a medical record with the veterinarians and a record is made of everything when there is a checkup. You should have seen them already. As for curly hair destroying chairs and sofas, those are nothing but a trifling matter." Actually, the lieutenant colonel was thinking to himself about the saying that a dog had the same characteristics as its owner. Since his owner could eat so much, this dog having a huge appetite wasn't strange at all. He had already decided to let curly hair have 8 to 10 portions a day in the future. Knowing that Fang Zhao would be coming over today, Y Base's commanding officer, Hui Yi, had freed up some time to have a talk with Fang Zhao. In Hui Yi's office, only Hui Yi, Fang Zhao, and curly hair were in the room. The sofa that had been damaged yesterday had already been removed, and the new sofa still had the scent of fresh leather. You still can't bring curly hair away yet, Hui said. Fang Zhao's gaze was slightly restrained. Hui let out a faint sigh. Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to steal your dog. The wrinkles on his forehead accumulated as he tapped his fingers on the tabletop before laughing bitterly. There is some stuff that isn't convenient to share with outsiders, but since this involves your dog, there isn't any need to keep it from you. Hui opened up an electronic file and showed it to Fang Zhao. This was a list of items intercepted during security checks. Although it was only a portion, the more Fang Zhao read through the list, the more apprehensive he felt. Explosive materials, drugs, controlled weapons, and materials that seemed harmless yet when combined could cause a threat. There were also attempts to smuggle out native plants and animals. Commanding Officer Hui was even angrier. Their situation here was different from Planet Baiji's. Planet Baiji would be a future planet for immigration, and their military might would be formidable after some expansions. Planet Baiji had better construction times, comprehensive supervision, large stockpiles of high-grade power ore, and a vast amount of capital. But Planet Y had no way of competing with them. First, they did not have sufficient capability, and they had to contend with the moods of the bunch of big bosses. Planet Y touched upon the entertainment circles and planned its development along the lines of entertainment and tourism. Previously, they had released large batches of land and relaxed the requirements for firms entering the planet for the sake of increasing Planet Y's popularity, attracting more investment firms, and raising taxes, but now, there are more and more people coming over to Planet Y, and it has gotten even more chaotic. Our military might is limited, and we are unable to supervise every single place. It is because of this that there are holes that can be exploited. We are already trying our best to prevent dangerous materials from being smuggled in. A while back, there were even people entering restricted zones to poach. D***mn them. One was caught and thrown in jail for a long time. Every place had its own rules. Planet Y might not be as strict as Planet Baiji, but they were still the local bosses here. Hui wasn't willing to let people trample all over his face right from the start. If there was no stricter control, no rules and regulations, these people would climb all over their heads. Fang Zhao had already thought about the problems that Planet Y would encounter as it developed this way. By tightening up control, Hui was doing the right thing. Otherwise, Planet Y would surely get thrown into turmoil in the future. In the future, Planet Y would be a getaway spot for entertainment and leisure, but it would not be a place where one could do whatever one pleased. Fang Zhao pointed to the list on the electronic file and asked, "Were these all discovered from Curly Hair's inspections?" Hui shook his head. More than 60% of the items there were discovered by Curly Hair. As for the remainder, the scanning equipment caught about 30%, and less than 10% were discovered by the other dogs. Hui heaved a heavy sigh as he spoke about this. Our latest security apparatuses have no way of detecting everything. Many smugglers have shielding devices that counter the frequency of our scanning equipment. They even have measures that work against a dog's sense of smell. Luckily, Curly Hair was still able to detect all of these. This was also something that Hui was very pleased with. Even if his favorite sofa had been ruined by Curly Hair, he still could not bring himself to get mad. We have already reported the matter of the scanning machines to the top, but it will take some time before the latest equipment can be delivered here. The other dogs at the base have already grown up and can take up posts. Now, they are undergoing extra training, and the results are pleasing, but they still cannot replace Curly Hair. Besides, you have said that you won't be leaving Planet Y for the time being, which means you can only stay at the film entertainment complex. Currently, that area is a little chaotic. It isn't safe to bring Curly Hair over there. He might even be targeted. Have you heard about the news of a meritorious dog being murdered in the past? You have to be wary. Nothing will happen to Curly Hair if you leave him at the base. As long as he works overtime, I will always keep him in my office. I heard that curly hair has ruined 3 of your sofas, and one of them was your favorite. Are you really comfortable leaving him in your office? Fang Zhao laughed. Hui Yi brandished his hands and waved them vigorously. No problem. He can bite them as entertainment. Working overtime can be stressful. Dogs have to relieve stress too. I can pay for the damaged sofas, Fang Zhao said. Hui Yi made himself appear magnanimous. No need. This sofa isn't expensive. Actually, according to market prices, the 3 sofas were quite expensive, but no matter how expensive they were, when compared to the service curly hair had rendered, it could not be considered much. I will be taking him today and will bring him back tomorrow, Fang Zhao said. Hui Yi seemed a little unwilling, as if he wanted to say something, but he acquiesced in the end. He could not be too controlling. After all, Fang Zhao was the dog's owner. After leaving Hui Yi's office, Fang Zhao did not head straight to the Y Film Entertainment Complex. Instead, he visited the nearby kennel. The batch of dogs brought over from Muzhou had already grown big. When Fang Zhao went over, the dogs were still undergoing training. They'd had overtime patrolling and inspections last night and had training today, but these dogs were still very energetic. They weren't elite Muzhou dogs for nothing. In terms of IQ, physical capability, and other aspects, they were top tier. Every once in a while, Hui Yi would lecture his subordinates, take a look at the kennel next door. Even dogs are so hardworking. How do you guys have the cheek to slack off? The instructor at the kennel was also delighted every time this was mentioned. He even told Fang Zhao, because curly hair was here and served as a model, these dogs also learned much quicker. Fang Zhao's previous few visits had been rushed. This time, because he had time, the instructor dispatched over from Muzhou displayed some training results these dogs had received since entering the military and proving that they were indeed the cream of the crop from the Muzhou Police Dog Academy. The instructor had originally wanted curly hair to join in with the other dogs and listen to his commands and participate in the training drills, but because Fang Zhao was here, curly hair would only listen to Fang Zhao, not the instructor. After Fang Zhao left the kennel, the instructor recounted the matter to Hui Yi. Hui Yi summoned the lieutenant colonel that handled curly hair. Didn't you say that all dogs love you? Yet you can't even dupe a small dog. That lieutenant colonel hurriedly defended himself. Commander, you don't understand. Dogs are loyal creatures, and dogs with high IQ are even more difficult to dupe. Those dogs that come from the Muzhou Police Dog Academy, regardless of whether they are military dogs or other service dogs, require time before they will acknowledge someone. If you want them to be loyal to you, nobody knows how long it will take. That little curly hair isn't from the Muzhou Police Dog Academy. But he is even more impressive than dogs from the Muzhou Police Dog Academy. It is even more difficult to dupe him. Hui Yi nodded. That makes sense. Furthermore, it is said that curly hair was a stray. It was Fang Zhao that picked him up and changed his fate. Under these circumstances, curly hair will surely be much more loyal to Fang Zhao. Back when Fang Zhao was away for a year during military service, curly hair did not switch loyalties at all. Now, it is impossible. Commander, you might not believe this, but if Fang Zhao asks curly hair to eat a bomb right now, curly hair would do so. Hui Yi clicked his tongue in disgust. Which idiot abandoned this dog back then? Fang Zhao lucked out. Elsewhere, Fang Zhao had taken advantage of nightfall to keep a low profile and return to the film entertainment complex. Only after Yan Biao had driven the car into the residence did Fang Zhao bring curly hair out. Curly hair wagged his tail as he followed Fang Zhao and entered the room. After the door was shut and no sounds could be heard outside, curly hair started whimpering. Fang Zhao understood that this little thing was suffering withdrawal from a lack of gaming. When Yan Biao noticed Fang Zhao bringing the gaming helmet into the room, he reminded Fang Zhao, the internet connection is quite unstable, so only some solo games can be played. Got it. After Fang Zhao entered the room, Yen Biao even lamented to Suiyu, "I never expected boss's addiction to gaming to be so severe." Suiyu did not find it strange. Before his military service, our boss was a dark horse in the gaming circles. At that time, he was famous worldwide and placed first on the global individual leaderboards. Many people hoped that he would return to gaming after his military service, but in the end, after he held his first concert, he went on to acting. He took a really bewildering path. Oh, right, we can never guess what the boss is thinking. Yet another day and it was time for the Founding Era cast and crew's internet access. Fang Zhao had not borrowed internet access to release his news immediately after he had left the cast. One reason was that the internet at the film entertainment complex wasn't particularly stable and communicating wasn't convenient. The second reason was to coordinate with the timing arrangements the company had made. Yenzhou Qian City. Silver Wing Gaming Department. "Captain, is it their internet access time yet?" someone asked Jinro. "Almost time. 2 more minutes. Later, everyone should go and light a candle. Our Zhao God is receiving his bento box this time." During last week's internet access time, Jinro had received news from Fang Zhao about the filming developments. If filming went smoothly, during this week's internet access time, they would get to see a photograph of Fang Zhao's bento box. As members, directly under Fang Zhao, they should occupy the most conspicuous and popular position on the comments sections of Fang Zhao's post. Jinro had also informed the company's operations department beforehand, and they were to pin it to the hot topics and not let anybody else snatch it first. Everyone counted down the seconds till it would be refreshed. Indeed, Fang Zhao had already edited the post beforehand and had set it to post automatically. Fang Zhao, received my bento box. Image. Jinro, who had already been waiting originally, wanted to light a candle, but when he saw the image of that super huge bento set, his hands trembled and he clicked on like. Jinro. Just as he was about to inform the people in the team to ignore his like, he saw that the comment with the huge like had been already pinned the top of the comments section. Jinro. Brothers in the operations department, why were you so quick this time? Using all his strength to wipe his face, Jinro hurriedly sent a message to Fang Zhao, "Boss, let me explain. I didn't do it on purpose, my hand trembled." The other members of the gaming team stood around foolishly and stared at that image of the bento set before turning to Jinro. "Captain, so should we light a candle, or should we follow you and like? Light a candle?" Jinro roared. At the same time, a bunch of netizens that were keeping watching to light candles for actors that had just received their bento boxes heard the news of Fang Zhao receiving his bento box. Originally feeling a little heavy-hearted from lighting all those candles, they gloomily came over to Fang Zhao's social platform to add on to the line of candles, but in the end. Ha ha ha, the cast's largest bento box has been born. Like. My Zhao God is worthy of acting as a great person. Even his bento box is a heavyweight. When I heard that he received his bento box, I was feeling a little sorrowful, but seeing this bento box, I suddenly feel like laughing. Still going to light a routine candle, though, candle. My Zhao God is impressive. Even his bento box has to stand out from the masses, like. What, filming for Season 9 has already been completed over there. Candle. Very much unwilling to see this, but I still came over. Sigh, what a pity for that great person of that generation, candle. Don't worry, it's still early. The cast might have filmed till Season 9, but online broadcasts are still only at Season 7, like. We already learned about Fang Zhao's ending during secondary school history examinations. Those watching the Yenzhou chapter should long have made mental preparations. Like. From the start of filming till now, among the actors from Founding Era that had received bento boxes, Fang Zhao was one of the few that received candles and likes in the comments section. Yanbei Retirement Facility. Great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang were waiting there. During internet access time, Fang Zhao directly make a long-distance call, telling them his scenes were completed. Great-grandfather Fang was delighted. Finished filming already? That means you can return. Good, good, we can all watch season 9 together. Ha 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 ha. Great-grandfather Fang had only let out a few ha-has when his laughter was cut short by a sentence from Fang Zhao. I still can't return yet. The director told me to not leave Planet Y for the time being in case there are scenes that need to be res-hot. They could randomly find people to substitute for minor roles, but for these important characters, the director wanted the original actor for reshoots. Of course, they might not be any reshoots, but this was just a precautionary measure, so they wanted Fang Zhao to remain on Planet Y and wait. Actually, the directorial team had not expected Fang Zhao to immediately receive the all-clear from the psychologist. They had all been prepared for Fang Zhao to remain with the cast and crew for a period of time and leave only after Season 10's filming had been completed. They had not expected this sort of situation, so before Fang Zhao could leave the cast and crew, they had informed him that it was all right, but he could not leave Planet Y since filming for the entire project was close to being wrapped up. Mo Lang also hoped that Fang Zhao would not be in a rush to leave. He did not know when he might require Fang Zhao to exchange some tips. Fang Zhao did not mention this reason to great-grandfather Fang. Although the two old Fangs were a little disappointed that they would not be able to watch Season 9 together with Fang Zhao, they could also understand, and they reminded Fang Zhao to stay safe and look after himself well. After the call, great-grandfather Fang grumbled, "Our little Fang experiences hardship over there. Say, can such a huge company like Silver Wing even be considered one of Yanzhou's top 3? They can't even assign him an assistant." Great-grandmother Fang reasoned, "What you just said are groundless accusations. Didn't little Fang also say that he didn't want an assistant with him? Besides, doesn't he still have his 2 bodyguards over there? What can a bodyguard do when it comes to work-related matters? They can't act as a nanny too. Let's advise him to look for an assistant next time." Other third-rate celebrities also bring along an entourage of assistants. Given Fang Zhao's reputation in Yanzhou, he isn't shabbier than a third-rate celebrity, right? Great-grandmother Fang agreed with the matter of finding an assistant. Knowing that Fang Zhao had no way of rushing back to watch Season 9 with them, great-grandfather Fang heaved a heavy sigh. But when he browsed through the comments online, his spirit immediately returned. When they saw the super-huge bento box, the two old Fangs beamed with delight. Our worthy grandson indeed. Even his bento box is larger than others. Great-grandfather Fang saved Fang Zhao's image and status as well as other photographs from different angles of the bento box that Fang Zhao had sent. Then, he sent them to other chat groups, sharing them with even more friends and family. He also sent a flurry of images to the retirement facility's internal chat group. Across the entire showbiz circles, besides my Xiao Zhao, who else has received such a huge bento box? The one and only. Great-grandfather Fang chuckled as he told his wife beside him, how great having a good appetite is. He is like me. Back then, when I was young and I first embarked on the series for military service, how many people had no appetites because of the poor conditions and were unable to adapt well? Only I was able to eat a lot and adapt fast. My strength was really great too. Hey, now that I mention it, Fang Zhao is really like me. Great-grandfather Fang got more excited as he spoke, and he patted his old wife. Do you still remember? Right at the beginning of military service, because I was able to eat a lot, was full of vigor, and adapted well, the captain even praised me for being a role model. Great-grandmother Fang's lips curled upward at these past memories. Yes, during those times, many people could not adapt well and fell sick easily. The captain even personally made a visit to the sick bay and ran into you, wearing a sleeveless shirt and underpants, rushing in with your sick roommate. Great-grandfather Fang's entire face was beaming. Ah ha! I just knew that you fell in love with me at that moment. Otherwise, how were you able to remember it so clearly? Ha, and this old lady is still unwilling to admit it. Great-grandmother Fang. How many people took a fancy for me all those years ago? This bit of Xiao Zhao is just like me, he is surely especially charming, just that he seems a little boring sometimes. This part of him isn't so good. He is just like you in this aspect. Fang Zhao returned curly hair to the base as promised. He could tell that curly hair enjoyed his work. After getting his gaming fix, curly hair happily followed Fang Zhao back to the base. Curly hair was still the same dog when he was with Fang Zhao, quiet and obedient, but once he set foot on the base, his tiny eyes started to get cocky. The soldiers on base were glad to put him on a pedestal. He had made a major contribution, after all. Curly hair was sad when Fang Zhao had to leave the base, darting toward him to whine and cuddle. Fang Zhao thought that the little fella had been spoiled by the folks on base. Curly hair had grown a temper. That was why he had trashed the sofa without much prompting. I'll come see you again in 2 days. Fang Zhao pet curly hair on the head. Now that he was done shooting, his schedule was much more flexible. He could stay longer on base each visit. The soldier in charge of curly hair was still the Lieutenant Colonel Fang Zhao had met last time. After Fang Zhao left, the Lieutenant Colonel sat on the ground next to curly hair, oblivious to the dirty surface. Curly hair, remember what I told you last time? Guarding the spaceport is the same as protecting your master. Curly hair immediately shook off his languor and stood at attention. The Lieutenant Colonel continued, the next spaceship is about to arrive. We have to be on full alert. We can't let any contraband in. You must stay on guard. Woof. Curly hair strutted confidently toward the spaceport. The Lieutenant Colonel followed, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Thank God I've tamed him for now. Meanwhile, free of his acting duties, Fang Zhao took a stroll through the film studio complex. Just as Hui Yi had said, the compound's fast expansion brought a greater number of risk factors. He had no control over other people's territory, but on his own turf, there were some issues he had to weigh in on. After supervising work and straightening things out at the film studio complex for 2 days, Fang Zhao could finally shift his attention elsewhere. Over at the experimental plots, operations had already been partly commercialized. When investors wanted to revive certain old-era plant species, the research center would get on the case right away as long as there were sufficient funds. Only a handful of species had been revived in the past because of limited funding, but now that Planet Y had developed a thriving entertainment and tourist economy, even researchers were receiving payment a few tiers higher. Fang Zhao had heard that Zero and Wu Tianhao had joined hands to invest in the revival of wild ginger, a plant that looked pretty and had medicinal value. Once the wild ginger could be harvested and they had accumulated enough stock, the two would engage in a major round of speculation. The several new botanical gardens that had sprung up on Y held plant shows periodically. Most of them were flower shows. Interested buyers could purchase flowers on site. The fair organizers would take care of export permits, ship to Earth in bulk, and arrange for home delivery. Fang Zhao bought some flower and plants that were easy to care for great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang. He remembered that his great-grandmother liked flowers. She had just complained to him yesterday that a few of her potted plants had died after being overwatered by great-grandfather. He also bought plants for his former colleagues at Silver Wing, for Shui Jing, and for close friends and family. He figured he would order everything in one go. Fang Zhao had stayed on set and filmed for 9 seasons, about a year in total, and that was with adequate preparation and with the stars aligned, the right technology, the actors performing well, and an experienced crew. If the shoot had taken place in the old era, completing a season in a year would have been rough. A whole bunch of tourist sites, both big and small, had popped up on Y in the past 2 years. Fang Zhao took advantage of his break to check them out. When he felt inspired, he put his new melodies to paper. They varied in length and might not amount to a full song or ever be played in public. They might remain in Fang Zhao's pocket notebook forever, but jotting things down in his notebook had become a habit. He had been so tightly wound in his previous life. Only now did he have the leisure, time, and circumstances to compose freely. Fang Zhao was called back to the set by the director twice to shoot additional scenes and once by Mo Lang to discuss ideas for the arrangement of part of the score. When he finally got word that it was a wrap, he could literally hear the sense of relief the directors felt through his bracelet. Even though shooting had been completed, there was still post-production, but that didn't put a damper on everyone's festive mood. Fang Zhao, remember to head back to set tomorrow for the wrap banquet, a production liaison said in a note sent to the actor. Can I bring my bodyguards? Fang Zhao asked. I think restrictions are laxer now. You can bring your bodyguards, manager, or assistants, but you are only allowed a quota of 2 people. You have to get special approval if you want to bring more than 2 people. Meanwhile, Roman had transformed from Scarface to Mr. Smiley, chuckling wherever he went. After finishing shooting, he splurged on the wrap banquet. We're definitely having one. We're going all out. The investors will pay for it anyway. No need to pinch pennies on their account. After the entire cast and crew having endured such an extended shoot and depressing mood on set, Roman wanted to throw a proper banquet to cheer folks up. The festive mood would also help draw actors out of their characters. The cast and crew also did a 180. They had no qualms about speaking up anymore. Actors who had been dissed by Roman with no mercy now behaved like he was a blood brother, chatting and joking around with the director. The day of the wrap banquet, Fang Zhao ended up going with Sui Yu and Yen Biao. He didn't have any assistants or a manager, so he used his quota on his bodyguards. The duo were happy about the prospect of hanging out with the cast and crew and enjoying a sumptuous meal. At the beginning of the banquet, the directors took turns making speeches. Roman had been in a very good mood the past 2 days, flashing an exceptionally wide smile and revealing his humorous side. After finishing his speech, he added with a laugh, I ordered a custom-made 10-layer cake shaped like a bento box for tonight. When the cast and crew saw the big cake, they started throwing glances at Fang Zhao. Roman sauntered toward the cake, wine glass in hand. Does everyone recognize it? I had it modeled after Fang Zhao's giant bento box. It's big enough, isn't it? The dinner guests broke into guffaws. Don't hold back. The more you eat, the thicker the red packet you will get. This comment lit a fire in the audience. They might not have been necessarily keen on a thick red packet, but leaving a good impression on director Roman was a smart move. It would improve their chances of working with him when he directed a major production in the future. Does Roman like actors who have voracious appetites? We're big eaters too. But soon, all eyes were on Fang Zhao again. You better sit out this one, Fang Zhao, Roman said with a smile. Fang Zhao laughed. Sure. He had never intended to participate, and he had a good idea what the others were thinking. He would never live down his reputation as a big eater, no matter how much he explained. An actor sitting next to him was delighted. I'm relieved. While the others were enjoying the meal and drinking merrily, Roman approached Fang Zhao. Have you thought about your next step? I'm shooting a lighter TV series next year. There are a few characters that suit you well. Interested? With a smile, Fang Zhao politely declined. After downing a few drinks with Roman, Fang Zhao explained himself. You know that I auditioned for the role of Fang Zhao because I like the role and the character shares my personality. This is a role I can handle, but if it's another character, I won't fare well against other actors. Roman wasn't upset. He was actually glad to hear Fang Zhao's answer. It meant that Fang Zhao hadn't let his recent fame get to his head. Being sober-minded was a good thing. He had seen too many young actors vanish after achieving overnight renown. No problem. We'll find another opportunity to work together. Roman slapped Fang Zhao on the shoulder and flashed a wide grin. One of the things I'm proudest of in this production is having suggested you for the role of Fang Zhao. You made me proud, ha. Soon, Roman was summoned by others as a drinking companion. The alcoholics could go all out tonight. Fang Zhao also had a few more drinks with a few actors he knew well. Out of the actors who remained on Y, few were close to Fang Zhao. G. Polan and company had left after Fang Zhao had completed his scenes. B and C-list actors like them had to take advantage of the fact that the big stars were still on Y to start publicizing their recent works. Otherwise, by the time the stars got around to promoting the TV series, they would be crowded out completely. They would be on no one's radar. Fang Zhao was different. He wasn't a professional actor. But for G. Polan and friends, acting was their primary profession. They had to line up their next project and related activities in advance. A few of the stunt doubles approached Fang Zhao's table to say hello. Now, Fang Zhao, don't bail on us. Once we wind things down, let's race here on Y. Most of the difficult stunt driving scenes in the series had been completed by doubles. The only actor who had never used a stunt double in the entire cast from all 11 chapters was Fang Zhao. The stunt team took no issue with this. Whenever they watched Fang Zhao complete his own stunts, they were impressed too. They even agreed to race after filming wrapped. There was tons of space on Y and it was sparsely populated. It was perfect for racing. Before filming wrapped, everything revolved around the shoot. No one could enjoy their pastimes properly lest a freak accident affect their work, but now they could let loose. After the stunt doubles left, a fight scene stunt double approached with his drink. Most of the more challenging or physically demanding fight scenes had been left to doubles. Martial arts doubles and stunt doubles might be lumped together on other productions, but on the set of Founding Era, there was a refined division of labor. As the martial arts double approached, he announced, "Don't get me wrong. I don't want to spar with you. I know I am no match. If we fought for real, I know I'd collapse before I knew what was going on." Fang Zhao had never used fight scene doubles either, although his opponents in the scenes all did. Roman's high standards required fight sequences to look authentic. Their moves couldn't seem too fake, so they had to fight for real to a certain extent. Most actors, even if they had a foundation in martial arts and had undergone training, couldn't pass muster. While they wouldn't go so far as to say that they had a precise understanding of Fang Zhao's skill level, the doubles who had fought Fang Zhao on set many times had a general sense. Even though Fang Zhao had held back, they had still felt sore after filming. They certainly didn't want to spar with Fang Zhao. After a brief pause, the martial arts doubles said, "I was just wondering if you needed any more bodyguards." Zui Yu and Yen Biao, who were engrossed in their meal, took notice immediately. They cast a wary glance at the intruder. "Are you looking to replace us?" "The bodyguard team is fully staffed." Sensing Yen Biao and Zui Yu's hostile glare, the double scrambled to explain himself. "Not the traveling kind. I know what I'm capable of. What I mean is, are you hiring a guard of the security variety?" The traveling bodyguards the big stars hired were quite elite. Former doubles like himself were rarely considered. Working for a minor celebrity didn't lead to rosy career prospects, so he decided to work for Fang Zhao. He would chart a different course by not working as a traveling bodyguard and serving in a different capacity. Martial arts doubles like himself had a keen understanding of the entertainment industry. They were especially sensitive to developments in filmed entertainment. The film studio complex on Y would undoubtedly expand and thrive in the next 10 years. Fang Zhao wasn't just a rising star, he was also an investor, and he had connections to the Y military base. The martial arts double couldn't find work with any of the investors, but Fang Zhao was a sitting duck. If now wasn't the time to kiss up, then when? He couldn't work as a martial arts double forever. They peaked only for a brief period and they had to take time to nurse the injuries they accumulated over the years. If they overworked and developed a major chronic injury, their lives would be even more miserable in retirement, so they had to look out for themselves too. Fang Zhao gave the matter some thought. He did indeed need to beef up the manpower at the film studio complex. Yan Biao and Zuiyu had brought a whole bunch of their retired comrades on board. The film studio compound was expanding rapidly, so he had to keep a closer eye on his property. Hiring more help was a certain thing. The martial arts double before him was a smooth talker, but from Fang Zhao's observations during filming, he wasn't a bad person. Folks who were hired as martial arts doubles typically were of decent character. Skill-wise, even if they weren't as competent as Yan Biao and Zuiyu, they were still far superior to the average hire. Someone else was calling for Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao told the double, "Why don't you have a chat with these two?" The man glowed. Fang Zhao hadn't rejected him off the bat. "Sure, no problem," he responded with gusto. It wasn't the first time their boss had put Yan Biao and Zuiyu in the same situation. They put down their plates and got businesslike. "We have our own set of rules. Let me give you the lowdown. If you think they are acceptable, let's set up a proper meeting," Yan Biao said. "Sounds good." The trio chatted briefly. After taking care of business, they started letting their guard down. "It must be a tough gig guarding Fang Zhao, right?" the martial arts double asked. Yan Biao rubbed his chin. "It's hard to explain." The double had a knowing look on his face. He said with a chuckle, "Got it. I know how it works. I won't ask any questions I shouldn't ask and I won't eavesdrop when I shouldn't." A professional bodyguard, even a marginal one, knows the importance of confidentiality. "Let's drink." "No, bodyguards can't get drunk. Let's stick to eating. Let's have a proper bite." Celebrities always had some sort of dirty laundry and a side of them that even their parents and spouses were unaware of. Bodyguards and drivers were perhaps the people who knew them the best, but a professional bodyguard knew that mum was the word when it came to the boss's personal affairs. He had heard plenty of stories during his years as a martial arts double. If Yan Biao and Zuiyu knew what the double had been insinuating, they would have loudly announced, "No, that's not the case. We so-called traveling bodyguards can't keep up with our boss. We feel like we're mere window dressing." Fang Zhao was constantly summoned as a drinking buddy and to pose for pictures. As long as the other dinner guests weren't out of line, Fang Zhao played along. He ended up drinking quite a bit, but he didn't feel drunk. By the end of the banquet Fang Zhao reeked of alcohol, but he was still quite sober. He even helped the sober guests guide the wasted ones onto the bus service headed back to the dorm compound. He himself waited for the last bus. Even though Fang Zhao's acting duties had concluded, he was allowed to keep his dorm room. That was because he had responsibilities other than acting. It was late and he'd had quite a bit to drink, so he wanted to rest in his dorm room. After the shuttle bus made several rounds, the venue for the banquet had died down. Fang Zhao made a quick run to the men's room while he was waiting for the final shuttle. When he emerged from the toilet, a tall, slim woman in formal wear left the ladies' room next door. After toiling away for seasons on the set, many of the actresses and female crew members had cleaned up for the rap banquet, so that type of wardrobe didn't stand out today. As the sound of high heels clicked by, the woman noticed Fang Zhao staring at her and arched her brows. "What are you looking at? Pervert." Fang Zhao broke out laughing. "You really have to go all out in your line of work, Wang. Big God, I was wrong." The woman, who had just confidently given Fang Zhao an earful now sounded defeated. Indeed, the woman was actually Yenzhou's top entertainment journalist, the self-proclaimed king of paparazzi, Wang Tai. He didn't dare venture into the film studio complex during filming, but now that shooting was finished, the soldiers manning the compound had let their guard down. It had been easy to sneak in. Other entertainment journalists had also infiltrated the complex. They were all out and about looking for scoops. In fact, many of the actors had suspected there were entertainment journalists in their midst at the rap banquet, but they had played dumb. They had dressed up for the banquet and ate with superb table manners. The presence of undercover journalists had obviously been lost on the actors who had gotten wasted. Wang Tai had actually gathered quite a bit of information at tonight's banquet. He had just been texting his disciples from the ladies' room, telling them to call it a night and retreat, yet when he left the bathroom after tidying up, lo and behold, he ran into Fang Zhao. He secretly cursed to himself. F***ck. Such bad luck. But he was also delighted to smell the alcohol in Fang Zhao's breath. Fang Zhao was drunk. He could definitely fumble through this time. Wang Tai couldn't help chewing out Fang Zhao, because Fang Zhao was staring at him. He had wanted to tell Fang Zhao off for some time, but he'd never had the guts to do so to Fang Zhao's face. He figured Fang Zhao wouldn't catch on this time because he was in disguise. Yet reality set in quickly. Big God, how about this? The rap banquet is over. Just pretend that you didn't see me and I didn't see you. We can both call it a night, okay? Wang Tai probed. Fang Zhao didn't respond. Totally unrecognizable in disguise, Wang Tai paused briefly, then flashed an evil smile. What if I tore my outfit, clung to you, and yelled for help? What kind of stories do you think the entertainment journalists who haven't left will write? Was it an outrageously contrived plan? Absolutely. But did the truth matter? No. As far as many entertainment journalists were concerned, the truth wasn't a major concern, even if they knew the facts. All they did was write the most sensational account possible. As for the truth, it was none of their bloody business. In the worst-case scenario, they would apologize after the fact. By then, they would have gained the necessary hits. Fang Zhao flexed his fingers. Wang Tai retreated abruptly and raised his hands. He blurted in a whisper, "Okay, I know where that will land me. Bottom line is it won't be a happy ending. I misspoke. Big God, there's no need to quibble with me. Just think of it as a fart. Let it go." Fang Zhao. Wang Tai was saved by the sound of approaching footsteps. He clasped his hands in prayer as he genuflected toward Fang Zhao, then trotted away in his high heels. Fang Zhao smiled and shook his head. Being an entertainment journalist was a tough gig. Wang Tai had to go all out to maintain his reputation as Yenzhou's top paparazzo. The next day, all sorts of selfies and paparazzi shots from the rap banquet began to surface. All sorts of alleged affairs made their rounds on the internet. There was truth to some of them, while others were fabricated on the basis of suggestive photos. Wang Tai broke news about the latest romantic entanglements of a few stars. As a bonus, he also broke stories about some less famous actors, but there was nothing about Fang Zhao, not even a photo. The name Fang Zhao did not make an appearance at all. When Fang Zhao went online, all he did was scan the headlines before focusing his attention on one particular item. A fan of Founding Era posted, "I hear that many period dramas auction their costumes after they finish shooting. Is this true? Director Roman, is there going to be an auction? I have my piggy bank ready. I can't get enough of the costumes and accessories that my idol wore. It'd be even better if they're autographed. Set up an auction page." Soon enough, Roman responded, "No. Most of the costumes and props would be preserved, though. The set would be rebuilt as a theme park. The most important props and costumes would be autographed and put on display. The theme park would also be equipped with period of destruction clothing for tourists to rent and buy." 2 days later, Fang Zhao and a select few other actors were summoned by Roman to sign their laundered costumes. There were holes in many of the costumes, and there was wear and tear to varying degrees, but that was the effect the theme park was looking for. Fang Zhao signed his name properly on his own costume. After filming wrapped up, actors left in batches according to their own work arrangements. Staff members handling post-production still had to remain on Planet Y for an extended period of time. For actors, most were in a rush to return, as they had busy schedules. Only a small portion of actors were not in a rush. Besides staff members in charge of post-production, there were also a few actors that decided to stay on Planet Y for a bit to have a vacation and tour the place before they returned. During this time, Fang Zhao and the stuntmen street raced twice. The roaring of engines and billowing of dust made the blood within one's body seem like it was boiling. Zero watched enviously and wished to join them for a round. But with Zero's driving skills, where he even needed to turn on the autopilot when driving a flying car, if he were to operate one of those two-wheeled motorcycles from the period of destruction, he would probably flip over immediately. For the sake of Zero's safety, and taking into consideration his own occupational future, Zero's agent had stopped him. Although Zero's agent wouldn't be able to avoid a scolding from Zero, he had long gotten used to it, and he was at peace with himself. As a last resort, Zero had sat on the motorcycle and struck a cool pose for a photograph. Fortunately, he could still flaunt and act pretentious online, conning all those netizens that did not know the truth. Perhaps these stuntmen got some inspiration from street racing. These stuntmen decided that when they returned, they would propose a few of those super motorcycle companies in Marsizu set up a large-scale cross-country race here. The competition venues at Marsizu are too congested. In recent years, it feels as if the competition venues are being more restricted, and racing doesn't seem as refreshing as before, one of the stuntmen said as he removed his helmet. Although he had lost to Fang Zhao in a race, this reckless speeding made him extremely excited. The majority of these stuntmen were from Marsizu, and people from this continent seemed to carry a fanatical competitive gene. Even if they fell down and were in pain during an event, they would still be captivated by the spirit of competition. Advances in technology had given rise to a lot of new sporting events, and now, people of Mazhou were once again starting ancient sporting events from the old era. The few of them had been riding imitation cross-country mountain bikes from the old era and racing around the sandy dunes outside the film sets. Those stuntmen had fanatical glints in their eyes. Under the wind and rain, when lightning flashes and thunder rolls, when the engine roars and dirt splatters while climbing a steep dirt hill, at the moment when the wheels of the bike leave the ground, that sort of feeling is just like an ancient night of old. How glorious. Fang Zhao, I can see that you also really love these sorts of sports and you can understand how we feel. You have an extremely high amount of talent in this aspect. Visit Mazhou. Duke it out on the racetrack. Experience the charm of ancient sporting events. That is a totally different experience from esports competitions. Fang Zhao, not interested. He'd had his fill of racing in his previous life. Under the disappointed gazes of the stuntmen, Fang Zhao rode the motorcycle back and returned it. After paying for the rent and maintenance, Fang Zhao headed for the music center. There were always many people in the music center. Actors and crew members waiting for the next trip back would watch performances at the music center if they did not wish to head out. Nowadays, every time Fang Zhao went over, it was to see Mo Lang. Mo Lang had sent Fang Zhao a message yesterday asking him to drop by in the following few days if he had the time. It wasn't an urgent matter, Mo Lang just wished to exchange some composing insights with him. Mo Lang's 10-minute ending tune was already 90% completed. There were only some tiny areas left that he wasn't satisfied with and wanted to amend. Once he was satisfied with the final product, recording could begin. As Fang Zhao had contributed significantly during this period where the ending tune was being composed, Mo Lang had let Fang Zhao sign a confidentiality agreement. When the time came, he would place Fang Zhao's name in the credits for this composition, second only to Mo Lang. After signing this agreement, Mo Lang let Fang Zhao see the completed score sheet. This way, it would be easier for them to discuss composition-related problems. Today, after discussing with Mo Lang for half an hour, Fang Zhao's communications device produced a hurried noise. If it wasn't an urgent matter, it wouldn't be this sort of tone. Looking at the caller, Fang Zhao's eyelids twitched. Sorry, I have to take a call. The caller was Hui Yi. As Y Base's commanding officer, he wouldn't personally contact Fang Zhao unless it was an urgent matter. And for stuff on Y Base that concerned Fang Zhao, there was only curly hair. Fang Zhao walked over to an empty room to the side and answered the call. Hui Yi's heavy tone appeared to have some restrained fury. There is a problem at the kennel. You have to come over now. Turn on your GPS and I will get the nearest base personnel to pick you up. Is curly hair all right? Fang Zhao asked. He is healthy and active, but he is a little excessively stirred up. Now, nobody is able to go near him. Come out now. We will brief you on the way. Hui Yi did not elaborate further and ended the call. Fang Zhao informed Mo Lang and left quickly. As Fang Zhao exited the large main doors of the music center, others entering and leaving the music center saw Fang Zhao's hurried footsteps and were about to inquire with him when they heard surprised exclamations from people around them. Raising their heads to look over, a huge and menacing flying transport was descending. When Fang Zhao boarded, the transport left immediately. Was that a military flying transport? Someone wondered aloud. I think it belongs to Y Base's internal department. It is equipped with the latest propulsion and weapons system, and generally, people on the outside can't use it, said an actor who had acted in many military serials. He understood these sorts of things a little better and frequently paid attention to these aspects. So the rumors that Fang Zhao has a formidable military background are true? Otherwise, why would Y Base let Fang Zhao use such a destructive flying machine? This, I have no idea. But I see that Fang Zhao has special qualities that military talents possess. If I were him, I would surely stay on with the military to develop. With such a background, I would be even better off and would be able to climb much higher. Why does he want to muddle along in the entertainment circles? That really puzzles me. The people of the entertainment industry had all sorts of guesses from watching Fang Zhao hurriedly board Y Base's flying transport in that manner, but the main point that made even more people curious was this: did Fang Zhao really have a formidable military background? On the flying transport heading for Y Base, Fang Zhao wasn't in the mood to bother about what those people at the music center were thinking. On the journey there, Fang Zhao contacted the base to better understand the matter. Previously, when Hui Yi had said that curly hair might be targeted, that hadn't just been chatter. Having intercepted so many goods, he had damaged quite a few people's interests. Even if the base was able to keep it confidential, over time, there might be times when they overlooked stuff. Furthermore, Y Base's internal teams were not a singular organism. After the expansion, it had gotten more complicated. Today, there hadn't been any transport ships arriving, and there were few security check assignments at the airfield. In the morning, the person in charge had brought curly hair out for a round and then returned him to the kennel to rest. Today, the dogs in the kennel were all resting, and they did not have training either. The people guarding the kennels had never expected that someone would dare try to assassinate a dog in broad daylight. Although the other party had not succeeded, the soldiers stationed at the kennels had not caught the perpetrator. Afterward, in the blink of an eye, curly hair had run out from the kennels. After that, the staff there locked the other dogs inside and got a team to guard the kennels. They then dispatched another team to chase curly hair. That team caught up to curly hair very quickly, but his manner had changed. From his originally gentle and friendly nature, he was now especially fierce and kept barking. When Fang Zhao entered the base, he heard a dog barking. A stockman at the kennel explained to Fang Zhao, since we found and brought him back, he hasn't allowed anyone to get near him. He starts barking frantically, bares his teeth, and his body goes completely taut whenever someone gets close. I have never seen him so ferocious before. The vet has come over and observed, but he didn't discover any injuries. After using an apparatus to do a rough scan, the vet said curly hair's internal organs and bones are fine too, but he has no way of getting close to do a proper check, so we still can't be certain curly hair is completely fine. The commander said to wait for you to come over. If you two have no way of making him calm down, then we will have to adopt other methods. The stockman and instructor, as well as the lieutenant colonel normally in charge of handling curly hair, had all received the same treatment. They were unable to get close and couldn't do anything but wait for Fang Zhao to come over. When he saw Fang Zhao, curly hair speedily ran over to Fang Zhao's side and whimpered as if he'd been wronged. Although he was no longer barking, he still wasn't friendly to others, baring his teeth and growling to anyone else who got too close. Fang Zhao put out his hand to stroke curly hair's fur, firstly to pacify curly hair and secondly to check whether he was hurt in any way. He's all right, Fang Zhao said. Hua Yi heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Let the vet give him a checkup, do some blood tests, and so on, to ensure that he hasn't received any harmful drugs or the like. However, the moment the vet moved a step closer, curly hair once again started barking. This time, he only barked twice before stopping, but as before, he stared at the vet, low warning growls originating from his throat as he revealed his sharp canines. Fang Zhao patted him lightly before the growling stopped. Tell me what happened. Just that which can be said will do. Fang Zhao glanced at Hua Yi. Previously, when I brought curly hair over, we agreed that I would have the right to know anything that happened. Hua Yi took a deep breath, his brows constricting, and he raised his hand, indicating the lieutenant colonel that normally handled curly hair should explain to Fang Zhao. The lieutenant colonel gave a brief recount, which was similar to what Fang Zhao had found out on the way here. The perpetrator still hasn't been caught? Fang Zhao asked. When this was mentioned, Hua Yi's face became even darker and he fell silent. Evidently, he also felt ashamed. The lieutenant colonel frowned helplessly. The perpetrator is probably an old hand. We have yet to find him. We even brought out 2 dogs that are good at tracking, but they lost the scent. Our surrounding monitoring system did not catch anyone on film, and our sentinel system didn't release any warnings. From the leads we have now, there was only one person that opened fire. That lieutenant colonel handed over a set of analytical results. Although we were unable to catch the perpetrator's figure, the sentinel system recorded a sound. After filtering it out, the system's analysis results indicate that the perpetrator opened fire thrice. Luckily, none of them hit the mark. Fang Zhao's hand that was patting curly hair halted. He knew that what had happened here at the base was not just limited to this, but he would not chase further answers. The base would have stuff that they weren't liable to reveal too. Thinking about it, Fang Zhao asked, the perpetrator fired 3 times. Where did they hit? Can I see the bullets? I remember that over here, you all are still equipped with live ammunition, not with energy firearms. A flash of embarrassment lit up across the lieutenant colonel's face as he looked towards Hua Yi. Hua Yi nodded his head. That lieutenant colonel said, 3 shots, but we only found 2 bullets. One was on the ground in the dog shed, and the other was near the entrance of the kennel. As for the remaining one, we have yet to find it. We have already widened our search radius, and I believe we will find it very soon. Could I trouble you to arrange a guest room? I want to bring curly hair over for a little rest. He has just experienced quite a scare, and his mood isn't all that well. Right now, he is very guarded against outsiders. Perhaps he needs some time alone. I'll bring him out again when he is feeling better, Fang Zhao said. This time, Hua Yi gave an instant reply. All right. Can I have a copy of the monitoring footage from the kennels as well as the sound recordings from the surrounding sentinel system? For the sound recordings, can I have the original source, not ones that have been filtered? Asked Fang Zhao. There was bewilderment on the lieutenant colonel's face. You can't really hear anything from the original source. The perpetrator had a silencer on his gun, and because it was broad daylight, there were many random noises nearby. Without processing them, you won't be able to hear the sound of gunfire. Fang Zhao nodded. That's the sort I want. No problem. Hua Yi's face was a little gloomy. However, it wasn't directed at Fang Zhao but at the day's happenings. Fang Zhao brought Curly Hair to the room the base assigned them. This was a guest house in the base, for treating guests when they came over. Curly Hair followed closely beside Fang Zhao. Only after there was nobody else inside the room did Curly Hair's tense body relax slightly, and he wagged his tail. Fang Zhao paced the guest room, then fished out an object around the size of a palm from his pocket. This was an instrument for taking readings. After checking for surveillance equipment in the room and not finding any, Fang Zhao waved to Curly Hair, who was scratching his back with his hind legs. "Come over." The people from the base viewed Curly Hair and those elite dogs from Muzhou Police Dog Academy the same way. They felt that these dogs had IQs much higher than other dogs. Just from some little drills and instructions, they could understand a lot and were similar to 10-year-old kids. But in the end, they were only dogs, and no matter how high their IQs were, they still could not compare to an adult. In Muzhou's history, there were many dogs with especially high IQs. During those extraordinary circumstances of the period of destruction, many outstanding combat dogs had come about. There were many graves for meritorious service dogs in the Muzhou Cemetery of Martyrs alone. But 500 years later, in the new era, there was still a disparity for Muzhou dogs even if they inherited their forefathers' IQ. In all that time, the number of dogs with really high IQs could be counted with the fingers on a person's hands, and every one of those dogs was considered a Muzhou treasure. As for Curly Hair, Fang Zhao did not think that he was in any way inferior to those Muzhou treasures recorded down in history. Because Curly Hair stood out from the masses, Fang Zhao had taught him a long time ago to pretend to be clumsier than he seemed and to be wary of outsiders. Today, in front of Hua Yi and the others, Curly Hair's barking might not have been because he'd received a shock but for other reasons. Fang Zhao crouched down and stroked Curly Hair's head. "There are no outsiders here. What do you wish to tell me?" Curly Hair whimpered, groaned, and growled, as if trying to tell Fang Zhao something, but the language was different. Fang Zhao watched as Curly Hair whimpered then growled. He knew Curly Hair was trying to tell him something, but, the language was different, so he really had no way of completely understanding what Curly Hair wanted to say. Curly Hair scratched his paws twice on the ground, as if he was trying to write something, but he gave it up quickly. Following that, he paced up and down on his spot and twirled around a few times. Fang Zhao watched Curly Hair twirling around, his paws moving up and down. If this were a grass patch outside, this sort of action would generally be done to flatten the grass to prevent the grass from poking his butt. Then, Curly Hair took a crap. In front of Fang Zhao, Curly Hair took a long crap. Fang Zhao. After Curly Hair was done, he leaned in to take a sniff, then abruptly withdrew his neck, took 2 steps back, and cried out softly. Curly Hair looked at Fang Zhao, then turned to look at that fresh poop and continued to bark. Fang Zhao remained quiet for a few seconds, then got up to get a pair of tweezers. 30 seconds later, Fang Zhao stared at the deformed bullet shell he had picked up with the tweezers from inside the dog poo, and he continued to remain silent. "So this is the bullet that vanished?" Fang Zhao asked Curly Hair. "Woof." Curly Hair barked as he sat while wagging his tail violently. Fang Zhao pressed on. "So the sniper did actually hit you?" "Woof." The tail wagging picked up in tempo, as if Curly Hair was indicating his pride in stopping a bullet. Fang Zhao inspected Curly Hair's body. "Where did you get hit?" He didn't detect any traces of blood. The prior inspection did not yield any obvious wounds either. If Curly Hair had any wounds, Hua Yi and company would have noticed. Curly Hair used one of his hind legs to scratch his back. He scratched some more, like he usually did when scratching an itch. Fang Zhao parted the fur at the spot Curly Hair was scratching and found a light scar about the size of a fingernail. Fang Zhao pointed at the scar. "Here." "Woof." Curly Hair's military fatigues had been removed after he'd returned to base after his mission ended. He had not been wearing any bulletproof clothing at the time of the attack. Fang Zhao examined the heavily deformed bullet that he'd pulled out, then checked the light scar on Curly Hair's back again. This couldn't be explained by a plain old mutation. Even the strongest service dogs in Muzhou during the period of destruction hadn't been invincible. How many dogs had been shot dead? Fang Zhao had a good idea how deadly the arms used by soldiers at Y base were. If it had been any other dog, there would have been an exit wound, yet in this case, the bullet had barely scratched Curly Hair's skin. Then. You ate it? Woof. Curly Hair started wagging his tail vigorously again, as if anticipating Fang Zhao's praise. You even knew to hide the evidence. You've gotten smart. Fang Zhao fondled Curly Hair's back. Don't you remember how I instructed you to react when you come across danger? And you decided to pursue the enemy? If you didn't have the ability to stop bullets, you'd be dead, you know. Curly Hair stopped wagging his tail and started whining. His tiny eyes looked sad. Fang Zhao sighed and examined the debris on Curly Hair's coat. We're going to have a proper chat when this dies down. Fang Zhao cleaned up the dog sh*t on the ground and flushed it away in the toilet. He picked up the mangled bullet, washed it, and put it in his pocket. When he was washing the bullet, Fang Zhao noticed that, in addition to being deformed, it had signs of corrosion. He sunk into deep thought. If the bullet hadn't been shat out, would it have eventually been completely digested? Was Curly Hair actually an alien dog? But when he thought back to the results of his investigation when he'd lived on a black street, Fang Zhao wanted to attribute the miracle to other factors he didn't know about. The moment when all the surveillance cameras on the black street had malfunctioned, the moment of his rebirth. Everything had changed at that moment. Before that, Curly Hair had been a sickly stray roaming the black street. But after Fang Zhao's rebirth, Curly Hair had grown stronger by the day. He never got sick and could eat anything. On the ranch in Muzhou, other dogs had gotten upset stomachs from eating hamsters, but not Curly Hair. Who knew how many hamsters Curly Hair had downed at the Muzhou ranch? Had he eaten any other animals? Fang Zhao's body had clearly gotten stronger after his rebirth too, but he was nowhere near the level of digesting bullets. Suddenly, Fang Zhao thought back to the results of Curly Hair's physicals over time. All along, Curly Hair's checkups had never yielded any obvious abnormalities, including the physical conducted by the vet on the base. Apart from slightly higher than normal levels of metal in his blood, he didn't have any other problems. He was perfectly healthy. The reason the vets gave for Curly Hair's high metal levels was the massive changes to the ecosystem during the 100-year period of destruction. Some species went extinct and new species emerged. Dogs underwent mutations. At first glance, the vet's explanation seemed to make sense. But Fang Zhao knew this wasn't the case. His own hearing had improved from his previous life. Curly Hair's sense of smell had far surpassed the sniffing capabilities of other dogs. No, perhaps Curly Hair's hearing, sense of smell, and other senses had been very strong to begin with and were improving over time. When the world's leading pet magazine, Pet, had tested Curly Hair's jaw strength, his numbers had already been quite scary, but Fang Zhao knew that Curly Hair hadn't gone all out. Fang Zhao lifted Curly Hair and glared at him. Did you eat something that you shouldn't have? Curly Hair gently swayed his drooping tail and averted Fang Zhao's gaze. Right then and there, Fang Zhao knew the little fella had been secretly eating something out of the ordinary. Who would know that this tiny dog, no different from your average pet dog, actually harbored powers that shook the world? Fang Zhao's bracelet rang. It was Hui Yi. Fang Zhao, how's Curly Hair? Hui Yi asked with genuine concern. He's calmed down, Fang Zhao responded. That's great. Why don't you come over? I can't send you the footage from the outpost surveillance system, but you can look at it over here. No problem. I'll come over now. Fang Zhao sent Yen Biao and Zui Yu a message instructing them to head for the Y military base, and then he set off with Curly Hair. Curly Hair stayed close to Fang Zhao and ignored everyone else. Hui Yi flashed a rare smile when he saw Curly Hair. He seems to be in better spirits. The little fella tends to sh*t when he gets nervous. He just shat in the guest room. I've cleaned it up already, Fang Zhao said. The floor in the guest room had signs of recent cleaning. Given Hui Yi's personality, he was bound to investigate, so Fang Zhao figured he might as well be forthcoming now and clear the mystery. The vet who had been observing Curly Hair laughed. That's normal. It's a reflex. We humans are the same. When we get nervous, we tend to want to sh*t. When people panic, some pee, others barf. Curly Hair let out a whimper, but Fang Zhao pressed his head down. Hui Yi and company had a eureka expression on their faces when they heard the vet's spiel. No wonder he looks like he's in better spirits. He must feel relaxed after taking a sh*t. Good. Should you give him a checkup? Hui Yi was quite concerned about this dog that had made major contributions to the base's security. The vet approached and Curly Hair growled. Even though he wasn't as mean as he had been before, he was still resistant. Fang Zhao explained, he just calmed down. He's still in shock, so he doesn't want to deal with strangers for the time being. That's understandable. Hui Yi expressed sympathy, but a look of disappointment flashed across his face. He knew that after what went down, Curly Hair might not be able to continue his service, not to mention the fact that he was so standoffish now. After asking the vet to leave, Hui Yi instructed his deputy to play Fang Zhao the surveillance footage and audio. As a commander, he had many affairs to attend to. He couldn't stay forever, and he was even busier than usual after the dog sniper incident. His deputy could stick around. Fang Zhao studied the footage carefully and listened to the audio. Hui Yi's deputy observed Fang Zhao curiously, especially when Fang Zhao was listening to the audio. The audio track had not been cleaned up, and the volume had not been turned up. All he could hear was static. What could Fang Zhao hear? By the time Fang Zhao finished listening to the audio, Yan Biao and Zuiyu had arrived. Did you bring what I asked for? Yes, the liquid soap that Curly Hair uses at home, his mattress, and dog food. As Hui Yi's deputy watched the two bodyguards remove the items from their bag, he wondered to himself, are they bodyguards or babysitters? Fang Zhao told Hui Yi's deputy, I'm going to take them to the guest room for a rest and give Curly Hair a bath. When they arrived at the guest room, Fang Zhao bathed Curly Hair and briefed Zuiyu and Yan Biao about the dog sniper. He didn't say anything about the bullet. As he gave Curly Hair a bath, Fang Zhao wondered if he should apply some medicinal cream to the scar on Curly Hair's back, but when he parted the fur near the wound, he realized that the scar had nearly healed. One wouldn't be able to tell it was there unless they looked carefully. Looks like the wound doesn't need to be treated. After bathing and blow-drying Curly Hair, Fang Zhao checked the floor. He couldn't find a single strand of dog hair. Whether he was being bathed or combed, Curly Hair never shed any fur. This trait remained. Fang Zhao pointed to the dog mattress and ordered, go to bed. He turned his head to face Zuiyu and Yan Biao. He's in shock. Let him have a good rest. Don't let anyone bother him. Okay, boss, the two bodyguards responded. I'm going out. You two stay here. Okay, boss. They had a good idea what Fang Zhao was up to, but what could they do? They could only play dumb and obey orders. After Fang Zhao left, Yan Biao threw a glance at Curly Hair, who was sound asleep and snoring, before telling Zuiyu, he doesn't look like he's in shock at all. Zuiyu glanced at Curly Hair as well and whispered, this seems to have been a professional hit. Someone actually traveled all the way to Y base to whack a dog. Yan Biao was baffled as to why an assassin skilled enough to infiltrate the military base would bother with a dog. Zuiyu let out a cold laugh. Our Curly Hair is no ordinary dog. He has been awarded military merits. Do you know how many people he's kept from getting rich by guarding the cargo ship to the spaceport? There's a memorial hall at the Police Dog Academy in Muzhou where the pictures of outstanding service dogs are displayed. The dogs there were at least awarded second-class merits. Half of the dogs have been murdered. It's normal to be hated when you stop too many people from getting rich, when you hurt people's interests. The thought of Curly Hair being targeted made Zuiyu furious. He got up and said, "I should head out with boss." "What for? To hold him back? Or are you saying you can keep up?" Yen Biao said. It's not that he wanted to rain on Zuiyu's parade, but the same scenario happened over and over again. He wanted to seek revenge for Curly Hair, but he couldn't keep up with his boss. Zuiyu wore a blank expression on his face. Yen Biao thought of something and smiled. Actually, if we can't keep up with Fang Zhao and protect him, we can protect Curly Hair, this meritorious service dog. Now that he has made a few major contributions in terms of port security, he has won praise and become a target at the same time. He will face graver risks from now on. If we can't protect Fang Zhao, then we should protect Curly Hair. We are still protecting a hero, no? We have to earn our salary. Zuiyu nodded. You've got a point. Elsewhere. After getting off the phone with Fang Zhao, Huiyi's deputy reported to his boss. Fang Zhao said he wants to go out. Huiyi frowned. How many people did he bring? Just himself. He wants to borrow a flying transport and a base vehicle. Just himself? What is he up to? Huiyi was baffled. Doesn't he know that the situation outside is uncertain, that it's dangerous? Standing next to Huiyi, the lieutenant colonel in charge of Curly Hair whispered, Fang Zhao was awarded a merit for killing a terrorist while serving on Baiji. One of my friends from the Baiji base says that Fang Zhao is a strong solo operative. The lieutenant colonel continued, Commander, you should remember that Fang Zhao is nicknamed Diding. He came to Y to detect power or through his hearing while he was serving on Baiji. He must have asked for the audio surveillance from the dog pound to listen for clues. Folks like him have special ears. They're like bats equipped with sonic radar. He must have found a clue, given he's asking for permission to go out. Huiyi figured as much. After pondering the matter briefly, Huiyi instructed, put together a team and follow Fang Zhao. See if he can actually locate the sniper. No worries if he can't. As long as he can find some useful clues. If something goes down, you can be his backup. Remember to protect Fang Zhao. Don't let things get out of hand. Fang Zhao was now a celebrity. If something happened to him on Huiyi's turf, it would spell trouble for the commander. The lieutenant colonel saluted. Yes, sir. I won't let you down. After the lieutenant colonel left, Huiyi was the picture of exhaustion. We won't be able to keep the dog. We'll have to prepare in advance. Even if the attack didn't happen, Curly Hair couldn't have stayed on forever. A single dog shouldn't shoulder the burden of the entire base. If that was the case, he would be looked down on by other base commanders when they gathered for meetings. There was no way of forcing Curly Hair to stay either. Fang Zhao would be hard to persuade, not to mention that other base commanders like Shanta of Baiji would rub it in. Huiyi got a headache from contemplating the repercussions. Huiyi's deputy consoled him. Even if contraband is sneaked in, stepping up inspections and checks will make a difference. Huiyi didn't respond. Huiyi knew that he had upset many folks by cracking down and upgrading security measures recently. He lamented the fact that he had been too eager to put Y on the development fast track. He had sold off too many plots of land and approved too many projects. The number of visitors had jumped, and they were a mixed bunch. It was harder to tighten controls now. Also, the sniper who had attacked the dog pound had used a standard-issue rifle from the base, which had prompted Huiyi to go through the missing firearms logs. If he hadn't checked, he wouldn't have realized that quite a few soldiers had lost their weapons. Hua Yi was so pissed he chewed out the relevant officials in charge and fired 2 people. Hua Yi started brainstorming how to implement internal reforms. After a while, someone walked in. The Lieutenant Colonel Hua Yi had dispatched had returned. He was beet red and avoided making eye contact. I lost him. Hua Yi stared him down. A storm was brewing. The Lieutenant Colonel and Hua Yi's deputy were so nervous they held their breaths. Their foreheads started sweating profusely. Hua Yi eked out the following words, "What do I need you for, then?" Fang Zhao first went over to the kennels. The base had provided the unprocessed and comprehensive sound recording. Regardless of what a normal person was able to hear or not hear, in Fang Zhao's mind, all the sounds created a comprehensive scene. Every person, every dog, and all their activities and paths formed a clear picture in his mind. The spot where the sniper had concealed himself had been planned meticulously. Perhaps he had already been observing for many days. The first shot had been taken when the dogs had finished their meal in the kennel, when they'd been looking for a spot to rest. Curly Hair's alertness was very high. He had evaded before the assassin had fired. Following that, he had taken to his heels and chased the perpetrator while dodging the second shot. Fang Zhao left the kennels, walked over to a large tree, and examined the traces beneath it. This was where the third shot had struck Curly Hair's backside, but Curly Hair had only slightly paused for a bit before continuing to give chase. Surveillance footage here had been obstructed by the rapidly growing branches and twigs from the trees. And the base soldiers that had rushed over behind Curly Hair had not been able to discover any bullet traces here, nor had they been able to determine precisely where the assassin had been. Moving further forward, this was the area where Curly Hair had been restrained by the soldiers from the flying transport. The sounds in the recording and the traces on the ground all showed that Curly Hair had been very irritable. Curly Hair had been barking away, starting from when he was restrained, continuing even after he was brought back to base. Hua Yi and the others felt that Curly Hair had been like this because he had experienced a shock, but looking at it now, Curly Hair had probably been scolding them. After all, he had been so close to apprehending the assassin. It was unfortunate that he had been restrained by the base's personnel. He couldn't be blamed for being irritable. All the way from the kennel to this spot, the men that Hua Yi had dispatched had followed Fang Zhao, but shortly after, they lost Fang Zhao. The lieutenant colonel only knew this much. In the base, when Hua Yi listened to the lieutenant colonel's report, he wore an amazed look. At first, the path he took was the same path that Curly Hair took back then. Although Hua Yi had already made mental preparations, when he heard this, he could not help but feel that it was miraculous. Those ears of Fang Zhao's are really even more impressive than a dog's. That is why he is called Divine Ears, lamented an aide standing beside Hua Yi. Indeed, a dog is like his master. Curly Hair was able to find so many sealed prohibited items, and Fang Zhao can hear sounds that other people are unable to hear. Curly Hair's nose and Fang Zhao's ears, I wish I could keep both of them here. Hua Yi did not hide his own opinions. If it was anybody else, they would surely also feel the same. Actually, Commander, if you really wish to keep the dog, you can try. My grandfather once said that something that can be loaned out isn't really important, and a really important object would never be loaned out. Since Fang Zhao previously lent us the dog, as long as we are able to show enough sincerity and offer sufficient trading terms, Fang Zhao will surely lend us the dog once again. Commander, if you are able to give him more benefits and sacrifice more, perhaps Fang Zhao might even sell the dog to us, the aide said. Hua Yi sighed deeply and shook his head in silence. If it was anybody else, Hua Yi might still have considered discussing it, but Fang Zhao was just too difficult to deal with. Fang Zhao did not lack money, and he wasn't obsessed with power or privilege. If Fang Zhao had really wished to develop further in the military, he would have stayed on planet Baiji. Baiji Military District even treated Fang Zhao as a mascot and a treasure. Planet Baiji had much better development prospects than Planet Y. At this moment, his internal comms device starting ringing. Hua Yi was flabbergasted. Southeast Garrison Region. Commander, Fang Zhao has requested Southeast Garrison Region 3's original sound recordings and surveillance footage, stated the other side. Hua Yi was astonished. He has already arrived there. How is his speed so fast? Give it to him. Hua Yi exclaimed. As long as Fang Zhao was able to find the target, any assistance to Fang Zhao was fine. Today, the base's southeast direction did not have any training activities, so there was no need to maintain secrecy. 5 minutes later. Commander. According to the leads that Fang Zhao has provided, we have found a suspicious target. We aren't able to see his face and he is wearing our base's uniform. We have already confirmed that it is stolen. The person probably isn't from our base. 20 minutes ago, the party entered the primeval forest in front of the Southeast Garrison region. According to ecology and environmental protection regulations, besides the sentry towers, we don't have any monitoring equipment inside. It will be quite difficult to track the target. The person on the other end in charge of giving the report had actually wanted to say that they were poor and had limited funding. In these non-open places, there were only a few old facilities, and the machines there might even be defective, as nobody had maintained them in a long while. However, to save face, he could not speak too directly, just enough that the commander could understand. Hua Yi could naturally understand what the other party was trying to say. Where is Fang Zhao? Hua Yi asked. Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao said he would be heading into the primeval forest to search for the target. Hua Yi became even more alert. Let him in. You people follow him. Follow him tightly. Yes. 2 minutes later. Commander, reporting. We lost him. Hua Yi sat in front of his desk, his face as black as when he received rejections to his requests for additional expenditures. The lieutenant colonel beside him heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, I wasn't the only one that lost him. Everyone is useless too. Brothers in the Southeast Garrison region, you guys are comrades who have gone through the same trials and tribulations as I. The reporting personnel from Southeast Garrison region asked cautiously, Commander, what do we do now? Hua Yi really wanted to wave his hand and shout, find him, but thinking rationally, now was not a good time to send people in. The primeval forest was an original forest on planet Y. Although there weren't fierce and savage creatures like on planet Baiji, there were still dangers. Now, it was already getting dark, and the amount of people that could be transferred over to the Southeast Garrison region was limited. They would also be practically useless if they went. It would still be alright if they had been following Fang Zhao. At least they would still have had someone to follow, but if they were unable to keep track of him, then forget about it. Remain on standby where you are. Hua Yi said through clenched teeth. In the primeval forest southeast of the base, a black figure was moving. Bang! A snake darted out from the underbrush, but its head exploded. Snake blood splattered on the underbrush and tree trunks. The sound of gunfire suppressed by a silencer wasn't very loud, and it was very quickly muffled by the sounds of the snake's head exploding and blood splattering. In the gradually darkening forest, these sounds were clear yet not very abrupt. Nightfall descended and the figure finally stopped. This was a person that did not seem to have any distinguishing characteristics. He might even be wearing a mask. With his appearance now, even if he was captured by surveillance cameras, it would be difficult for someone to remember his face with just a glance. After this person stopped, he leaned against the trunk of a tree and closed his eyelids slightly. He maintained a specific breathing rhythm and was so quiet that he appeared to blend into the surrounding forest. Not moving for some time, it appeared like he was already sound asleep. Tisk. The person who seemed like he was sleeping soundly suddenly sneered. Raising his eyebrows, he looked in the direction of Y base, his expression full of disdain. Weren't the troops garrisoned on planet Y supposed to be more impressive than the troops on military districts back on Earth? Looking at things now, it seems like this wasn't the case. It made sense. Before Planet Y had made a name for itself, it had just been a small and barren place. Species here were ordinary and did not pose much threat. Over time, the basic quality of the military here might even be weaker than the military districts of the various continents. Relaxing his frayed nerves, he fished out a palm-sized communications device. Then he attached an additional device. This was to camouflage the signal to prevent the military team at the sentry tower in the primeval forest from intercepting his communications signal. He was contacting someone who was waiting in the film entertainment complex. Have you succeeded? The other party's voice was rough. It wasn't his real voice. Failed. That tiny thing is rather difficult to deal with. The price has to be increased. 3 times the previous price, and I will not let it board the transport. Otherwise, you better find someone else. While he conversed softly, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. The person on the other end reacted as if he had heard something unfathomable. His rough voice became shrill and ear-piercing. What did you say? Failed? Aren't you the dog butcher known as the #1 at slaughtering dogs? With such a high reward, you actually failed. Now we are really doubting your professional ability. A hint of fury flashed across the face of the person with the nickname of Dog Butcher, but he calmed down quickly. Since you don't believe me, go find someone else. But I advise you all to hurry. I reckon that dog will be taken away by Fang Zhao shortly and won't remain on Y base. The other party's voice sounded very calm. If the dog is taken away, then we don't have any need to fork out a large sum to kill it. Without the dog around, a lot of our goods will not be detected. Ha! Dog Butcher laughed sarcastically. In no rush, really. Your boss's business is really big. All along, he liked to strangle potential threats in their cradle. Now that he has got his sights on earning a fortune on Planet Y, shouldn't he be willing to spend a little more to clear up the path ahead of him? The other party revealed a hint of alarm. You know who my boss is? Dog Butcher grinned as his eyes twinkled with greed. More or less guessed it. 7 years ago, when I was employed to kill Toby, the divine dog of spaceports, I had already guessed it. But rest assured, I don't just serve only one client, and I have never ever revealed who my employers are. Then you better pray that the military doesn't catch you first. Nowadays, interrogation techniques are becoming even more innovative. Ha, catch me? Are you talking about that bunch of trash? That bunch of trash isn't even able to catch my tail. Dog Butcher's self-confident tone somewhat pacified the other side. Thinking about it, Dog Butcher was reliable indeed. People in Muzhou really hated Dog Butcher, yet even after so many years, he had never been caught. Dog Butcher also had the ability to back up his confidence. Even when he failed an assignment, he rarely left traces for people to find. The only time he had ever suffered defeat was probably 30 years ago, when he had been dealing with what Muzhou people called a king of dogs that only appeared once every 100 years. Although he had ultimately shot dead that king of dogs, he was also bitten by it. Even now, the scar on his arm had not faded, and the police had a record of his DNA. Dog Butcher had not gone for an operation to remove the scar and instead kept it as a reminder. Match the price and I will act when I have the opportunity. If you choose not to, I will leave immediately. Staying here isn't safe. There are people from the base looking for me right now. That little thing runs really fast and is rather vigilant. This sort of unexpected speed and vigilance might not even lose out to Muzhou's dog kings. We can't determine the price according to previous calculations. When he mentioned this, Dog Butcher felt a little depressed deep down. He had fired 3 shots. The first 2 shots had missed because his estimations had been wrong, but for the 3rd shot, he had already adjusted. He did not understand. According to reason, that shot should have hit, but seeing the dog full of energy and continuing to chase and seeing that dog's speed, it seemed like that shot had missed too. Had his marksmanship deteriorated? Dog Butcher was very displeased. He had clearly already spent sufficient time adapting to the geography and climate here. Today, his operation might have failed because he hadn't completely adapted to the conditions on Planet Y. On top of that, that dog's reactions had far exceeded his expectations, causing him to have errors in judgment. Next time, when he fired, he would surely not miss. As he set his resolve, Dog Butcher's tone became cold. What's your decision? I'm only waiting 10 seconds. He didn't wait for the other party to reply and started counting down. 10. 9. 8. When the countdown reached 2 seconds, the other party finally agreed. You said it. Don't let the dog board a transport and leave, the other side exhorted. Don't worry. You people have to believe in my professional ability. When it comes to slaughtering dogs, I'm a professional. I have even slain Muzhou's king of dogs. Dog Butcher laughed. In the short term, Y-Base would not be able to sort out all their chinks. He would still be able to find opportunities to act in this period. Having negotiated the deal, Dog Butcher told the other side to wait for good news. After ending the call, Dog Butcher's lips had barely curled upward, thinking about the large potential payout he would get, when he suddenly froze as he felt a shiver throughout his body. Having spent many years on this path dithering between life and death while tangling with the police and military countless times, Dog Butcher had trained a sharp sixth sense. In that instant, he felt as if he'd been locked onto by an ice-cold gun barrel laced full of killing intent. He suddenly felt an immense pressure, making Dog Butcher's entire body shudder. Who is there? Since when has there something here? Man? Or beast? Y-Base? Hua Yi had just shut his eyes and prepared to sleep when he received an urgent call from the Southeast Garrison region. Commander. Report. Fang Zhao dragged someone out from the primeval forest. Hua Yi's eyebrows arched upward. The word dragged was subtle. Alive or dead? Hua Yi asked. If the person was dead, Fang Zhao might be in a little trouble. The target is still breathing. That is good. Don't let him die. You, personally escort him back here. Now. Yes. After ending the call, Hua Yi received a photograph and image of the assassin. One look and it could be seen that someone had used the method of dragging him like a sack of rice across the forest floor full of rocks and dirt. His body was full of wounds and bruises and his face was bloodied. When Hua Yi got to see the Southeast Garrison troops and Fang Zhao who entered the base together, Hua Yi jokingly said to Fang Zhao, "Impressive. That divine ear's nickname is not in vain. However, I never expected that you would bring him in alive." Fang Zhao raised an eyebrow. "I'm a law-abiding citizen." Hua Yi, hee. Fang Zhao wasn't bothered whether Hua Yi believed him or not. He continued, "This person is called Dog Butcher, and he is an experienced hand. I reckon he has business dealings with some people in the film entertainment complex. I suggest handing him over to Muzhou's side. This person was involved in the murder of Muzhou meritorious service dogs, at least 2 of them. Handing him over to Muzhou would let Fang Zhao feel more reassured than leaving him to Y-Base." Hua Yi stroked his stubbled chin, and his eyes were full of admiration. Nodding, he said, "All right, I also had this in mind. Following normal procedure, this Dog Butcher person might not necessarily die. Perhaps he might be rescued during the process of transporting him from place to place. There was a higher possibility he would be silenced. But if he was handed over to Muzhou authorities, his fate would probably be, firstly, a life where it would be better to die. Then, a death where he wouldn't even leave behind a corpse to be buried. From Hua Yi's point of view, he could use this opportunity to do a favor to Muzhou and perhaps get another batch of dogs. This would be a rather worthwhile transaction. Meanwhile, Dog Butcher's outcome would also satisfy Fang Zhao. Beneficial 3 ways. Having gotten Hui's promise, Fang Zhao did not stick around. He left Hui's office, returning to check on Curly Hair's condition. Now, only Hui and his aide were left in his office. "Commander, Fang Zhao looks just like an artistic person, but I can't help feel that he is rather dangerous. I have a conjecture, I'm just saying if the person caught was not Dog Butcher, would Fang Zhao have dragged him in alive?" The aide had some doubts in his voice when he said this. In any case, the aide did not believe Fang Zhao's claim that he was a law-abiding citizen. Hui replied meaningfully, "Sometimes, we shouldn't chase too much for answers or think too much. If you overthink, it is easy to become aged. Take a look at this old face of mine. It is because I think too much." How could Hui not know what his aide was talking about? Thinking about it, since Fang Zhao had this sort of frightening tracking ability and the ability to capture Dog Butcher, a wanted criminal that Muzhou had been after for so many years, why hadn't Fang Zhao pursued him right from the start? Maybe he'd been worried about the dog, but from a different angle, had Fang Zhao had a motive in giving the assassin some time to leave the base. In the area nearby, the best place to avoid inspection from the internal military departments was the primeval forest. Inside the primeval forest, what happened was not restricted. Even if Fang Zhao had pursued the target and even killed Dog Butcher inside the primeval forest, as long as he denied it, who could determine what he had done? Making someone disappear in the primeval forest near Y base was really too simple. Having seen Fang Zhao's military service records on planet Baiji and having seen some confidential files, Hui was just like his aide. He didn't believe the B*LLSH*T Fang Zhao had spouted about being a law-abiding citizen. An artistic person. Cough. AG*damn F** king artistic person. What sort of artistic person would fight monsters as if he were chopping up vegetables? What sort of artistic person would head to a completely unfamiliar primeval forest at night to apprehend a suspect and drag him out like a gunny sack? Do you think that just by draping on the skin of an artistic person, I will not know how dangerous this little fella is? However, there were times when it was good to act ignorant. After all, the circumstances weren't bad. Hui's lips curled into a grin. He indicated for his aide to leave the room and stretched, moving some of his stiff bones and picking up his communications device to contact an old friend at Muzhou's police dog academy. Perhaps he might not be able to retain Curly Hair, but he could use this as an opportunity to get even more dogs. When the senior official at the police dog academy in Muzhou saw the call from Hui, his heart leaped. He was worried that something was wrong with one of the dogs they'd sent or that Hui was thick-skinned enough to ask him for more dogs. "Hello, old classmate." Hui's pitch was rising, he seemed to be in a good mood. The senior official was already on guard. "What's the matter?" "Strictly speaking, we weren't classmates." "Comrades, then." "Anyway, let's not belabor the point. I have some news for you." "Good or bad?" "Good, I suppose." "Keep going. In any case, don't think about asking for more dogs. You've maxed out with the last few dogs. So many folks objected to the loan and I still talked them down. Look at how petty you sound. Why don't you listen to what I have to say and decide? So you're saying you are eyeing one of our dogs again? We arrested Dog Butcher." The senior official was about to be *tch some more, but when he heard the name, Dog Butcher, he turned serious and his fists tightened. Is this a joke? The name, Dog Butcher, had left an indelible scar on them, especially the few trainers who had witnessed the slaughter of their beloved dogs. It had been years, but they still hadn't healed. "I've sent you a copy of the DNA match results. If you still don't believe me, you can send someone to verify his identity. If it really is Dog Butcher, I'll leave him at your disposal after I'm done interrogating him. How about that?" At a measured pace, Hui continued, "As a token of thanks, you can send me 10 more pups from the top class." "That's impossible. We're running out of Class A pups. We just gave out another round. At most, I can give you 2. But let's hold our horses. Did you folks really catch Dog Butcher yourself? Of course. Hua-yi kept his composure. You should decide soon. Dog Butcher has close ties to certain industries. After I'm done with my interrogation, I'm going to have to make some major moves that are bound to draw a lot of attention. If someone comes asking for him then, I'm not sure I'll be able to stop them. I don't care what you need to do. You must hold Dog Butcher for me. In the end, Huiyi's request for dogs was set aside until Dog Butcher's identity was confirmed. The senior official at the police dog school didn't totally buy Huiyi's story. He had no idea what condition the first batch of dogs he'd sent to Y was in. He would wait for the person he'd dispatched to the Y base to report back. If the base wasn't secure enough, he wouldn't send any more of his elite pups over. Those pups were their babies. After pondering the matter further, the official made a few calls. The head trainer at the police dog academy. A chief of staff at Muzhou military headquarters. The local branch of the Global Anti-Smuggling Bureau. By the time Huiyi heard back, Muzhou had put together an inspection team that was ready to set off for the Y base. Now that the Y base and officials in Muzhou had joined hands, it would be hard for others to butt in. When they were ready to intervene, Dog Butcher might already have been executed in Muzhou. But before the folks from Muzhou arrived, Huiyi had to take precautions against certain restless individuals on his own turf. Fang Zhao, with curly hair in tow, and Zuiyu and Yen Biao returned to their apartment in the film studio complex. They traveled at night again in a jeep borrowed from the Y base to keep curly hair under wraps. Back on their own turf, Zuiyu and Yen Biao felt more relaxed. They hadn't been in a position to ask questions on the base, but now that they were back, they fired away. Boss, how come you didn't kill Dog Butcher? He almost shot curly hair. Zuiyu asked. Yen Biao nodded in agreement. Wouldn't it have been easier to make him disappear in the forest? If he has powerful connections, he might be kidnapped while being transported. The folks at the base are prone to surrender when they meet their match. We can't count on them to exact revenge. Dog Butcher is allegedly involved in the killing of several decorated service dogs in Muzhou. I asked that he be handed over to authorities in Muzhou, Fang Zhao responded. Zuiyu understood Fang Zhao's thinking immediately. He chuckled. That's true. There's no better move than handing him over to the folks in Muzhou. They're dying to get their hands on him. The folks in Muzhou had a fiery temper. When it came to matters like this, whoever pissed them off, they were bound to make those people's lives miserable. When folks in Muzhou got stubborn, they resembled hunting dogs. They would do whatever it took to get a bite. Internet access has been cut, Yen Biao suddenly declared. It's the entire film studio complex, dozens of new entertainment districts, and the districts under construction. Zuiyu glanced outside. Boss, the base must be launching an operation. Their vehicles have started moving in. The interrogation of Dog Butcher must have yielded something, and now it was time to act. Huiyi had quite the temper too. He had been looking for an excuse to crack down for some time. This was the perfect pretext. The arrival of military vehicles put an instant damper on the lively mood in the entertainment districts. The sight of armed soldiers seemed to augur an imminent tempest. What's going on? Has there been a riot? It's the military, from Y base. Why the commotion? Who the F***'s been killed? This is quite the rollout. Armed drones hovered above while armored vehicles rolled in and several platoons stormed into buildings. There were also service dogs wearing bulletproof uniforms emblazoned with the Y base logo sniffing around. In the areas where internet access was cut off, residents got a message from the Y military base. The gist was that the base was conducting unscheduled searches in the neighborhood. Residents should follow instructions and not panic or attempt to flee, otherwise, they might be treated as a suspect. In the worst-case scenario, they might be mistakenly shot, so people who were drinking had better keep an eye on friends and colleagues who were prone to starting trouble when they were drunk, the message said. Soon, gunshots, screams, and explosions were heard in one of the new entertainment districts. This was bound to be a sleepless night for opportunists who had traveled to Y to make a quick buck. Hui moved decisively this time. He wanted to let those gold diggers know that on Y, he was the big boss. No one dares stir trouble on my turf. Let's cooperate. There's no need to be nervous. These searches are bound to increase in frequency. We might as well get used to them now, Fang Zhao told Zuiyu and Yen Biao. Got it, boss. After Zuiyu and Yen Biao left, Fang Zhao entered a room whose door was shut. Lo and behold, Curly Hair was already gaming. Fang Zhao removed a syringe from his medical kit. Curly Hair, time for a blood draw. Curly Hair, who was engrossed in his game, managed a whimper of acknowledgement. Fang Zhao poked Curly Hair with the syringe. The needle went bent. Fang Zhao swapped in a new needle and tugged at the tip of one of Curly Hair's ears, which were partially covered by his gaming helmet. Blood draw. This time, Curly Hair finally shifted his gaze away from the screen to Fang Zhao. He wagged his tail and whined appeasingly. Fang Zhao let go of Curly Hair's ear. This time, the needle went through. After drawing the blood, Fang Zhao examined the bent needle and gave Curly Hair a gentle pat. Okay, go back to your game. Fang Zhao dropped a trickle of the blood he'd drawn from Curly Hair onto a small testing device he removed from the medical kit. The device indicated the metal levels in Curly Hair's blood. It had gone up a bit, but his other readings were normal. The only thing was that Fang Zhao didn't know if the high metal levels were temporary or permanent. Only time would tell. Fang Zhao memorized the data, discarded the syringe and needle, and cleared the testing device of its data. Then he took a look at the message on his bracelet. He couldn't contact people outside of Planet Y, but he could still get in touch with locals within a certain distance. The searches were nearing their conclusion. The military arrested about 20 people and shut down 2 nightclubs that had been especially high profile. Internet access resumed only when the military vehicles had retreated from the film studio complex, but there was no online news coverage of the operation. Fang Zhao was puzzled. Wasn't it Hui's intention to make a statement and send a message to folks who were too high profile? It was a totally justified and decisive operation. There was no need to keep it under wraps. How come no one leaked word of the operation? Fang Zhao browsed some more. All he could find were some vague statements from a few B-list celebrities about being in minor shock. There was no mention of the military. When they'd been pressed for details, they had explained away their posts as a reaction to a nightmare or some other event. They didn't dare mention the military. The entertainment press corps, who typically published the most trivial items about the celebrities at the film studio complex, was also silent. They also didn't want to mess with the military. The entertainment journalists were still spooked by the time their colleagues were disappeared in the middle of the night. They all knew that reporting on celebrities was okay, but news about the military was completely off-limits. They didn't have a death wish. So no one had the guts to report on tonight's operation. At a hotel room in one of the entertainment districts, a few entertainment journalists who had scrambled back to their hotel met to confer. The searches have come to a conclusion. I've shot some stills and footage. The internet is back up. Should I file? Are you able to file? Forget about it. There is no way the Y military base will let us file stories that cast a negative light on the military. Hells no. If you're adamant about filing, please switch rooms first. Don't drag us down with you. I have no intention of being arrested by the military in the middle of the night. Our bosses have sent word that we should steer clear of matters involving the military. Another group of entertainment journalists was having the same conversation in a different room at the same hotel. They were part of the gold rush at the Y Film Studio complex in light of the founding era phenomenon. They'd set up an office less than 2 years ago. So, what should we do? Should we file or not? I feel like we got some good material tonight. Among the people arrested by the military were a few B-list actors. Fortune favors the bold. Let's file. Let's roll the dice. This group of journalists had never landed a major scoop before. Now that they had the unusual luck of stumbling onto a big story, they weren't going to give up that easily. For them to pass on such a rare scoop, no way. Let's give it a shot, then. Ideally, we'll be able to file. If we can't, worst case scenario, we're locked up by the military for a few days. It can't be that bad. The journalist who made the prediction didn't sound convinced himself. Okay, FF filed. What? You were able to file? The others in the room hovered over him, glaring at his computer screen. Were you really able to file? Does that mean your story wasn't censored by the military? Did they miss it? There was no way they could bypass the Y military if Y was intent on censoring certain stories, given how tech-savvy they were. Why don't we try another story? The journalists acted quickly. They filed some footage they just shot along with a short piece of text. They were so nervous their fingers were glued together and their teeth clattered. They hit the send button. Ding! Successful file upload. A brief moment of silence. Did anyone knock? There's no sign of any takeout delivery people, is there? Another 2 minutes. As they watched the news items they just filed rack up reposts rapidly, the journalists felt overwhelmed and hot-blooded, as if they had literally grown in stature. We're the F***King bomb. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's edit the good footage we got. You, write it up. You don't need me to show you how to appeal to a mass audience, right? And you, don't forget to buy likes and ranking placements. The other entertainment journalists soon took notice. This, actually wasn't censored. Is the military not disappearing folks this time around? F***CK, we've got scoops too. Hurry up and file away. Now that they realized they weren't at risk of being arrested, the entertainment journalists grew bold. They went all out and reverted to their usual selves, using the type of headlines that were bound to stir controversy and writing their stories in a way that were prone to provoke discussion. They had a field day taking events out of context. For now, they avoided sheer fabrication, but whether the masses would extrapolate from the pictures and footage they filed, that was beyond their control. The online discussion evolved in exactly the way the entertainment journalists had predicted. So horrible. Judging from the footage, you would think that riots broke out on Y. So it turns out Y is such a mess. The Y base is out of control. Who gave them the right? Are these underhanded tactics by the Y military? So corrupt. The online controversy persisted for a few days, yet there was no word that the commander of the Y military base had been fired. The military also refrained from commenting. Eventually, given the deluge of information surfacing on the internet every day, people's attention shifted elsewhere. Until one day when the Global Anti-Smuggling Bureau put out a statement thanking the Y base for capturing the killer of multiple decorated service dogs. The statement included profiles of several of the more representative service dogs that had been killed, listing their main accomplishments and the date and location of their deaths. The suspect in all the murders was the same person, Dog Butcher. The Muzhou Military District put out a statement. In Muzhou, the murder of decorated service dogs carries the maximum penalty of death. The Y base quickly followed suit. On Y, the murder of decorated service dogs likewise carries the maximum sentence of death. The statement also included a link to a video featuring Y Commander Hua Yi. Hua Yi was in full military dress and spoke in a somber and firm tone, signaling his determination to maintain order on Y and expel any evil influences. Y is a beautiful planet. It's a cultured place where the arts flourish, not a land of outlaws. We here at the Y military base. Most mainstream news outlets reported the statements and provided details on the Y operation. There had been no riot. The soldiers had raided several illegal establishments. The 2 nightclubs shut down that night had contraband on the premises and had been the sites of illegal business dealings. The careers of the celebrities implicated were in tatters. When the people of Muzhou heard the name Dog Butcher, they went nuts. Death penalty. It's gotta be the death penalty. Even better if the execution is broadcast live. A live broadcast doesn't seem likely, but a death sentence is a must. It must be carried out in Muzhou. Dog Butcher. A death sentence is going easy on that piece of trash. F***ck, this *shoal killed so many decorated service dogs. What's he got against dogs? Non-Muzhou residents may not know much about Dog Butcher. Come, let me give you the full lowdown on this guy's relationship with dogs. A new round of discussion broke out online. But what the public didn't know was that at the center of Dog Butcher's capture was a tiny dog who had just finished serving on Y base and a composer who had just finished filming Founding Era. Now, Fang Zhao was getting ready to head home. Curly Hair had to stay out of the limelight. Not even the cast and crew of Founding Era knew that Fang Zhao had brought his dog to Y, so the Y base had Curly Hair secretly shipped from the film studio complex to the Y spaceport. Fang Zhao instructed Zuiyu and Yen Biao to guard Curly Hair while he traveled with the rest of the Founding Era cast and crew. At the spaceport, the cast and crew scrambled to board their vessel. The latecomers witnessed an odd scene. Not far away, a squadron of soldiers stared at Fang Zhao. Among them was a colonel who was gazing at Fang Zhao sadly, his eyes full of emotion. The soldiers were throwing fierce stares at the cast and crew, which intimidated them, but when they shifted their gazes to Fang Zhao, their faces softened. The cast and crew who witnessed this scene shivered and got goosebumps. They quickly boarded the spaceship so they could share the scene with others. Fang Zhao must be mad connected. The soldiers from the Y base stared at us so coldly, and yet when they looked at Fang Zhao, it was as if they'd been reunited with their long-lost father. Flat-out discrimination. That can't be. The cast and crew members who boarded earlier were incredulous. We all know that Fang Zhao knows people from the Y base, but he's not that connected. Yes, he is. You gotta believe me. I swear I saw tears in the eyes of the soldiers. Not far from the boarding gate. The colonel was all over Fang Zhao, his tone melancholic. Fang Zhao, do visit again soon. You are always welcome. Oh, that's right, you have a stake in the film studio complex. You'll definitely be back. Remember to bring Curly Hair. Us folks at the spaceport love him. The colonel continued, I know Curly Hair has a temper and likes to tear up sofas and chew on shoes, but he's a good dog. If you ever get sick of him, don't sell him. Just send him to Y and let us adopt him. Fang Zhao, you're overthinking things. Curly Hair never tore up sofa chairs or chewed on shoes when he was at home. The colonel was adamant. I just mean if. Remember, if you don't want him anymore, be sure to remember us first. The Y military base will only get richer and richer. We can definitely afford him. The colonel was still waving vigorously when Fang Zhao entered the cabin. Don't forget, Fang Zhao. Fellow passengers who were curious onlookers told Fang Zhao when he boarded, Fang Zhao, it seems like the folks from the Y military base are really going to miss you. Fang Zhao, yeah, a bit. No, my dog is who they will miss. Fang Zhao belonged to batch of cast and crew that would be leaving slightly later. Mo Lang hoped that Fang Zhao could stay on a little longer to discuss questions regarding composing, so as a result, Fang Zhao would be leaving later. But when Fang Zhao was leaving Planet Y, there were still some crew members handling post-production and others who wanted to tour around Planet Y that would still be staying on. Mo Lang had already completed the series' 10-minute ending theme, and he had decided to call his family over to visit the scenic areas on Planet Y and maybe search for more inspiration for composing. Thus, he did not return with Fang Zhao. Because he left later, when Fang Zhao returned to Earth, all the various entertainment headlines in each continent had already been occupied by those that returned earlier. Even though Season 9 of Founding Era had yet to finish broadcasting, the Fang Zhao in the series had not received his bento meal yet, and Fang Zhao was rarely mentioned in news notifications. When actors from the cast of Founding Era returned and took part in various activities and accepted interviews, they rarely mentioned Fang Zhao. Unless reporters or certain program hosts asked, they would say one or two brief sentences but nothing more. What was the point in talking about Fang Zhao? To compete with themselves to occupy news? These people weren't foolish either. The attention of the masses was attracted by news that was even more meaningful. As for Fang Zhao, who hadn't been mentioned in a long time, he slowly faded from people's sight. Now, Fang Zhao had returned, and as before, he didn't choose a high-profile appearance. Having rejected the company's suggestions for hyping up news of his return, Fang Zhao first returned to Qian City to sort out some matters. He returned to his residence in Qian City. An intelligent robot had been in charge of cleaning his apartment. Even the feeding of his hybrid sea slug, Spiky Hair, had been done by the robot. After being away for so long, the apartment was still as clean as before, and the air smelled fresh. The intelligent robot facilitated a lot. Sweeping, mopping, watering plants, applying fertilizer, regulating air quality, etc. Everything was in order. Pots of lush green bonsai in the apartment had grown especially well. 2 pots were currently experiencing their flower season, and the flower petals were tender and beautiful. Not right. Fang Zhao swept his gaze across and did not see any of the other bonsais in the apartment flowering. These bonsai had been left behind by Xue Jing when he'd handed the apartment over to Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao remembered that there had been 5 of these pots. If 2 of them were flowering, what about the other 3? Fang Zhao wasn't too familiar with these flora that were cultivated in the new era, but he could compare their leaves. After searching meticulously, 3 pots with the exact same leaves were found in his study. But none of these 3 pots were flowering. Although they weren't dead, these 3 bonsai appeared much shorter than the other 2 in the living room. Having arrived back to patrol his territory, Curly Hair ran into the study and saw Fang Zhao staring at a pot of bonsai on his table. Curious, he also got up, twitched his nose, and sniffed it. He paused a while, then turned his neck to look at the water tank by the side. Woof, 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 woof. After a few barks, he turned to look at Fang Zhao, then returned his attention to the water tank and began to bark even more violently. Fang Zhao turned to look at the water tank. With the intelligent robot feeding it at designated times, this hybrid sea slug did not look much different from how Fang Zhao had left it. As before, it was lumped into a ball and floating lazily in the water tank. Those fine and soft spikes covering its entire body moved with the ripples in the water. Looking like a soft and squishy ball, it seemed totally harmless. Seeing Fang Zhao staring at the water tank but not saying anything, Curly Hair's barking became even louder. All right, I know it has a problem. Fang Zhao patted Curly Hair and went to his study to view the security footage. A monitoring system was installed in every room in the apartment. Normally, when Fang Zhao was at home, he would leave it off, but when he wasn't, the system would be turned on. Fang Zhao had been away for Founding Era for too long, and the monitoring system had been turned on. Fang Zhao had been too busy during the filming period, so he hadn't examined the monitoring system carefully and had only glanced through the data the intelligent robot transmitted to him. Knowing that everything in the house was normal, sweeping, mopping, watering plants, adding fertilizer, feeding the rabbit at the designated timings, all of these set tasks had been completed on time, and the vital signs of the rabbit in the water tank had been maintained in the normal range, so Fang Zhao had not needed to view more details. Now, Fang Zhao brought out the surveillance footage from inside his study and filtered any activity over at the water tank. In no time, over 40 video clips appeared. Opening the first video, Fang Zhao right away saw the rabbit in the water tank begin to change its body, sticking itself to the wall of the water tank. After that, it pushed open the lid at the top of the water tank, which wasn't too tightly sealed. One end of the rabbit remained sticking to the wall of the water tank, while its other end explored the potted plant that was nearest to the tank. Each leaf of that plant was about the size of a duck egg. After rapidly eating one leaf, the rabbit retraced its path back into the water tank. Its entire body also slowly turned green, until it was the same color as the leaf it had just eaten. From a white rabbit, it became a green rabbit. Through the study's windows, sunlight shined on the water tank on the desk. The rabbit that had once again curled up into a lump swayed its two ears in a larger oscillation. It seemed even more lively than before, as if it was in a good mood. Fang Zhao remembered that the breeder of this hybridized species had said before that this sea slug could photosynthesize like a plant. Furthermore, it was omnivorous. Back then, on planet Baiji, it ate a chili that Zero tossed in. Now, having eaten a leaf, it would naturally still be fine. Fang Zhao had received the vital signs of the rabbit, and they had been in the normal range. What amazed Fang Zhao was that the sea slug had actually been able to push open the lid of the water tank. Although the lid wasn't locked, pushing it open required some strength. Not only that, the sea slug could lengthen its body and accurately find the plants outside the water tank. Because it had extraterrestrial genes, Fang Zhao could not compare it to native sea slugs. Shaking his head, Fang Zhao checked the later videos. After its first leaf-nibbling operation, the rabbit apparently knew that there were no dangers or threats in its surroundings, so its courage increased. After a while, when its body turned back to white from green, it once again explored the outside and nibbled on leaves. After it had nibbled on the desk's potted plant till it was shorter, it set its sights on the other bonsais in the study. Besides the 3 pots that had not flowered, there were other bonsais that were nibbled on. 2 pots were a little further away and were on the floor, so the sea slug had probably left the water tank for a short period of time. Watching the sea slug proficiently open and close the lid, Fang Zhao squinted. It seemed like he would have to lock the lid of the water tank in the future. After shifting out the few potted plants in the study that had been trimmed shorter and exchanging them with other plants that were growing well, Fang Zhao sent a message to the hybrid sea slug's breeder and arranged to leave it with him temporarily. After getting up to date with work-related matters from Silver Wing's side, Fang Zhao let Yen Biao and Zuiyu have a break and return to their families. After all, they had been away for so long. When most matters were handled, Fang Zhao brought curly hair and quietly headed to Yanbei City to visit great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang. At Yanbei Retirement Facility. Great-grandfather Fang had a visitor today, a junior he had guided before he'd retired. This junior was doing rather well now. After being transferred out for 5 or 6 years, this person had been promoted and now held a position as an assistant bureau chief in a certain region of the continent. This time, he had returned to Yanbei City to visit relatives and had specifically come over to visit his old leader, great-grandfather Fang. Subordinates that had worked under great-grandfather Fang all knew that this old man really loved to guide his juniors and younger generations. It was a pity that none of his children and grandchildren had become very capable figures. On the contrary, those subordinates of his had all ascended with great momentum and had ranks that were at least similar to great-grandfather Fang's before his retirement. Xiao Wei, watching each of you rise up so fast and high, I am also very happy. All of you are very good. Great-grandfather Fang was in the retirement facility's garden. He was leaning on a walking stick as he unhurriedly walked on the small stone path step by step. There was a slight uphill slope in front of them. This assistant bureau chief that was called Xiao Wei hurried forward and supported great-grandfather Fang. If you had not pulled me up all those years back, I would never have climbed to my current height. Assistant bureau chief Wei lamented in his heart. He had been transferred away and had not returned for 5 to 6 years. Now that he'd had time to return and saw his old leader who had guided him in the past, he felt a little sad. Before he was transferred out, the old man might have been of advanced age and had a full head of silver hair, but his body had still been rather healthy, but just 5 or 6 years, he was now using a walking stick and walking slowly. His legs didn't seem like they had much strength. The old leader has really aged. As the two were chatting, great-grandfather Fang's footsteps abruptly stopped. Beside him, Assistant Bureau Chief Y followed the old man's line of sight. Not too far ahead was another retired veteran. At his side was a youngster. This youngster also seemed familiar. Apparently, he was a rising political star in Yanbei City. 2 days ago, he had even given an important speech. At that side, the old man and the youngster were having a light-hearted chat. At a certain point, that old veteran let out a hearty laugh. Assistant Bureau Chief Wei looked at great-grandfather Fang beside him. This old master's eyes clearly carried a tinge of envy. How envious, great-grandfather Fang muttered. Assistant Bureau Chief Wei let out a sigh in his heart. The old leader was still unresigned that there weren't any outstanding descendants in the Fang family. He was regretting that he did not have a suitable successor. In the past, there had even been people who joked that great-grandfather Fang had guided and mentored so many people, but, at the end of the day, all of those that were promoted were not from the Fang family. The last time Assistant Bureau Chief Wei had visited the old leader, great-grandfather Fang's tone had sounded slightly depressed and unresigned, but now, after 5 or 6 years had passed, the old leader seemed to have accepted and moved on. He no longer had those unresigned feelings and even had the mood to do some farming with his old wife. Thinking about all this in his heart, Assistant Bureau Chief Wei consoled the old man. Your family has a few that aren't too bad. Compared to the majority, they are already doing quite well. Hearing what was said, great-grandfather Fang chuckled. Stop trying to flatter them. Compared to normal people, of course they are doing rather well, but when compared to others in the same system, they can only be considered to have reached the minimum criteria. The support I have provided them is not any less than what I have given you all. If they are unable to rise, it's because they lack the ability or do not have the ambition. There were members of the Fang family in the military and in the government, but they weren't considered outstanding. At the start, great-grandfather Fang had helped them a little, but how far they went depended on themselves. I cannot support them all the way. One's own path, one's own future still has to be fought for with one's own hands. Great-grandfather Fang sighed. Now that I have retired, I am all the more unable to accompany them on their paths. The younger generations will do right on their own. I am already old and don't wish to worry so much. Why not own a plot of land behind the retirement facility and grow crops with my old wife for fun? Mentioning the land behind the retirement facility, great-grandfather Fang became spirited again. There was a limit to the land that could be drawn out, and it wasn't comparable to the farmlands of Muzhou. The area was entirely for the old veterans of the retirement facility to grow their own crops for fun and while away their time. Hearing the old leader's tone not sounding gloomy, Assistant Bureau Chief Wei chuckled along. That's great. When your children and grandchildren visit, you can even pick some of the vegetables to cook for them. How would he have known that? Upon hearing this, great-grandfather Fang exclaimed, no way. The land I rent is just a small piece. Everything is grown for ourselves. No way am I letting them have any. None of them will have any. As he was speaking, an old and young pair walked by from the front. That old veteran stared at great-grandfather Fang in astonishment. Hey old Fang, I just saw your family's little Zhao. He seems to be heading over to your place and he appears to be carrying a basket full of things. I thought that you had returned home, I didn't know you were still outside walking about. Great-grandfather Fang paused for a second. What? My little Zhao has returned. The old woman surely knew beforehand and she actually didn't tell me. Following that he was ecstatic. My little Zhao has returned. Knowing that Fang Zhao had already arrived, great-grandfather Fang could not stay here and so turned around to walk back. He even told the assistant bureau chief, Xiao Wei, let's continue chatting when we return. If you are busy, go on ahead. I have received your kind intentions and I'm very thankful you still remember this old geezer. I wish you success in everything you do. May more major undertakings come your way and may you continue to have a meteoric rise in your career. My little Zhao has come to see me, so I will return home first. Oh, right, do you know my family's little Zhao? Have you watched Founding Era? The role he plays in that show is Fang Zhao, the assistant bureau chief. This turn had been too rapid. He suddenly felt a little stupid. Watching the old leader head back, there was a flight of steps in front of him. He was about to head forward to lend an arm for support when he saw the old leader lift his legs up and leap. Following that, he broke into a slow jog. The assistant bureau chief of a certain region. But great-grandfather Fang had not run far before he ran into Fang Zhao. Huh, little Zhao is back. Good, good, good. You look like you have lost weight. Filming is tough. Not tough. How can it not be tough? Don't lie to me. I know all about it, I check the news every day. The assistant bureau chief that had been left in his original spot saw the always stern great-grandfather Fang chuckling as if there were flowers blooming on his face. His voice had also gone several pitches higher, and he appeared full of energy. Little Zhao, you came back at the right time. I've rented a plot of land on the hill behind this place. It's all homegrown. In a bit, I will go and pick some ripe vegetables and cook them for you. If you can't finish them, we can pack them for you to bring back. This walking stick. It's an online fad. Everyone in the retirement facility wants to buy them, so I followed everyone when they made a bulk purchase. It is rather meaningful and can even be used as a weapon. Whoever tries to mess with me can have a taste of my stick. Great-grandfather Fang enthused, one arm holding onto Fang Zhao as they returned, the other arm twirling the walking stick around for fun. You can stay here for a few days. A break? Good, good, good. Then you should just stay here. I haven't touched the room you slept in last time. Let's watch Founding Era together. Now, Season 9 is almost done airing, but we haven't watched you die. Pooh. 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 We haven't watched the part where the character you act as perishes in battle. You are just in time to watch it together with us. The surrounding old folks in the retirement facility who heard great-grandfather Fang's words. What? That young fella Fang Zhao is going to stay here for a few days. It's over. There won't be any more peaceful days. Old geezer Fang's head is surely going to swell like no tomorrow. Great-grandfather Fang's loud voice gradually faded into the distance. The assistant bureau chief was still standing in his original spot, staring absent-mindedly. It is as if I just visited a false leader. Fang Zhao stayed at the retirement facility and accompanied the two elder Fangs as they watched the series. He shared with them some interesting anecdotes that had happened while filming. He also helped take care of the little cultivation plot that they had rented. After meals, Fang Zhao would be dragged along by great-grandfather Fang to go for a walk. They would walk through the garden. Whenever any of the other old veterans of the retirement facility saw great-grandfather Fang approaching from far, they avoided him. Today, after a meal, the two old Fangs were keeping watch in front of the screen. It was finally the episode where Fang Zhao received his bento box. The two old folks staring at the screen seemed to be in an extremely grave mood. Fang Zhao also maintained his silence. In this episode, Fang Zhao perished following the chaotic aftermath of an earthquake that caught everyone off guard. Actually, at that time, given his status, he could have protected himself and safely left the war zone. But he had chosen not to do so. At that time, he had known that he didn't have long left, and he had also been tired. Mutual suspicions and deception, bloodied storms, and the cumulative injuries and pains after every battle, every day, his mental state had been strained to the point that it had been as tight as a steel wire. After arranging things, he had chosen to stay behind and meet the enemy head-on. He'd had some regrets about not ever getting to see the beginning of the founding era. He had lost to his injuries and lost to time, but a loss was a loss. After thinking and getting over it, he no longer had many complaints. He had only been able to bring everyone to this point, but he had believed that his successor would lead everyone to their destination. Before he died, he had been in a peaceful state of mind. In the series, he had also acted this way. Many people in the cast and crew felt that he'd been worried about the Wu family and had followed the directorial team and scriptwriters' suggestions and acted this way, but that wasn't the case. The accompaniment music where he perished in battle had been composed by someone else. It was a mournful tune full of choking sorrow. Although it had a heroic meaning, it was still thick with emotions. Just the tune alone was very good, otherwise, it wouldn't have been selected. However, from the audience's point of view, the sorrow wasn't that intense. It wasn't that the acting was substandard or that the accompaniment piece wasn't good, but rather that everyone had already been prepared. It was all laid out in history. Before filming even started, everyone knew the ending. From the start of Founding Era till now, many important characters had already received their bento boxes. Many accompaniment pieces that were offered as scriptures had appeared. The audience had already seen a lot and listened to a lot. At most, they would only feel emotional for the great people that perished in battle and feel these people's regret. On a certain film discussion forum. Oh dear, even if I'm unwilling to see it, we have reached this episode. Old Commander Fang, you have worked hard. It feels like I have lost an old friend that has accompanied me for so long. Even though I knew what the ending would be, I thought it would be alright as long as we recall him fondly, but now, at this time, I still feel very sad. Did old Fang die with regrets? A pity, what a pity. If he had been able to endure for another year, even if he couldn't have been the governor, the #1 spot in Yenzhou's cemetery would not have run away. Watching the ending of this great person in Yenzhou history, many people called into question his cause of death in historical records. He had already had such a high rank as being commander of the corps. Not mentioning his individual importance, why hadn't even more people stayed at his side and protected him? Was reality really like what the series portrayed? Had Fang Zhao given the order himself not to let anyone protect him? Had he really made the decision to stay behind and fight to the death? Old Fang's ending is really the same as what is recorded in history books, but is the stuff recorded in them really true? Or were there unspeakable things that were deliberately concealed? Does the brother on top mean that old Fang was actually killed? But because it involves certain secrets, it cannot be revealed in public. A power struggle, aren't all people like this? When hope cannot be seen, anyone would want someone at the front to shield them. When finally people get out of their predicament and see the benefits not too far ahead, their thoughts will no longer be the same. I don't think that's the case. Old Fang had already arranged his successor. He knew early on that he would not be able to last till the end, and he did not want many others to trade his life for him. Why not die in battle instead? On many film forums discussing topics related to Founding Era, more and more people were using Old Fang for Founding Era's Fang Zhao. Many people did not believe Fang Zhao's cause of death and did not believe the ordinary death he'd had. Thus, they were inclined to make guesses as to whether there had been any hidden conspiracies or assassinations. Regardless of whether the audiences acknowledged Fang Zhao's cause of death, the Founding Era series had been filmed like this, and Fang Zhao himself had willingly acted this way. Although reality hadn't been entirely like what was shown in the show, the two were largely the same. The heroic and profound way he died a martyr was a little exaggerated. Compared to others, his death couldn't be considered bitter. At least he still had an entire corpse. History had drowned out a lot of truths. The truth might be much more complex than everyone thought, or it could be much simpler. Actually, the truth was just as the historical record said. But it had been simplified to just a few sentences. Just like other, more important characters that perished, at the end of the episode, a grave number was shown followed by a flashback reel showing images of this character as he journeyed through different times. However, Fang Zhao's focus wasn't on this. All those before had been acting according to other people's requirements in the script. The 3-minute accompaniment piece at the end of this episode was what he really wanted to tell everyone. Gentle orchestra music carrying a sense of thick-set mood, apparently like a gale of wind originating from a high mountain. Flitting across the cold snowlands and desolate wilderness, passing through serene forests, through the quiet, long night, and pushing past the patter of spring rain and penetrating the thorny and rugged undergrowth of life. The sound of a trumpet was like a fierce breeze streaking across the years. Within the wind, it seemed like there was someone unhurriedly trying to say something. Along the gradually forceful bugle cries and layered notes of a zither, that gale of wind seemed to climb hills full of green, break through the murky daybreak, fly past the clouds, and then slowly meet light. In front of the screen, Fang Zhao had a relieved smile in his eyes. In Founding Era, all other music concerning this Fang Zhao had been expressed by other composers' sentiments. What Fang Zhao himself wished to tell everyone was in these last 3.5 minutes. A long, long time ago, when the world was still peaceful, I once thought that when I grew old, with white and gray on my temples, I would be watching flowers bloom in front of my lawn, or I would have friends and family by my side making light chat over creative works and watching time pass by. Unfortunately, what came were hails of bullets, smoke and explosions, and danger and difficulties. What we faced were destruction and ruins, broken limbs, seas of blood, and mountains of corpses. During that time period, the gods that people believed in never showed mercy. Fate was already fixed, so how could we struggle? I wasn't born brave. In this life of mine, I was once bewildered and lost. I once abandoned myself to despair. But finally, in this bloody purgatory, I woke up. Under the apocalypse, defying the natural order and fighting. Pure ill people would ultimately end up as cannon fodder. The world was a battlefield. The battlefield was how us people who existed during the period of destruction saw and experienced the world. Anguished wailing, rallying cries. Exhausted till we became numb, in our eyes, innocence completely faded away. There was no path of retreat, only advancing forward. Attack, counterattack, again and again. People who existed during the period of destruction would always be pushed along by fate. In our darkness and despair, we found a path. We hoped that the end point we pursued would be bright and warm, hoped that we could endure till the day we could see sunlight break through the clouds and shine down. Fortunately, the path we walked was the right one. In this life of mine, I was once ordinary, and I was also once splendid. I have walked through ruins, grasslands, snow-capped mountains, and forests. My footprints can be found throughout Yenzhou. I have gone through the cruelest times and experienced the difficulty of fighting against fate. I have gone through the uninhibited ups and downs of life, experienced great joy and sorrow, and arrived at the pinnacle of life. Ultimately, everything returns to silence. All the unyielding sorrow, all the extraordinary iron blood has passed. All hardships and difficulty and joy and happiness have been diluted by time. In the end, the complete chaos was dissolved inside history. All the grand thrills and dangers I have experienced, all these great changes, only I would know about them myself. However, that is enough. I never dreamed of striving for merit, and I have never felt unwilling. The fight has already ended. Souls have already found peace. Soil dyed with blood has already putrefied and sunk into the underground. New life absorbs this nutrition and grows on this land. I have seen the rising sun, its expansive rays lighting up the earth. I have seen countless people in front of graves, swearing oaths and saluting. I have seen the founding era. I have seen sunlight illuminating the new starting point. I have seen the brilliant world outside the battlefields. Now, I have returned to this place and let go of the heart that is finally tranquil. Together with the old friends I once had, my heart will be content with the setting sun and the afterglow following that, to be within the dust of the graves. No regrets for this life. The music wasn't what everyone had imagined. It wasn't bleak sorrow or regretful bewailing for the martyr not being able to achieve his great goal in his declining years. The tranquil music notes carried a truly magnificent momentum formed over time and experience. A legendary sound, calming and extensive. For this episode, at the end of the end was a segment of a real historical scene. Inside the newly constructed cemetery of martyrs, 2 rows of people adorned with star epaulets on their shoulders were bearing a coffin. An already aged Wu Yan solemnly draped 3 flags over the coffin, the flag of the 5th Corps, the continent flag of the newly established Yanzhou, and the New Alliance flag. Fang Zhao. Period of destruction year 99, first commanding officer of the 5th Corps. The words on the grave gradually grew fainter. In the main hall at the cemetery's public worship area, a tall and looming ash-colored sculpture stood under the setting sun, staring fixedly at a faraway place. This episode was also the last episode in Season 9 of the Yanzhou chapter of Founding Era. Fang Zhao soundlessly exhaled. He had written this tune to tell everyone 3 things: I have seen it all, I don't regret this life, and I'm still here. What he had let go of was the heart of Fang Zhao that had belonged to the period of destruction. The heart that belonged to the Fang Zhao of the new era was still beating as per usual. In the musical score, what the latter part expressed was veiled and ambiguous, so much so that when Mo Lang had been examining the score sheet, even if he had heard a clear sentiment of remembrance, he would only have thought that the music was specifically planned to highlight it. Sigh. Sitting beside Fang Zhao, great-grandfather Fang sighed heavily. He pulled out a piece of tissue paper, wiped his nose, dabbed at his tears, and sighed once more. The old fella did not know what he was feeling now. In the past, he had always felt that this commander that had perished right before the dawn of the founding era had been unlucky and pitiful, but knowing his great-grandson had taken on this role, great-grandfather Fang had had even more sentiments about this role, this historical character, and had felt that this person was really pitiful. But right now, he had no idea why his past feelings of pity and regret seemed watered down. 2 minutes later. Great-grandfather Fang finally returned to his senses and started to browse the internet for comments. This was something he had to do every time he watched the latest episode. On the official social platform for the Yanzhou chapter of Founding Era, the comments section below the latest update was extremely lively. A legendary founder, a poetic saga of a person. Everyone dies someday, but not everyone can leave behind a legacy. Every person that can start a blaze in the long rivers of time burns their mark in history. Originally, I was feeling rather downcast and felt even more gloomy after watching it, but when listening to the blare of the trumpet, I suddenly felt a strength like I just wanted to start running. At the scene right at the end at the graves, the accompaniment snare drums sounded as if they were in sync with the scene's march. This accompaniment music is too awesome. Although it was moderate, it was also majestic. I felt incomparable melancholy listening to it, yet I also felt all sorts of weird sentiments. It was like watching an old man recalling his entire life's experiences. There are also different standards when it comes to epics. The accompaniment piece at the end of this episode will surely be ranked highly even if it is placed in a Founding Era music compilation. It's just too bad that the end credits don't show any information about the composer of this tune. I didn't pay attention to the music, I was just feeling deeply rueful. The stormy life of old Fang came to an end as he left accompanying his comrades. Sigh, the cost of peace is so high. I'm bawling my eyes out. How could he have perished in battle? He even didn't get to see the Founding Era. He was great, and he wouldn't have had any regrets. I'm guessing old Fang's sentiments were probably like this: what Founding Era, what great generals. Whatever happens, it is just my fate. This was a really great person who gave his all to humanity. A hero everyone has to respect. Old Fang might have lost his life, but it was full of glory. I beg to differ. Old Fang's life might be full of glory, but he still died too early. Old Fang really never looked for a wife. And he didn't leave behind any children. Old Fang looked up, sighed, and said, "In my life, the more beautiful something is, the more it shouldn't be touched." As the apocalypse descended, Old Fang stared up at the sky and hissed, "I will not take a wife, have offspring, fight for authority, or become a great general. I will fight whoever there is to fight and will only rest when I die." Old Fang said, "Everyone dies in the end. I fight for the common people. Even when my light has dimmed and my gas is running low, even when I have one foot in the coffin, I will offer my blood." Lying alone in his coffin, Old Fang calmly said, "Someone asked me what my feelings were, being the only one among the 12 leaders to take my leave. However, what I see is not loneliness or misery but rather the surging momentum of the vast ocean and the glittering sky full of stars." Old Fang said. The hotly discussed comments section was swept with a wave of Old Fang said. Fang Zhao, as he saw this bunch of online drama queens. "I never said all this. Stop talking nonsense. Music is something magical. It can resonate without the use of language." Whether people paid attention to this ending accompaniment tune or not, at the end of this episode, they might have been thinking about many different things, but the original feelings they'd had toward this historical figure Fang Zhao, of sympathy, regret, and the like, and had been reduced by a lot. With this, inevitably, there would be people continuing to discuss conspiracy theories and feeling that because of the interference of certain parties with power, this Fang Zhao had met with this sort of ending. Although the character's portrayal was profound, it did not have that tragic hero sentiment that everyone had come to expect. There is surely some conspiracy here. All this political whatnot is just shady. Of course, there were even more people that were only chasing the series. Regardless of how the series was shot, they just lapped it up, and at the same time, it changed their view toward the historical figure Fang Zhao. Shortly after the airing of Founding Era Season 9, Season 10 would be broadcast. Up till now, all 9 seasons that had been broadcast had been very high quality. Even if there were disputes in the plot, it could not be denied that Founding Era was a series with awesome film and soundtrack. Forgetting about other stuff, just this lineup, this amount of resources, this historical significance. Even if it was remade in the future, could it replace the current one? Many reviewers and critics had already said that in the coming 50 or even 100 years, there was no way of surpassing it. Actors that had been unable to get into the cast were regretting immeasurably and could only console themselves by saying that there would be opportunities in future. But rationally, they also knew that even if there were any future historical dramas set during this period, it would be far from ever competing with the impact of Founding Era. With the ending of Season 9 and the death of this important character Fang Zhao once again became a highly searched topic. When everyone discussed Fang Zhao, they inevitably mentioned the Fang Zhao that portrayed this role. It is really pleasant to watch these strong actors perform and portray that thick historical feel. This sort of epic series is really testing their acting skills. I heard that many actors were unable to get out of character for a duration after their scenes were finished. I wonder if Fang Zhao was able to shed his character after portraying all of Old Fang's scenes. Recently, we haven't heard any news of him. Enthusiastic fans from Yanbei have revealed that Fang Zhao was spotted at the retirement facility. He probably hasn't shed his character. It seems that you all have forgotten that this Fang Zhao is only 20-something. Even younger than me. Generally, for these sorts of young actors, the better they act, the harder it is for them to shed their character, so much so that it might possibly leave behind a mental shadow. There are many actors that were impacted by films for the rest of their lives. It's really tough for this little fella. Yeah, Fang Zhao isn't even 30 yet. And he is a complete newcomer. Still, remember that it was Roman's recommendations when they were selecting the actors. Roman's foresight is really good. It was Roman's recommendation and ultimately the voting of the Committee of 100. However, Roman was the chief driving force. It was inevitable that there were people who were sour. Fang Zhao was just lucky, that's all. I have analyzed it. Fang Zhao was actually just displaying his inherent qualities. If he was changed for anyone who had the same characteristics, that person would have been able to produce the same result. Fans weren't happy. There was something I didn't know whether or not to say, so I went to check the verification information of the two above me, and it turns out they are also actors. That's great, then, I have to say it now, if you can do it, go ahead, but if you can't, stop complaining, pussies. I always used to think that the person portraying Fang Zhao was a veteran actor, but now it seems like even if he acts out his inherent qualities, even though they do have some advantages, looking at Fang Zhao's age and his performance, it really isn't something that just anybody could do. Roman, those world-renowned directors, and the old artists from the Committee of 100 aren't blind either. In the series, I can't find any faults with the speech, actions, or expressions. You have done amazing, my Zhao God. As this bunch was chatting, the official account of the Founding Era Yenzhou chapter posted a new status on their social platform, Season 9 End Season Credits Accompaniment Piece, This Life of Mine. Composer, Fang Zhao. Arranger, Fang Zhao. Link. During post-production for Season 9, due to the effect of them sharing the same name, Fang Zhao's composer information had not been displayed in the end credits of that episode. However, the official site had very quickly released the composer, arranger, recorder, orchestra, and other information as well as a link with a sample of the piece. King Awesome. This is self-composed, self-arranged, and self-acted. I nearly would have forgotten if this was not said. He is a graduate of a music academy. What more can King say? He doesn't want to be a film emperor or an esports god because he is a great composer. I just want to ask, are all people with this name really impressive? I have been pondering what to name my newborn kid. I have the exact same name as old Fang and Zhao God. I just failed my recent month-end tests. Netizens had their own fun, but when it came to people in the music circles, their impression was different. The standard of this piece is really high, and it blends well with the scenes being shown. There is a possibility of it achieving an award. Are youngsters nowadays so impressive? Which school did he graduate from? He probably had a teacher to guide him. I can't deny that the standard of this piece is rather high, but this isn't something a youngster like Fang Zhao could have composed. That is what I think too. Fang Zhao definitely has talent in this area, but the possibility of him composing it on his own isn't high. Let's not talk about how difficult it is to master this sort of unhurried and slow piece that carries a thick epic character, without sufficient experience and sufficient realization, without sufficient accumulated wisdom. How could a mere youngster with a few decades of experience compose this? Perhaps he was too immersed in his character. Wasn't it said that Fang Zhao acted very well? However, if he really composed this tune on his own, then all I can say is that Fang Zhao is just a genius among geniuses. Acting and composing are different. It isn't something that can be explained with talent. I am still inclined to believe that he had some help behind the scenes. If it is not Xue Jing, then it is Mo Lang. The probability of Mo Lang is even higher. After all, Xue Jing did not go to Planet Y. Furthermore, many people know that Fang Zhao grew close to Mo Lang during their time on Planet Y. Old Master Mo even frequently gave stuff to Fang Zhao. It seems like they have a good relationship. Didn't Venerable Mo say he wasn't accepting students? The old master's last disciple is already over 50 now. Doubts were just doubts, but who dared to actually ask Mo Lang? However, in everyone's hearts, they believed that it was Mo Lang that had given Fang Zhao guidance. There were many works from youngsters that were said to be self-compositions but that had actually had the assistance of a team or an impressive guiding teacher. Fang Zhao only submitted one song in Founding Era. With his status as a composer, only one tune. However, I heard my teacher say that Fang Zhao helped in the arrangement of the penultimate tune for Season 10. Season 10's penultimate tune. That project that's more than 10 minutes long. The tune that Old Master Mo personally crafted? Yes. According to inside information, under the arrangement section, Old Master Mo personally added Fang Zhao's name. Alright, say no more. He surely had Old Master Mo's help. That was the verdict a bunch of composing masters came to. Regardless of what these academic masters guessed, great-grandfather Fang firmly believed that Fang Zhao had composed it all by himself. From what he saw, there was nothing his own little grandson could not do. Great-grandfather Fang smiled till his eyes could not be seen. My family's little Zhao is just a genius. The next morning, great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang prepared breakfast early in the morning. When it was only the two of them, they normally had the retirement facility's dining hall send over some porridge or prepare a simple breakfast for themselves. However, as Fang Zhao had come over, the two old Fangs personally cooked. Fang Zhao could not stop them. Early in the morning, they made a huge pot of rice and 5 to 6 dishes. The dishes were all vegetables the two old Fangs had grown on their land and some other vegetables and meat that Fang Zhao had gotten his farm in Muzhou to send over. 1 bowl, 2 bowls. Fang Zhao had 5 huge bowls of rice in succession. The huge pot of rice and dishes on the table were basically finished. Great-grandmother Fang smiled kindly, not finding anything wrong with this scene. On the other hand, great-grandfather Fang's heart seemed to ache. He thought to himself, my child Fang Zhao has indeed suffered. Filming and composing, physical and mental effort, how could he not be exhausted? Fang Zhao probably often went hungry and didn't even have proper meals. Add in an extra scoop of rice for today's lunch. Actually, Fang Zhao had not intended to eat so much here. Indeed, he was able to eat a lot here, but the two older Fang were advanced in age and preparing food wasn't an easy task. Preparing such a large table full of dishes was even more difficult. Even if most of the kitchen tools were automated, Fang Zhao didn't want to tire out the two elders. However, he was unable to stop them. The two old Fangs were full of vigor, so Fang Zhao could only stand to the side and help out a little. If he ate less, the two elders might feel that their cooking skill had dropped, which might hurt them. Although Fang Zhao ate a lot, he ate quickly. When the two elders had finished their meal, Fang Zhao had also finished his 5th bowl. He stopped great-grandmother Fang from filling his 6th bowl and helped tidy up the table. Great-grandfather Fang patted his sleeves and stood up. Cough, little Zhao, let's go for a stroll. We have to digest our food after having breakfast. Fang Zhao was just about to reply when he was interrupted by his communications device. It was a call from his company. Great-grandmother Fang let Fang Zhao head into the room to answer the call, then waved her old husband off. You go alone, little Zhao is busy. All right. Great-grandfather Fang sounded unreluctant, but he didn't want to interfere with Fang Zhao's official matters. Great-grandfather Fang pulled a long face as he walked out, but in no time, his face glowed again as he hastened his steps to catch up with a few other old folks who were out strolling too. Hey, old Lin, did you watch Founding Era yesterday? My little Zhao acted really well. How many people online are praising my family's little Zhao for being a genius? Seeing them mentioning the old commander and calling him Old Fang makes me feel warm, but it feels a little embarrassing. I think you guys should stop calling me Old Fang in the future. How about we change the way of addressing me? The face of the old veteran that had been called became rigid. Where did you get all this drama from? My family's little Zhao acted in this series. It's a pity he only acted till Season 9. Oh right, the final ending theme for Season 9 is different from the other episodes. The accompaniment was composed by my family's little Zhao all by himself. What is this called again? Self-composed, self-arranged, and self-acted. It's not that I'm bragging, but not many people in the entire world can do it, and those that can do it cannot compare with the standard of my family's little Zhao. The other few old veterans. How are we going to continue living? After his routine bragging, great-grandfather Fang returned in high spirits and was even humming a tune. When he stepped inside, he saw his old wife packing up some stuff. What's going on? Great-grandfather Fang asked. Little Zhao says his company has some matters. He has to return to Qian City tomorrow. I'm helping him pack up these things. A bolt from the blue. Great-grandfather Fang's fluttering mood came crashing down. Great-grandfather Fang immediately asked, what? Wasn't he going to stay for a period of time? Why is there such a rush to return? At this moment, Fang Zhao stepped into the room and explained, the company has arranged for me to have an interview. It was a sudden decision. Live or recorded? Great-grandfather Fang asked. Live. Then that's fine. Which program is it? I want to set a notification first. After clarifying all this, great-grandfather Fang proficiently set up 3 important reminders, then continued to ask, Little Zhao, are you going to continue acting after you return this time? I see many reports online that there are lots of people who want to approach you to act, and these are absolutely lead roles. No, I intend to further my studies, Fang Zhao replied. Advanced studies? Where will you go to do that? Huangzhou Institute of Art or Huangzhou Music Academy to undertake advanced courses. However, I still have to take an exam. According to Silver Wing's intentions, now Fang Zhao had works that he could bring out as well as a certain influence. With a little support from the company behind him, as long as his exam results weren't too shabby, entering the advanced courses for these 2 institutions would be no issue. The only problem was that the examinations for both institutions were on the same day, so there was no way he could attend both at the same time. The company would like Fang Zhao to consider first and quickly make a decision so that the company could make preparations beforehand. Great-grandfather Fang did not understand much about this. After reading up, he found out that in terms of music, Huangzhou Institute of Art and Huangzhou Music Academy were the 2 top-rated institutions in the world and had much higher rankings than the Qian Academy of Music that Fang Zhao had graduated from. These 2 were really the best schools. Great-grandfather Fang had confidence in Fang Zhao. You can surely do it. Fang Zhao had yet another call, so great-grandfather Fang did not disturb him. Going 1 round, he realized there was nothing much left to pack up, so he ran to the vegetable field. There were professionals in charge of the vegetable fields and they would help out with the manual labor. Great-grandfather Fang got them to pick all that could be eaten and got them to seal and pack the vegetables. When others saw this, they asked, Old man Fang, you already picked quite a lot yesterday, so what are you picking so much today for? You aren't having them anymore. Not having any more. I'm sending everything with my family's little Zhao. The few old veterans nearby that were taking care of their crops under the guidance of the agriculture specialists immediately looked up and asked, Your family's little Zhao is leaving? There seemed to be some ecstasy in their expressions that could not be covered up fast enough. That's right. Great-grandfather Fang's attention was on these vegetables, so he didn't notice the others' reactions. Then what about the vegetables you picked yesterday? Someone asked. They have all been eaten. He's a youngster. Being able to eat is a blessing. Doesn't your family's little Zhao have a farm in Muzhou? He doesn't lack these things. Vegetables produced on Muzhou farms taste much better than the vegetables you grow here, someone added. How is that the same? In any case, great-grandfather Fang felt that the vegetables he had grown himself were the best. My family's little Zhao still wants to go to Huangzhou to pursue his studies. Composing is also very tough, so I have to send him more of these. The others were curious. Isn't your family's little Zhao an actor? Great-grandfather Fang looked somewhat pleased. That was him moonlighting. Do you know what moonlighting is? His original occupation is composing. After that, he still wants to moonlight and further his studies. Further studies? This I know. My son is in the Ministry of Education, so I have heard about this before. Has your family's little Zhao found a school yet? In recent years, music and art institutions have been very stringent when it comes to this. The higher the ranking, the more difficult it is to get into advanced courses. Especially the top 2 ranked ones in the world. Great-grandfather Fang had a solemn expression on his face. He hasn't decided yet and is still considering his specialization. Let me say, Huangzhou Music Academy is okay. Huangzhou Institute of Art is all right too. The others. Where did you get this self-confidence to say this? Great-grandfather Fang placed the sealed vegetables into the preservation warehouse and wrote down the address in Qian City. They would be sent over tomorrow. Knowing that Fang Zhao would be heading to Huangzhou to further his studies, great-grandfather Fang was extremely reluctant. He had waited so long for Fang Zhao to finish filming, but now Fang Zhao would be going to Huangzhou to study. Great-grandfather Fang had heard that a normal course normally took about 1 year and that some were even longer. He did not know when he would next get to see Fang Zhao. Even though modern communications were very convenient, it still could not be compared to the real person standing right there. Great-grandfather Fang's recently fluttery mood once again became downcast. After dinner, great-grandfather Fang had Fang Zhao accompany him on a stroll. Great-grandmother Fang brought curly hair out for a walk and did some aerobic exercises with a few of the other old ladies. On the second day, Fang Zhao, together with curly hair, left Yanbei City's retirement facility quietly and returned to Qian City. The rabbit was quietly nested inside the apartment's water tank. The water tank's lid still appeared as before, and the surrounding pots of plants did not appear to have any traces that they had been nibbled. Fang Zhao brought up the surveillance footage for a look and saw that this rabbit had not lifted the lid. Fang Zhao had received a reply from the time he had left a message with this hybrid sea slugs breeder, Denzel. Denzel's replies were in the form of short videos. It seemed like Denzel was also very busy on his end, given his hurried and short replies. That rabbit is really good to rear. You have also seen it for yourself. Even if you don't give it anything to eat, it can still photosynthesize like a plant. You don't have to worry about it starving to death. Your 5 million will not turn out to be a bad investment, Denzel had explained, as if he was afraid Fang Zhao was regretting the purchase. Perhaps it doesn't like the feed. If it is nibbling on leaves, let it be. I have checked and those potted plants of yours aren't too expensive. By eating those leaves and basking in the sun to photosynthesize, it can sustain itself for quite a while. This is even more cost-effective than giving it feed. You can also try occasionally changing things up and feeding it some fresh food. Meat and vegetables are fine. It is different from other sea slugs. If it likes leaves, you can throw more in. Don't put in too much. If the leaves are fresh, it might not like them. Oh, right, it also loves to eat jellyfish. The more poisonous, the more it likes them. However, for the sake of your own life and well-being, my personal recommendation is that you don't feed it those, especially those really poisonous ones like sea wasps and Portuguese man-o'-wars. Prepare some comprehensive antidotes at home so even if you do get stung, they can at least be a buffer to ensure that you survive until you can get treatment at a hospital. As for what you said about its IQ, its learning ability is much higher native sea slugs. However, you don't have to worry. Compared to people, it is still rather stupid. It has already been identified as a non-threatening invasive species. The probability of it becoming an invasive species is extremely low. It exists apart from native species, so it won't reproduce. Even if the relevant authorities come and investigate, you don't have to worry. All credentials are in order. It's a pet, after all. It's fine as long as it looks good. If you don't think it looks good, then you can just treat it as an emergency light. If you really don't wish to raise it, you can sell it. 80 million. When he mentioned this, Denzel felt a little sour. When he'd sold it to Fang Zhao for 5 million, he had felt that he'd gotten a good deal at Fang Zhao's expense. When he had turned around, though, he'd realized the authoritative pet magazine had given it a valuation of 80 million. Fortunately, Denzel was also earning quite a lot cultivating krill. Otherwise, he would feel like puking blood every time this was mentioned. After watching Denzel's replies, Fang Zhao looked at the seemingly very content rabbit in the water tank. Then he trimmed some leaves off a potted plant and tossed them in. Occasionally giving it some stuff to change up its diet was fine, just not jellyfish and the like. Those were too dangerous. As for antidotes, Fang Zhao decided to install a few more. He didn't need to worry about himself, but should anyone visit him and have itchy hands, at least the antidotes might be able to save a life. As he watched the rabbit within the water tank start to nibble on the leaves happily, Fang Zhao thought about Denzel's replies. Fang Zhao laughed as he tapped his fingers on the walls of the glass tank. If you end up going out of control, I won't sell you, I'll just cook you and be done with it. Shelving the matter with the rabbit for now, Fang Zhao went through the contents of the interview that the company had collated and sent him. This sort of interview had high entertainment value. The questions and answers seemed impromptu, but there would be a script in a sequence. As he looked through these, the Silver Wing Gaming Department manager, Wayne, called. Fang Zhao, today, the 2 10th-generation machines that the company bought have arrived. Although they are only the standard versions and cannot be compared to the luxury version you own, the price is still acceptable. The youngsters in the team say that it is much better to use compared to the 9th gen. When will you be coming over to give them a try? Fiery Bird had finally mass-produced and released the 10th generation standard version. Fang Zhao was the worldwide ambassador for the 10th generation console. Back when Fang Zhao had endorsed high-end earpieces, many people had started making guesses and wondering what luxury item Fang Zhao would endorse next. Now they had their answer. Following the endorsement of the magical object of earpieces, the Diding Z series, Fang Zhao once again had the status of a global ambassador and endorsed the current magical object of gaming consoles, the 10th generation Rhapsody. Although the 10th generation had entered mass production, its price was still not something that normal people could accept, and it was considered a luxury item. I will be busy these few days, so I won't be going over, Fang Zhao replied. I know, Prairie Fire's interview, huh? Don't take it too seriously. That is something Prairie Fire and our company has planned out. Just memorize the replies the company prepared for you and everything will be fine. I heard that the company originally wanted to promote you full force, but unfortunately, you are planning to further your studies, so the company had to temporarily change their plans. They want you to bring along 2 acting newcomers to the interview. Yes. I know those 2, so it's all right to bring them along. A business-oriented company would still like to do that which brought about the most benefits. Since Fang Zhao had other plans for himself, they would get Fang Zhao to bring along newcomers. On the company's end, they were worried that this method of making use of Fang Zhao's popularity would give rise to a negative reaction from Fang Zhao, so they had specifically explained it and asked about Fang Zhao's views on the matter. Fang Zhao also knew those 2 newcomers. Back when they'd had minor roles in the cast of Founding Era, they had tagged along with G. Polan and had meals together. These 2 newcomers had ability and could take hardship. All they lacked was opportunity, so Fang Zhao was willing to lend them a hand. Seeing that Fang Zhao did not have any negative reactions, Wayne cleared his throat and said, I know that your ambitions lie elsewhere. All right, I'm not going to beat around the bush. The reason I called you today is because of those newly signed youngsters. Silver Wing's own esports team had already developed. Team members were offered competitive wages, so naturally, they were able to attract some capable fresh talent. This year, Wayne had signed a few promising ones, but Wayne realized that these youngsters in the team had started to have inflated egos. They might be a little more well-behaved in front of their department manager, but the moment Wayne turned his back, these youngsters loved to put on airs online. Every time they won a match, they itched to let the entire world know. Wayne had told them many times before, but it had fallen on deaf ears, and Captain Jinro had even needed to make an appearance. Wayne was worried that if this sort of attitude continued to swell, even the veterans would inevitably start to get complacent. Put in simple words, they deserved a spanking. Without a rude awakening, there was no way they would calm down. Therefore, Wayne had once again sought out Fang Zhao. Teach this bunch of brats a lesson and, at the same time, give Jinro and the other first-string members some training. I know you have said before that you don't wish to meddle too much in esports and want to leave the scene to them, which is why I insist that you take part in the newly released missions. I also know that you are preparing to further your studies, but are you able to spare some time to help put these kids in order? Fang Zhao considered his schedule over the next few days and replied, "All right." In the Silver Wing gaming department, the bunch of people who were getting swollen heads from the newly arrived 10th generation consoles suddenly felt chills throughout their bodies. After Fang Zhao ended the call with Wayne, he received a call from the person in charge of Silver Wing's talent development and studies. The person in charge did not dare to be negligent and so contacted him frequently. The matter of Fang Zhao wanting to head to Huangzhou to further his studies was approved by the big boss of the company, and she had personally asked about it. Naturally, the person in charge had to be more proactive. "Fang Zhao, I have understood a little about the schools over at Huangzhou and have had detailed talks with people at Huangzhou Music Academic and Huangzhou Institute of Art. There are no big problems with this situation, so you don't have to worry." The person in charge seemed to have some slight intention to take credit. Not only because he thought highly of Fang Zhao's potential but, more importantly, after the person in charge finished handling this matter, he could also get some benefits from the boss. It was about time he received a promotion. As he thought about a promotion and a pay raise, that person's tone unconsciously rose a little. "Young man, being willing to study and improve is a good thing. Regardless of what path you take, the company will support you vigorously. For music institutes, I can give you a guarantee, take your pick of any of the top 10 schools in the world. Let's not talk about our own Yenzhou's Chimu. Your alma mater has teachers and lecturers that all recognize you. Even if we don't do anything, they will be more than willing to accept you. As for the two right at the top of the rankings, Huangmu and Huangart, if you want to get into their advanced courses, we can help arrange that. Although there might be some slight resistance, don't worry, problems can be solved. Previously, our company has sent a few of our contracted composers over for advanced studies. Resources and strength are still very important. Furthermore, the momentum of Silver Wing's development in Yenzhou has already pushed down our two old rivals. The company is more than willing to spend even more resources to develop the potential of our talents. We must always look long-term. This wasn't just limited to Silver Wing. Many large entertainment companies worldwide worked this way too, but they never revealed it publicly. Entertainment news might frequently show news of a certain film star enrolling in a certain prestigious university, institute, or research facility for advanced studies, but most of the time, it was the influence of the teams and families behind them. Huangzhou Music Academy is slightly more specialized, and they groom musical talents in specialization and techniques. However, Huangzhou Institute of Art has more genres of art. Many of the current big shots in the entertainment circles originated from there. These two each have their own advantages, so it depends on which one you think suits you best. "Have you made a choice yet?" asked the person in charge. "I have chosen," Fang Zhao replied. "Which?" "Huangzhou Institute of Art, 12 Tones Advanced Class." The other side suddenly went silent. After a while. This. "Huangart's 12 tones is not within our operable range," stammered the person in charge. Huangzhou Institute of Art's 12 tones, advanced class might not have been known by many people, but it was rather well known in the music circles. 12 tones got its name from the 5 pitches, 7 notes, 12 tones one recorded in ancient books. After the founding era, the new era was divided into 12 continents. Huangzhou Institute of Arts founder had chosen the name 12 tones and set up an advanced course only for the best of the best. Generally speaking, for the majority of most schools, the credentials of advanced courses did not have the value and acknowledgement of normal graduate credentials. 12 tones was an exception. Its credentials were the gold standard anywhere one went. In this advanced course, from the teachers to the advanced course students, every single one was a somebody. There would be one round of recruitment for the 12 tones advanced course every year, and only 12 people were recruited each round. Whether it was composing, singing, dancing, or another specialty, each batch recruited exactly 12. Every year, many characters praised as geniuses attempted the enrollment examination. The intense competition and frightening elimination rate made many people shrink back. 12 tones had another name, God-level advanced course. Therefore, when he heard Fang Zhao announce that name, the silver-winged staffer's forehead started to sweat. How am I able to do anything? It's all right, I can take the examination myself, Fang Zhao replied. The person in charge from Silver Wing advised Fang Zhao, helping him analyze past and present circumstances and previous examples. If he just wanted some gilding or a springboard, then he should forget about such an extremely difficult advanced course like 12 tones. From what the person in charge saw, Fang Zhao was just like the other celebrities that the company had groomed in the past. They just went out to slightly improve their credentials and did not need to enroll in this difficult advanced course. Furthermore, 12 tones was known for being difficult to get into and out of. To say the least, even if one was able to pass the exams and enroll, he might not be able to graduate. There were instances of students being unable to graduate and thus asked to leave. It wasn't that the person in charge did not think Fang Zhao was up to scratch but that Fang Zhao was too young. He was only in his 20s, whereas others who enrolled in this course were no younger than 40. Looking further back into the past, even if there were younger ones, they had been geniuses among geniuses. Age signified qualifications, experience, and understanding of the fundamentals. Without sufficient accumulated experience, it was very difficult to compete against others. From a commercial point of view, the person in charge did not wish for Fang Zhao to take the exam. Fang Zhao's popularity was flourishing right now. He appeared both on film and in endorsements and was very well known throughout Yenzhou, but if he took the examination and was unable to get in, people would inevitably seize the opportunity and say that Fang Zhao had overestimated his capabilities and bitten off more than he could chew. The company's reply wasn't unexpected for Fang Zhao. After he had made his choice, he had not intended to use his company's connections. He also knew that this extraordinary advanced course was extremely difficult, but he had to take the exams once to know whether he could get in or not. If he could not get in, where was the disparity and how large was it? Fang Zhao needed to learn more new knowledge. As for the majority of advanced courses, they were actually meant to make the ordinary seem special. The quality of the curriculum was much worse than 12 tones. This was the decision Fang Zhao had come to after comparing the curriculum of different advanced courses. If he could not get in, then he would take on a postgraduate course in Huang Art or Huangmu. The person in charge from Silver Wing saw that he had no way of getting Fang Zhao to change his mind. After the call, he immediately reported to his superiors about the direction Fang Zhao would be taking for further studies. Now, it would be best to keep it suppressed and not publicize this news. When the time came and Fang Zhao could not get in, at least he wouldn't lose face. After ending the call with the Silver Wing staffer, Fang Zhao memorized all the interview questions, took a look at his schedule, and contacted Wayne, setting a time to give the company's esports team a training session. After lunch, in the Silver Wing esports team's internal group chat, Team Captain Jinro summoned all team members and released a piece of news: just received a notice. Manager Wayne got Zhao God to give us a training session tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Coordinates for the training venue will be given later. All team members are to gather at the company on time tomorrow. Within the team, the new team members and the old team members had different reactions upon seeing the message. The newcomers' faces were flushed with excitement. WWE can also take part. A veteran team member's lips curled upwards. Didn't you hear clearly? Captain said, all team members. You guys can't run away now. The ignorant newcomers were thinking, super excited. Can't wait. The old team members threw pitying glances at the younger members. Following that, they started to ponder how long they would be able to survive tomorrow. A newcomer asked, Captain said that we will be going to a training venue. Which map? Are we familiar with it? Which team will we be facing off against this time? Is it a practice match or some other mode? What's the difficulty? A certain veteran team member replied, it isn't a practice match, just internal training. Opponent, just one. Difficulty. S rank. S rank. Doesn't that mean that it is extremely difficult? The newcomers were astonished and rubbed their palms with glee. They were itching to head online and announce this on their social platform accounts, letting everyone know that they would be getting the chance to go head-to-head against the legendary big god Fang Zhao. Unfortunately, this line of thought was stopped by the captain and vice-captain, the reason being that it was internal training and thus could not be publicly announced. If they were really itching to say it, at best they could tell a few close friends or relatives. Seeing these newcomers that were riled up, the senior members lamented inwardly, ignorance is bliss. The next morning, Fang Zhao used his apartment's gaming helmet and headed online. Normally, the helmet console was for curly hair to play with. His 10th generation console was left at Silver Wing for Jinro and the other professional e-sport athletes to use. There was no need to get it back for this training session. Over at Silver Wing's gaming department, everyone had arrived early at the company and started making preparations. Wayne, the gaming department manager, only stepped in unhurriedly with a cup of tea at 8:55 a.m. Oh, everyone's here. Greeting the members of the coaching team, Wayne pulled out a recliner chair and sat down. To develop the team even better, he had applied for lots of funding in the last 2 years and had signed a few reputable coaches to establish a coaching team. In front of him was a large screen that would display the scene in-game. The training venue's coordinates had been decided earlier in the morning. Team Captain Jinro had chosen a new map that neither side was familiar with. Wayne lifted the lid of his teacup and took a sip as his face broke into a smile of fond remembrance. No one knew whether it was the rich and mellow aftertaste of the tea or a flashback to the past. At the appointed time, the game formally started. Wayne wasn't in a hurry and glanced at the timer before telling those in the coaching team, Fang Zhao will give them 30 seconds to think of a battle strategy and 1 extra minute to put their plan into action. Isn't this time a little too short for a new map? One of the coaches said. Later on, you will realize that their time online will be even shorter. Don't bother following Fang Zhao, you guys won't be able to catch up. It would be better to watch those members, especially the new ones signed this year, and see where they are lacking. For the coaches that did not understand Fang Zhao's style, Wayne's words seemed really cryptic. A minute and a half later. A disconnection notification sounded. A new member had a dazed expression as he raised his hand to touch his forehead and muttered, it was as if, my head exploded. There was no as if, one of the coaches blurted out. Was this kid so shocked that he'd become stupid? That new member was still full of disbelief. That shouldn't be, I hid myself so well. Yet another disconnection notification. A new member at the side stared blankly at nothing in particular, as if he was completely unable to comprehend what just happened. 3 minutes after the preparation time, the members of the coaching team finally understood the meaning of what Wayne had said. The sounds of disconnection notifications made them panic-stricken. They could see the look of shock in each other's eyes. What frightening decision-making, one of the coaches said as he saw Fang Zhao's figure flash across on the screen. Even before he had finished his sentence, yet another disconnection notification had rung out. The highly skilled talent that the company had signed this year had not even had any time to react before being sent offline. More experienced senior members were more prudent, but they weren't able to hold out for long either. Following the sounds of disconnection notifications, the team members that were sent offline had looks of annoyance and defeat. There were also some that just sighed calmly. "He really doesn't show mercy," Jinro said helplessly. He had been the last to disconnect. Taking a look at the time, from start to end, with the 1.5 minutes of preparation time and the 3 minutes following that, this match had not even lasted 5 minutes. The coaching team was also dumbstruck. Suddenly, they felt that their own team members' standards had declined. Actually, the coaches also understood. It wasn't that the team member's standard had declined but that the opponent had been too strong. In the match that had just ended, the team members didn't seem to have acted incorrectly, but they'd just been beaten offline in succession. Any carelessness or opening had been seized by Fang Zhao. In the past, what they'd understood about Fang Zhao was only what had been through circulated videos, news, and analyses online. Now they truly recognized the disparity. Back then, Fang Zhao had not been called a point-sweeping machine right at the top of the individual leaderboards without reason. Wayne no longer had a pleased expression on his face. "I already told all of you, when facing Fang Zhao, you cannot take any chances." The members on his team had been beaten like crap, and Wayne wasn't too pleased. He had expected this match to last at least 10 minutes, so he had told Fang Zhao not to go easy in the morning. How could he have known that it would turn out this way? 30 members completely wiped out in 3 minutes. This sort of result was simply appalling. "Do you need a break?" Jinro asked the other members. "No need. We aren't tired either. Let's continue." The team members got into position quickly. The first match had not even lasted for 5 minutes, how could they need a break? While making preparations for the second match, Captain Jinro set himself a target, to last 6 minutes for the next round. However, the second match only lasted 4 minutes and 19 seconds, even quicker than the previous round by 10 seconds. The third match lasted 4 minutes and 11 seconds. The fourth match. The coaching team was as silent as the dead. Wayne's calm and collected face from the morning had turned stiff, and he could not even bring himself to sip his tea. In his heart, he decided that the next time he got Fang Zhao to teach these youngsters a lesson, he would definitely need to get Fang Zhao to go easy. When the team members stepped out from the gaming studio, it was already afternoon. Every one of them looked extremely haggard. In the morning, they had played a total of 10 matches, all of them 30-1. They had lost 10 matches in succession and had been beaten so badly that they doubted their own existence. The time they'd spent online plus the intervals between each round had added up to only an hour. The rest of the time in the morning had been spent reflecting. When the team members received the analysis summary from Fang Zhao, they suffered an even bigger blow. It was like someone thinking that they had done decently for an examination but, when the exam scripts were returned, all that person saw was a paper full of red marks. "How did Zhao God know that it was me?" one newcomer asked as he held a copy of his own evaluation. After speaking, he felt somewhat awkward and added, in such a short time, how was he able to identify each member? Even if there was a notification in-game every time he killed someone, with so many people and so many rounds, how was he able to recognize everyone? And remember them all? That is why he is a god, and you are just a nobody. Wayne had walked over after hearing this and gave a clap. "All right, take your own evaluations and go reflect. Don't get so satisfied with just some achievements. Don't rest on your laurels. Take a look at today's battle situation, you guys still have a long way to go." This blow had been too big. The members did not have any appetite for lunch as they kept pondering every scene in the 10 matches and tried to make a frame-by-frame replay in their heads. "Manager, when will we have our next training session?" someone asked. With this sort of horrible standard, you are still dreaming of next time. Wayne snorted. Wait till I feel that you guys have improved. Besides, Fang Zhao is very busy. This morning's session was because I requested it. Otherwise, do you think he would even waste any time with you guys? He still has to prepare for his examinations. All the team members. Manager, these words are too prickly. Elsewhere, after Fang Zhao had sent out today's analysis summary, he started to prepare for war, browsing through practice questions and making preliminary preparations for enrolling in the advanced course. There were 3 preliminary examinations, and the majority were on theoretical knowledge. He had to read more books and do more questions. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.